Things Will Never Be the Same. A Howard Waldrop Reader. Selected Short Fiction, 1980 to 2005. By Howard Waldrop. DB 65032. Copyright 2007, Howard Waldrop. Read by Roy Avers. This book contains 311 pages. Approximate reading time, 13 hours, 35 minutes. This book contains markers allowing direct access to the table of contents, introduction, stories, and afterwords. Library of Congress annotation. 16 short stories, each with an afterword by the author. In the Nebula and World Fantasy Award-winning The Ugly Chickens, a young biology student traverses rural Mississippi to uncover the true fate of the dodo. Includes King of Where I Go, Flying Saucer Rock and Roll, and others. 2007. From the Book Jacket. Howard Waldrop has spent over 3 decades writing some of the finest short stories in America, leading Locus magazine to call him a national treasure, and the Washington Post Book World to describe him as the resident weird mind of his generation. He writes like a honky-tonk angel. Things Will Never Be the Same is the first retrospective of this distinguished author's works. Here are 16 short stories accompanied by afterwords by the author. Many of these are award nominees and winners. All expand your worldview with a unique delight and wit that can only be described as Waldropian. Other books by Howard Waldrop. The Texas-Israeli War, 1999, with Jake Saunders, 1974. Them Bones, 1984. Howard Who, 1986. All About Strange Monsters of the Recent Past, 1987. A Dozen Tough Jobs, 1989. Night of the Cooters, 1990. Going Home Again, 1997. Dream Factories and Radio Pictures, 2003. Custer's Last Jump and Other Collaborations, 2003. Heart of Whiteness, 2005. Chap Books. You Could Go Home Again, Cheap Street, 1993. Custer's Last Jump with Stephen Utley, Ticonderoga Press, 1998. Flying Saucer Rock and Roll, Cheap Street, 2001. A Better World's in Birth, Golden Griffin, 2003. The Horse of a Different Color, You Rode In On, The King of Where I Go, WSFA Press, 2006. Contents. Introduction, page Roman numeral 9. The Ugly Chickens, page 1. Flying Saucer Rock and Roll, page 27. Heirs of the Perisphere, page 49. The Lions Are Asleep This Night, page 69. Night of the Cooters, page 90. Do Ya Wanna Dance, page 110. Wild, Wild Horses, page 140. French Scenes, page 159. Household Words, or The Powers That Be, page 175. The Sawing Boys, page 194. Heart of Whiteness, page 212. Mr. Goober's Show, page 233. Us, page 247. The Dynasters, page 261. Calling Your Name, page 271. King of Where I Go, page 286. Introduction. Welcome to the shattered remnants of what I laughingly refer to as my career. This is the second retrospective collection of my works. The first, Dream Factories and Radio Pictures, was more specialized. It collected all my stories with a motion picture, television, or radio background from throughout my entire writing career. This one, as it says, covers the shorter works published between 1980 and right now. Michael Walsh of Old Earth Books swears there'll be a second volume, the novelettes and novellas, next year, if he doesn't lose his shirt and shorts on this one. What this started out to be was a Waldrop sampler. I believe the approach was 8 to 10 stories, presented to the reader as choice examples of your stuff, with the promise that if the reader liked these, they'd probably like all your stuff, or words to that effect. Well, Mike was insistent, so we started drawing up a tentative table of contents. I had 2 provisos, for I am, if nothing else, a people's hero. No more than 2 stories from Howard Who, my first collection, which Small Beer Press has just brought out in its first American paperback edition after 20 years of being out of print. And no more than 2 from DF and RP, which Wheatland Press insists on keeping in print, unlike most of the publishers I've had. Those were my insistences, and Mike had some of his own, and we went round and round about the contents. So Mike called in Jonathan Strahan, whom we both trust implicitly, and who was the original Australian publisher of my 4th collection, Going Home Again, to referee. Well, Jonathan said we couldn't publish a sampler without 11 more stories that were absolutely essential, and he named them. We had to admit he made a lot of sense, so that the book went from being a sampler to being selected short fiction, or the Waldrop Reader. I suggested the unportable Howard Waldrop. During the talk about a further volume, novelettes and novellas, I thought we had that set in concrete too. Then Mike said he wanted The King of Where I Go in this volume. I thought all the novelettes would be in the second one, I said. I decided I wanted a Hugo nominee in the book, Mike said. Look at the table of contents, I said. There are at least 7 or 8 Hugo nominees in it already. I meant one from this year, he said. Oh. Well, then. So, The King of Where I Go is the most recent story in here. I've been at it, being paid for it, for 37 years now, and the Grateful Dead had it exactly right. What a long, strange trip it's been. The earliest story in here was written mostly on a girlfriend's kitchen table on Red River Street in Austin, Texas, early in 1979. Some were written on other kitchen tables and desks in various hotel rooms around these United States, in England, the one time I was there, and Perth, Australia, ditto. Some were written at my own desk, in my own place. If you would have told me in 1980 that in 15 years that would be, in George R.R. Martin's famous mistaken notion, a plywood shack nailed to a bait shop in the foothills of the Cascades in Washington State, 40 miles from the Canadian border, I would not have believed. And further, totally unbelievable, that 8 years after that, once having been in Oz, that I would be back in Austin again, still knocking myself out, still not making any kind of a living at it. Well, that part I would have believed, but not the Austin part. As a callow youth, I thought you start writing. It's real hard at first. Gradually you sell stuff. The more you write, the easier it gets. Wrong, wrong, wrong. One of the things I set out to do was to never write the same story twice. If that hasn't happened, I've come as damn near it as anyone ever has. No brag, just fact, as Walter Brennan used to say. That means the more you write, the more you have to work not to repeat yourself. People with long, lucrative careers have made those careers writing the same story or novel not just twice, but 4 or 5 times. They're doomed to have any one of the versions reprinted. One's as good as another. So many times people think they've already read it, even if they haven't. They have money, houses, health insurance. I turned 60 just before you're reading this, and I'm still living like a grad student, which I never was. For years my highest income was when I was a draftee in the early 1970s. And, he said proudly, in these Bushite nationalistic capitalistic times, I have broken into a 5-figure income. Think about it. Exactly twice in my career. You know, $4,000 just doesn't go as far in the aughts as it did in the 1970s, when $125 a month was rent anywhere in the U.S., except NYC. Not writing the same story twice doesn't mean I don't have some through-running concerns, as you'll find out in this retro look at what I've done. Charles Shaar Murray said in his foreword to Macaulay and Newman's In Dreams something like, "I've thought of editing an SF rock and roll anthology. But then I realized half of it would be from the Bruce Sterling-edited Mirror Shades, and the other half would be by Howard Waldrop." Well, yes, I've written some SF rock and roll stories. 2 of them are in here. 5 story titles are from rock and roll songs, whether the content is germane or not. One, Lacrima Christi, is about a centaur. I've written alternate histories back in the days before it was just another SF subgenre. Other writers used to complain, "I wrote an alternate history story and sent it to Omni." And Ellen Datlow said, "If I want a Howard Waldrop story, I'll ask him for one." For some reason, they were complaining to me. Several alternate history stories are in here. Some of the stories in here even I can't classify. Consider them stories. Where do you go for more? I've had 11 books published by 12 publishers. Trust me, not counting reprints and foreign editions. They are all mostly gone way out of print. Of the collections right now, you can get this one, the reprint of Howard Who, my first collection, getting its first American trade paperback in 20 years of waiting from Small Beer Press. Dream Factories and Radio Pictures, all my stories concerning film, radio, and TV worlds from Wheatland Press, and in its original incarnation as an e-book from electricstory.com. And Custer's Last Jump and other collaborations. Like it says, the stories I did with Stephen Utley, George R.R. Martin, Bruce Sterling, Lee Kennedy, A.A. Al Jackson IV, and Jake Saunders through the years, in about the same time span as that of this book from Golden Griffin Press. As for the rest, the original hardcover Howard Who from Doubleday, 1986, all about strange monsters of the recent past, Ursus, 1987. The Ace paperback from 1989 was called Strange Monsters of the Recent Past. Night of the Cooters, Ursus Zeissing, 1991, and Ace PB, 1992. Going Home Again, Eidolon Press, Perth, Australia, trade paper, 1997, and St. Martin's Press, hardcover, 1998, and Heart of Whiteness, Subterranean Press, 2005. Well, you're on your own in used bookstores, Amazon.com, and mostly eBay. The great thing about having Howard Who back in print is that people don't have to pay $150 for a beat-up, unhinged, ex-libris copy just to be able to read the stories anymore. Of the 4,000 or so copies printed, 3,000 went straight into Doubleday's library sales program, so only about 1,000 escaped for the general public to find somehow. There are, as we say, fugitive pieces out there in yellowing magazines and anthologies. A hint from old Howard, if they're not in one of the collections, or are not going to be in the next one, they're probably not as up to snuff as the ones that have been collected. Going Home Again has a bibliography that's pretty complete up to 1998, or find wherever the hell my website is. I'm not on the net, but I do a mailed-in typewritten couple of blogs that are archived at electricstory.com and infinitematrix.net, and get the contents of the collections. I'm a people's hero, but I have some pretty hard and fast rules for myself, one of which is I don't confuse fiction and journalism. I.e., I don't rewrite old stories to make them like now. And if they can't stand with the other stuff without a rewrite, they don't get put in the collections. I'll talk about this in the afterwords to each story, while I'm telling you something about the writing of them, their publishing histories, and some kind of autobiographical context. I suffered for my art. Now it's your turn. Rereading these stories, I was convinced of something I suspected long ago. I am the avatar of the zeitgeist. I didn't choose to be, and it's time someone else did it for a while. I tend to write about things, I don't know why, somewhere between 3 and 10 years before the rest of the world gets interested in them. Like some Tyrone Slothrop, whose, as we used to say, conquests in London in World War II, and Pynchon's Gravity's Rainbow, when plotted, show where the next V2s will hit. Of the ether sphere, I get nuggets of ideas, research them, write the stories, they get accepted, and the magazines or anthologies pay me in cold potatoes or past sell-day Twinkies. The stories disappear, except for the occasional award or Best of the Year appearance. Just another brick in my character building. George R.R. Martin again. If what you've gone through in your career is character building, your character is taller than the Malay Towers. Sometime later, some other yahoo takes the same starting place, runs with it, and makes a bazillion simoleons with an inferior product, he said modestly. I don't want to pull any punches, but read Us here, and then get a copy of Philip Roth's The Plot Against America from last year. Or that parts of the Ugly Chickens have been in the news lately, 27 years on, and that somebody mentioned in it is now governor of California, and at the time the story was written, wasn't even an actor yet. How did I do that? I don't know. It just happened. I write about something, and years later it comes true. Or somebody makes more money than I did with it. The times are out of joint. It is also not true, scurrilous gossip, that I always chose the lowest markets first to sell to, or that I withdrew a story from a higher-paying market to sell it to a lower-paying one. Something like that did happen once, but in Robert Silverberg's useful shorthand phrase, it was for complex but uninteresting reasons. But as the old joke goes, shag just one chicken and for the rest of your life. So people keep telling other people I always go for low bid every time. Don't get me wrong, I like money. I can use money. I've never had any, so it holds a dire fascination for me. If I didn't like money, would I have sold one of these to Playboy and many to Omni, then the highest-paying magazine that took SF all the time, besides Playboy? Omni Online and sci-fi.com? Huh? Would I, huh? I've been at this for a long time. I'm old, tired, beat up, and still doing it. Crazy from all these years. I'll keep on writing it as long as you people keep on buying it. All 3,000 or so of you, give or take a couple of hundred, according to my latest royalty statements. You'll go to the stars. Me? I'll be lucky if I get to go fishing. Howard Waldrop, August 2006. The Ugly Chickens. My car was broken, and I had a class to teach at 11, so I took the city bus, something I rarely do. I spent last summer crawling through the big thicket with cameras and tape recorder, photographing and taping 2 of the last ivory-billed woodpeckers on the earth. You can see the films at your local Audubon Society showroom. This year I wanted something just as flashy, but a little less taxing. Perhaps a population study on the Bermuda cahau, or the New Zealand takai. A month or so in the warm, not hot, sun would do me a world of good, to say nothing of the advance of science. I was idly leafing through Greenway's Extinct and Vanishing Birds of the World. The city bus was winding its way through the ritzy neighborhoods of Austin, stopping to let off the Chicanas, black women, and Vietnamese who tended the kitchens and gardens of the rich. "I haven't seen any of those ugly chickens in a long time," said a voice close by. A gray-haired lady was leaning across the aisle toward me. I looked at her, then around. Maybe she was a shopping bag lady. Maybe she was just talking. I looked straight at her. No doubt about it, she was talking to me. She was waiting for an answer. "I used to live near some folks who raised them when I was a girl," she said. She pointed. I looked down at the page my book was open to. What I should have said was, "That is quite impossible, madam. This is a drawing of an extinct bird of the island of Mauritius. It is perhaps the most famous dead bird in the world. Maybe you are mistaking this drawing for that of some rare Asiatic turkey, peafowl, or pheasant. I am sorry, but you are mistaken." I should have said all that. What she said was, "Oops, this is my stop," and got up to go. My name is Paul Lindbergh. I am 26 years old, a graduate student in ornithology at the University of Texas, a teaching assistant. My name is not unknown in the field. I have several vices and follies, but I don't think foolishness is one of them. The stupid thing for me to do would have been to follow her. She stepped off the bus. I followed her. I came into the departmental office, trailing scattered papers in the whirlwind behind me. "Martha! Martha!" I yelled. She was doing something in the supply cabinet.
"Jesus, Paul, what do you want?"
"Where's Courtney?"
"At the conference in Houston, you know that. You missed your class. What's the matter?"
"Petty cash. Let me at it."
"Payday was only a week ago. If you can't—"
"It's business! It's fame and adventure and the chance of a lifetime. It's a long sea voyage that leaves a plane ticket to either Jackson, Mississippi, or Memphis. Make it Jackson. It's closer. I'll get receipts. I'll be famous. Courtney will be famous. You'll even be famous. This university will make even more money. I'll pay you back. Give me some paper. I gotta write Courtney a note. When's the next plane out? Could you get Marie and Chuck to take over my classes Tuesday and Wednesday? I'll try to be back Thursday unless something happens. Courtney will be back tomorrow, right? I'll call him from, well, wherever. Do you have some coffee?" And so on and so forth. Martha looked at me like I was crazy, but she filled out the requisition anyway.
"What do I tell Comedian when I ask him to sign these?"
"Martha, babe, sweetheart, tell him I'll get his picture in Scientific American."
"He doesn't read it."
"Nature, then."
"I'll see what I can do," she said.
The lady I had followed off the bus was named Jolynn Smith Jimson. The story she told me was so weird that it had to be true. She knew things only an expert, or someone with first-hand experience, could know. I got names from her, and addresses, and directions, and tidbits of information. Plus a year, 1927. And a place, northern Mississippi. I gave her my copy of the Greenway book. I told her I'd call her as soon as I got back into town. I left her standing on the corner near the house of the lady she cleaned for twice a week. Jolynn Jimson was in her 60s. Think of the dodo as a baby harp seal with feathers. I know that's not even close, but it saves time. In 1507, the Portuguese, on their way to India, found the then unnamed Mascarene Islands in the Indian Ocean, 3 of them a few hundred miles apart, all east and north of Madagascar. It wasn't until 1598, when that old Dutch sea captain Cornelius van Neck bumped into them, that the islands received their names which changed several times through the centuries, as the Dutch, French, and English changed them every war or so. They are now known as Rodrigues, Reunion, and Mauritius. The major feature of these islands were large, flightless birds, stupid, ugly, bad-tasting birds. Van Neck and his men named them dodarsen, stupid ass, or dodars, silly birds, or solitaires. There were 3 species: the dodo of Mauritius, the real gray-brown, hooked-beak clumsy thing that weighed 20 kilos or more, the white, somewhat slimmer dodo of Reunion, and the solitaires of Rodriguez and Reunion, which looked like very fat, very dumb, light-colored geese. The dodos all had thick legs, big squat bodies twice as large as a turkey's, naked faces, and big, long, down-curved beaks ending in a hook like a hollow linoleum knife. They were flightless. Long ago they had lost the ability to fly, and their wings had degenerated to flaps the size of a human hand, with only 3 or 4 feathers in them. Their tails were curly and fluffy, like a child's afterthought decoration. They had absolutely no natural enemies. They nested on open ground. They probably hatched their eggs wherever they happened to lay them. No natural enemies until Van Neck and his kind showed up. The Dutch, French, and Portuguese sailors who stopped at the Mascarenes to replenish stores found that, besides looking stupid, dodos were stupid. They walked right up to them and hit them on the head with clubs. Better yet, dodos could be herded around like sheep. Ship's logs are full of things like, "Party of 10 men ashore, drove 100 of the big turkey-like birds into the boat. Brought to ship where they were given the run of the decks. 3 will feed a crew of 150. Even so, most of the dodo, except for the breast, tasted bad. One of the Dutch words for them was Walgvogel, disgusting bird. But on a ship 3 months out on a return from Goa to Lisbon, well, food was where you found it. It was said even so that prolonged boiling did not improve the flavor. That being said, the dodos might have lasted, except that the Dutch, and later the French, colonized the Mascarenes. These islands became plantations and dumping places for religious refugees. Sugar-cane and other exotic crops were raised there. With the colonists came cats, dogs, hogs, and the cunning Rattus norvegicus, and the rhesus monkey from Ceylon. What dodos the hungry sailors left were chased down. They were dumb and stupid, but they could run when they felt like it. By dogs in the open. They were killed by cats as they sat on their nests. Their eggs were stolen and eaten by monkeys, rats, and hogs. And they competed with the pigs for all the low-growing goodies of the islands. The last Mauritius dodo was seen in 1681, less than 100 years after man first saw them. The last white dodo walked off the history books around 1720. The solitaires of Rodriguez and Reunion, last of the genus as well as the species, may have lasted until 1790. Nobody knows. Scientists suddenly looked around and found no more of the Didine birds alive anywhere. This part of the country was degenerate before the first Snopes ever saw it. This road hadn't been paved until the late 50s, and it was a main road between 2 county seats. That didn't mean it went through civilized country. I'd traveled for miles and seen nothing but dirt banks red as Billy Carter's neck and an occasional church. I expected to see Burma Shave signs, but realized this road had probably never had them. I almost missed the turn-off onto the dirt and gravel road the man back at the service station had marked. It led onto the highway from nowhere, a lane out of a field. I turned down it, and a rock the size of a golf ball flew up over the hood and put a crack 3 inches long in the windshield of the rent-a-car I'd gotten in Grenada. It was a hot, muggy day for this early. The view was obscured in a cloud of dust every time the gravel thinned. About a mile down the road, the gravel gave out completely. The roadway turned into a rutted dirt pathway, just wider than the car, hemmed in on both sides by a sagging 3-strand barbed wire fence. In some places the fence posts were missing for a few meters. The wire lay on the ground, and in some places disappeared under it for long stretches. The only life I saw was a mockingbird raising hell with something under a thorn bush the barbed wire had been nailed to in place of a post. To one side now was a grassy field, which had gone wild, the way everywhere will look after we blow ourselves off the face of the planet. The other was fast becoming woods, pine, oak, some black gum, and wild plum, fruit not out this time of the year. I began to ask myself what I was doing here. What if Ms. Jimson were some imaginative old crank who—
But no. Wrong, maybe, but even the wrong was worth checking. But I knew she hadn't lied to me. She had seemed incapable of lies. Good old girl, backbone of the South, of the earth. Not a mendacious gland in her being. I couldn't doubt her, or my judgment either. Here I was, creeping and bouncing down a dirt path in Mississippi, after no sleep for a day, out on the thin, ragged edge of a dream. I had to take it on faith. The back of the car sometimes slid where the dirt had loosened and gave way to sand. The back tire stuck once, but I rocked out of it. Getting back out again would be another matter. Didn't anyone ever use this road? The woods closed in on both sides like the forest primeval, and the fence had long since disappeared. My odometer said 6 miles, and it had been 20 minutes since I'd turned off the highway. In the rear-view mirror I saw beads of sweat and dirt in the wrinkles of my neck. A fine patina of dust covered everything inside the car. Clots of it came through the windows. The woods reached out and swallowed the road. Branches scraped against the windows and the top. It was like falling down a long, dark, leafy tunnel. It was dark and green in there. I fought back an atavistic urge to turn on the headlights. The roadbed must have been made of a few centuries of leaf mulch. I kept constant pressure on the accelerator and bulled my way through. Half a log caught and banged and clanged against the car bottom. I saw light ahead. Fearing for the oil pan, I punched the pedal and sped out. I almost ran through a house. It was maybe 10 yards from the trees. The road ended under one of the windows. I saw somebody waving from the corner of my eye. I slammed on the brakes. A whole family was on the porch, looking like a Walker Evans Depression photograph, or a fever dream from the mind of a hee-haw producer. The house was old. Strips of peeling paint a yard long tapped against the eaves. "Damn good thing you stopped," said a voice. I looked up. The biggest man I had ever seen in my life leaned down into the driver's side window. "If we'd have heard you sooner, I'd have sent one of the kids down to the end of the driveway to warn you," he said. Driveway? His mouth was stained brown at the corners. I figured he chewed tobacco, until I saw the sweet gum snuff brush sticking from the pencil pocket in the bib of his overalls. His hands were the size of catcher's mitts. They looked like they'd never held anything smaller than an axe handle. "How are y'all?" he said, by the way of introduction. "Just fine," I said. I got out of the car. "My name's Lindbergh," I said, extending my hand. He took it. For an instant I thought of bear traps, sharks' mouths, closing elevator doors. The thought went back to wherever it is they stay. "This is the Gudger place?" I asked. He looked at me blankly with his gray eyes. He wore a diesel truck cap and had on a checked lumberjack shirt beneath his overalls. His rubber boots were the size of the ones Karloff wore in Frankenstein. "Nah, I'm Jim Bob Crete. That's my wife Jenny, and there's Luke and Skino and Cheryl." He pointed to the porch. The people on the porch nodded. "Let's see, Gudger? No Gudgers round here I know of. I'm sort of new here." I took that to mean he hadn't lived here for more than 20 years or so. "Jennifer!" he yelled. "You know of anybody named Gudger?" To me he said, "My wife's lived around here all her life." His wife came down onto the second step of the porch landing. "I think they used to be the ones that lived on the Spradlin place before the Spradlins. But the Spradlins left around the Korean War. I didn't know any of the Gudgers myself. That's why we was living over to Water Valley." "You an insurance man?" asked Mr. Crate. No," I said. I imagined the people on the porch leaning toward me, all ears. I teach college." "Oxford?" asked Crate. No, University of Texas." "Well, that's a damn long way off. You say you're looking for the Gudgers?" "Just their house. The area. As your wife said, I understand they left during the Depression, I believe."
Well, they must have had money.
said the gigantic Mr. Crate. "Nobody around here was rich enough to leave during the Depression." "Luke!" he yelled. The oldest boy on the porch sauntered down. He looked anemic and wore a shirt in vogue with a twist. He stood with his hands in his pockets. "Luke, show Mr. Lindbergh. Mr. Lindbergh here, the way up to the old Spradlin place. Take him as far as the old log bridge. He might get lost before then."
"Log bridge broke down, Daddy."
"When?"
"October, Daddy."
"Well, hell, something else to fix. Anyway, to the creek." He turned to me. "You want him to go along on up there? See you don't get snake bit?"
"No, I'm sure I'll be fine."
"Mind if I ask what you're going up there for?" he asked.
He was looking away from me. I could see having to come right out and ask was bothering him. Such things usually came up in the course of conversation. "I'm a bird scientist. I study birds. We had a sighting. Someone told us, the old Gudger place, the area around here. I'm looking for a rare bird. It's hard to explain." I noticed I was sweating. It was hot.
"You mean like a good god? I saw a good god about 25 years ago, over next to Bruce," he said.
"Well, no." A good god was one of the names for an ivory-billed woodpecker, one of the rarest in the world. Any other time I would have dropped my jaw, because they were thought to have died out in Mississippi by the teens, and by the fact that Crate knew they were rare. I went to lock my car up, then thought of the protocol of the situation. "My car be in your way?" I asked.
"Nah, it'll be just fine," said Jim Bob Crate. "We'll look for you back by sundown. That be all right?"
For a minute I didn't know whether that was a command or an expression of concern. "Just in case I get snake bit," I said. "I'll try to be careful up there."
"Good luck on finding them rare birds," he said. He walked up to the porch with his family.
"Let's go,"
said Luke. Behind the Crate house was a hen house and pigsty where hogs lay after their morning slop like islands in a muddy bay, or some Zen pork sculpture. Next we passed broken farm machinery gone to rust, though there was nothing but uncultivated land as far as the eye could see. How the family made a living, I don't know. I'm told you can find places just like this throughout the South. We walked through woods and across fields, following a sort of path. I tried to memorize the turns I would have to take on the way back. Luke didn't say a word the whole 20 minutes he accompanied me, except to curse once when he stepped into a bull nettle with his tennis shoes. We came to a creek which skirted the edge of a woodsy hill. There was a rotted log forming a small dam. Above it the water was nearly 3 feet deep. Below it, half that much.
"See that path?"
he asked. "Yes."
"Follow it up around the hill, then across the next field. Then you cross the creek again on the rocks, and over the hill. Take the left-hand path. What's left of the house is about 3/4 the way up the next hill. If you come to a big bare rock cliff, you've gone too far. You got that?"
I nodded. He turned and left. The house had once been a dog-run cabin, like Miss Jimson had said. Now it was fallen in on one side, what they call sygoglin, or was it anti-sygoglin? I once heard a hymn on the radio called "The Land Where No Cabins Fall." This was the country songs like that were written in. Weeds grew everywhere. There were signs of fences, a flattened pile of wood that had once been a barn. Further behind the house were the outhouse remains. Half a rusted pump stood in the backyard. A flatter spot showed where the vegetable garden had been. In it a single wild tomato, pecked by birds, lay rotting. I passed it. There was lumber from 3 outbuildings, mostly rotten and green with algae and moss. One had been a smokehouse and woodshed combination. 2 had been chicken roosts. One was larger than the other. It was there I started to poke around and dig. Where? I wish I'd been on more archaeological digs, knew the places to look.
refuse piles, midden heaps, kitchen scrap piles, compost boxes. Why hadn't I been born on a farm so I'd know instinctively where to search? I prodded around the grounds. I moved back and forth like a setter casting for the scent of quail. I wanted more. More. I still wasn't satisfied. Dusk. Dark, in fact. I trudged into the crate's front yard. The tow sack I carried was full to bulging. I was hot, tired, streaked with 50 years of chicken shit. The crates were on their porch. Jim Bob lumbered down like a friendly mountain. I asked him a few questions, gave them a Xerox of one of the dodo pictures, left them addresses and phone numbers where they could reach me. Then into the rent-a-car, off to Water Valley, acting on information Jennifer Crate gave me. I went to the postmaster's house at Water Valley. She was getting ready for bed. I asked questions. She got on the phone. I bothered people until 1 in the morning. Then back into the trusty rent-a-car. On to Memphis as the moon came up on my right. Interstate 55 was a glass ribbon before me. WLS from Chicago was on the radio. I hummed along with it. I sang at the top of my voice. The sack full of dodo bones, beaks, feet, and eggshell fragments kept me company on the front seat. Did you know a museum once traded an entire blue whale skeleton for one of a dodo? Driving. The Dance of the Dodos. I used to have a vision sometimes. I had it long before this madness came up. I can close my eyes and see it by thinking hard. But it comes to me most often, most vividly, when I am reading and listening to classical music, especially Pachelbel's Canon in D. It is near dusk in The Hague, and the light is that of Frans Hals, of Rembrandt. The Dutch royal family and their guests eat and talk quietly in the great dining hall. Guards with halberds and pikes stand in the corners of the room. The family is arranged around the table. The king, queen, some princesses, a prince, a couple of other children, an invited noble or two. Servants come out with plates and cups, but they do not intrude. On a raised platform at one end of the room, an orchestra plays dinner music, a harpsichord, viola, cello, 3 violins, and woodwinds. One of the royal dwarfs sits on the edge of the platform, his foot slowly rubbing the back of one of the dogs sleeping near him. As the music of Pachelbel's Canon in D swells and rolls through the hall, one of the dodos walks in. Clumsily. Stops, tilts its head, its eyes bright as a pool of tar. It sways a little, lifts its foot tentatively, one, then another, rocks back and forth in time to the cello. The violins swirl. The dodo begins to dance, its great ungainly body now graceful. It is joined by the other 2 dodos who come into the hall, all 3 in sort of a circle. The harpsichord begins its counterpoint. The 4th dodo, a white one from Reunion, comes from its place under the table and joins the circle with the others. It is most graceful of all, making complete turns where the others only sway and dip on the edge of the circle they have formed. The music rises in volume. The first violinist sees the dodos and nods to the king, but he and the others at the table have already seen. They are silent, transfixed. Even the servants stand still, bowls, pots, and kettles in their hands forgotten. Around the dodos dance with bobs and weaves of their ugly heads. The white dodo dips, takes half a step, pirouettes on one foot, circles again. Without a word, the King of Holland takes the hand of the Queen, and they come around the table, children before the spectacle. They join in the dance, waltzing, anachronism, among the dodos, while the family, the guests, the soldiers watch and nod in time with the music. Then the vision fades, and the after-image of a flickering fireplace and a dodo remains. The dodo and its kindred came by ships to the ports of civilized men.
The first we have record of is that of Captain Van Neck, who brought back two in 1599, one for the King of Holland, and one which found its way through Cologne to the menagerie of Emperor Rudolph II. This royal aviary was at Schloss Neugebau, near Vienna. It was here the first paintings of the dumb old birds were done by Georg and his son Jakob Hufnagel between 1602 and 1610. They painted it among more than 90 species of birds which kept the emperor amused. Another Dutch artist named Roeland Savary, as someone said, made a career out of the dodo. He drew and painted them many times, and was no doubt personally fascinated by them, obsessed even. Early on the paintings are consistent. The later ones have inaccuracies. This implies he worked from life first, then from memory, as his model went to that place soon to be reserved for all its species. One of his drawings has two of the Rhaphides scrambling for some goody on the ground. His works are not without charm. Another Dutch artist, they seemed to sprout up like mushrooms after a spring rain, named Peter Withoos, also stuck dodos in his paintings, sometimes in odd and exciting places, wandering around during their owners' music lessons, or with Adam and Eve in some Edenic idyll. The most accurate representation, we are assured, comes from half a world away from the religious and political turmoil of the seafaring Europeans. There is an Indian miniature painting of the dodo which now rests in a museum in Russia. The dodo could have been brought by the Dutch or Portuguese in their travels to Goa and the coasts of the Indian subcontinent, or they could have been brought centuries before by the Arabs, who plied the Indian Ocean in their triangular-sailed craft, and who may have discovered the Mascarenes before the Europeans cranked themselves up for the First Crusade. At one time, early in my bird fascination days, after I stopped killing them with BB guns, but before I began to work for a scholarship, I once sat down and figured out where all the dodos had been. Two with Van Neck in 1599, one to Holland, one to Austria. Another was in Count Zolm's park in 1600. An account speaks of one in Italy, one in Germany, several to England, 8 or 9 to Holland. William Buntekoe van Hoorn knew of one ship to Europe in 1640, another in 1685, which he said was also painted by Dutch artists. Two were mentioned as being kept in Surat House in India as pets, perhaps one of which is the one in the painting. Being charitable and considering several to mean at least 3, that means 20 dodos in all. There had to be more, when boatloads had been gathered at the time. What do we know of the Dardine birds? A few ship's logs, some accounts left by travelers and colonists. The English were fascinated by them. Sir Hayman Lestrange, a contemporary of Pepys, saw exhibited a dodar from the island of Mauritius. It is not able to fly, being so big. One was stuffed when it died and was put in the Museum Tradescantum in South Lambeth. It eventually found its way into the Ashmolean Museum. It grew ratty and was burned, all but a leg and the head, in 1750. By then there were no more dodos, but nobody had realized that yet. Francis Willoughby got to describe it before its incineration. Earlier, old Carolus Clusius in Holland studied the one in Count Zolm's park. He collected everything known about the Rhaphidae, describing a dodo leg Peter Pau kept in his natural history cabinet in Exoticarium Librae Decem in 1605, 8 years after their discovery. François Legois, a Huguenot who lived on Reunion for some years, published an account of his travels in which he mentioned the dodos. It was published in 1690, after the Mauritius dodo was extinct, and included the information that some of the males weigh 45 pounds. One egg, much bigger than that of a goose, is laid by the female, and takes 7 weeks hatching time. The Abbé Pingret visited the Mascarenes in 1761. He saw the last of the Rodriguez solitaires, and collected what information he could about the dead Mauritius and Reunion members of the genus. After that,
only memories of the colonists, and some scientific debate as to where the Rafferty belonged in the great taxonomic scheme of things. Some said pigeons, some said rails, were left. Even this nitpicking ended. The dodo was forgotten. When Lewis Carroll wrote Alice in Wonderland in 1865, most people thought he invented the dodo. The service station I called from in Memphis was busier than a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. Between bings and dings of the bell, I finally realized the call had gone through. The guy who answered was named Selvage. I got nowhere with him. He mistook me for a real estate agent, then a lawyer. Now he was beginning to think I was some sort of a con man. I wasn't doing too well either. I hadn't slept in 2 days. I must have sounded like a speed freak. My only progress was that I found that Miss Annie Mae Gudger, childhood playmate of Jolynn Jimson, was now and had been the respected Miss Annie Mae Radwin. This guy Selvage must have been a secretary or toady or something. We were having a conversation comparable to that between a shrieking macaw and a pile of mammoth bones. Then there was another click on the line. "Young man," said the other voice, an old woman's voice, southern, very refined, but with a hint of the hills in it. "Yes. Hello. Hello." "Young man, you say you talked to a Jolynn somebody. Do you mean Jolynn Smith?" "Hello. Yes. Miss Radwin. Miss Annie Mae Radwin, who used to be Gudger. She lives in Austin now, Texas. She used to live near Water Valley, Mississippi. Austin's where I'm from. "Young man," asked the voice again, "are you sure you haven't been put up to this by my hateful sister Alma?" "Who? No, ma'am. I met a woman named Jolynn." "I'd like to talk to you, young man," said the voice. Then, offhandedly, "Give him directions to get here, Selvage." Click. I cleaned out my mouth as best I could in the service station restroom, tried to shave with an old clogged Gillette disposable in my knapsack, and succeeded in gapping up my jawline. I changed into a clean pair of jeans, the only other shirt I had with me, and combed my hair. I stood in front of the mirror. I still looked like the dog's lunch. The house reminded me of Presley's mansion, which was somewhere in the neighborhood. From a shack on the side of a Mississippi hill to this in 40 years. There are all sorts of ways of making it. I wondered what Annie Mae Gudger's had been. Luck? Predation? Divine intervention? Hard work? Trover and Riplevin? Selvage led me toward the sunroom. I felt like Philip Marlowe going to meet a rich client. The house was filled with that furniture built sometime between the turn of the century and the 1950s, the ageless kind. It never looks great, it never looks ratty, and every chair is comfortable. I think I was expecting some formidable woman with sleeve blotters and a green eyeshade, hunched over a roll-top desk with piles of paper, whose acceptance or rejection meant life or death for thousands. Who I met was a charming lady in a green pantsuit. She was in her 60s, her hair still a straw-wheat color. It didn't look dyed. Her eyes were blue as my first-grade teacher's had been. She was wiry, and looked as if the word fat was not in her vocabulary. "Good morning, Mr. Lindbergh." She shook my hand. "Would you like some coffee? You look as if you could use it." "Yes, thank you." "Please sit down." She indicated a white wicker chair at a glass table. A serving tray with coffee pot, cups, tea bags, croissants, napkins, and plates lay on the tabletop. After I swallowed half a cup of coffee at a gulp, she said, "What you wanted to see me about must be important." "Sorry about my manners," I said. "I know I don't look it, but I'm a biology assistant at the University of Texas, an ornithologist, working on my master's. I met Miss Jolynn Jimson 2 days ago." "How is Jolynn?" "I haven't seen her in, oh, Lord, it must be on to 50 years. The times gets away." "She seemed to be fine."
I only talked to her half an hour or so. That was—"
"And you've come to see me about—"
that about some of the poultry your family used to raise when they lived near Water Valley."
She looked at me a moment. Then she began to smile.
"Oh, you mean the ugly chickens?" she said.
I smiled. I almost laughed. I knew what Oedipus must have gone through. It is now 4:30 in the afternoon. I am sitting at the downtown Motel 6 in Memphis. I have to make a phone call and get some sleep and catch a plane. Annie Mae Gudger Radwin talked for 4 hours, answering my questions, setting me straight on family history, having Selvage hold all her calls. The main problem was that Annie Mae ran off in 1928, the year before her father got his big break. She went to Yazoo City, and by degrees and stages worked her way northward to Memphis and her destiny as the widow of a rich mercantile broker. But I get ahead of myself. Grandfather Gudger used to be the overseer for Colonel Crisby on the main plantation near Macomb, Mississippi. There was a long story behind that. Bear with me. Colonel Crisby himself was the scion of a seafaring family with interests in both the cedars of Lebanon, almost all cut down for masts for His Majesty's and others' navies, and Egyptian cotton. Also teas, spices, and any other saleable commodity which came their way. When Colonel Crisby's grandfather reached his majority in 1802, he waved goodbye to the Atlantic Ocean at Charleston, South Carolina, and stepped westward into the forest. When he stopped, he was in the middle of the Chickasaw Nation, where he opened a trading post and introduced slaves to the Indians. And he prospered, and begat Colonel Crisby's father, who sent back to South Carolina for everything his father owned. Everything: slaves, wagons, horses, cattle, guinea fowl, peacocks, and dodos, which everybody thought of as atrociously ugly poultry of some kind, one of the seafaring uncles having bought them off a French merchant in 1721. I surmised these were white dodos from Reunion, unless they had been from even earlier stock. The dodo of Mauritius was already extinct by then. All this stuff was herded out west to the trading post in the midst of the Chickasaw Nation. The tribes around there were of the Confederation of the Dancing Rabbits. And Colonel Crisby's father prospered, and so did the guinea fowl and the dodos. Then Andrew Jackson came along and marched the Dancing Rabbits off up the Trail of Tears to the heaven of Oklahoma. And Colonel Crisby's father begat Colonel Crisby, and put the trading post in the hands of others, and moved his plantation westward, still to Macomb. Everything prospered but Colonel Crisby's father, who died. And the dodos, with occasional losses to the avenging weasel and the egg-sucking dog, reproduced themselves also. Then along came Granddaddy Gudger, a Simon Legree role model, who took care of the plantation while Colonel Crisby raised 10 companies of men and marched off to fight the War of the Southern Independence. Colonel Crisby came back to the Macomb plantation earlier than most, he having stopped much of the same volley of Minnie-balls that caught his commander, General Beauregard Hanlon, on a promontory bluff during the siege of Vicksburg. He wasn't dead, but death hung around the place like a gentlemanly bill collector for a month. The colonel languished, went slap-dab crazy, and freed all his slaves the week before he died. The war lasted another 2 years after that. Not having any slaves, he didn't need an overseer. Then comes the Faulkner part of the tale, straight out of As I Lay Dying, with the Gudger family returning to the area of Water Valley, before there was a Water Valley, moving through the demoralized and tattered displaced persons of the South, driving their dodos before them. For Colonel Crisby had given them to his former overseer for his faithful service. Also followed the story of the bloody murder of Granddaddy Gudger at the hands of the Freedmen's militia during the rising of the First Klan, and of the trials and tribulations of Daddy Gudger in the years between 1880 and 1910, when he was between the ages of 4 and 34. Alma and Annie Mae were the second and fifth of Daddy Gudger's brood, born 3 years apart. They seemed to have hated each other from the very first time Alma looked into little Annie Mae's crib. They were kids by Daddy Gudger's second wife. His desperation had killed the first, and their father was already on his sixth career. He had been a lumberman, a stump preacher, a plowman for hire, until his mules broke out in farcy buds and died of the glanders, a freight hauler, until his horses died of overwork and the hardware store repossessed the wagon, a politician's roadie, until the politician lost the election. When Alma and Annie Mae were born, he was failing as a sharecropper. Somehow, Gudger had made it through the Depression of 1898 as a boy, and was too poor after that to notice more about economics than the price of beechnut tobacco at the store. Alma and Annie Mae fought, and it helped none at all that Alma, being the oldest daughter, was both her mother and father's darling. Annie Mae's life was the usual unwanted, poor white trash child's hell. She vowed early to run away, and recognized her ambition at 13. All this I learned this morning. Jolynn Smith Jimson was Annie Mae's only friend in those days, from a family even poorer than the Gudgers. But somehow there was food, and an occasional odd job, and the dodos. "My family hated those old birds," said the cultured Annie Mae Radwin, née Gudger, in the solarium. "He always swore he was going to get rid of them some day, but just never seemed to get around to it. I think there was more to it than that. But they were so much trouble. We always had to keep them penned up at night and go check for their eggs. They wandered off to lay them and forgot where they were. Sometimes no new ones were born at all in a year. And they got so ugly. Once a year. I mean, terrible-looking, like they were going to die. All their feathers fell off, and they looked like they had mange or something. Then the whole front of their beaks fell off, or worse, hung halfway on for a week or two. They looked like big old naked pigeons. After that they'd lose weight, down to 20 or 30 pounds, before their new feathers grew back. We were always having to kill foxes that got after them in the turkey house. That's what we called their roost, the turkey house, and we found their eggs all sucked out by cats and dogs. They were so stupid we had to drive them into their roost at night. I don't think they could have found it standing 10 feet from it." She looked at me. "I think much as my father hated them, they meant something to him. As long as he hung on to them, he knew he was as good as Granddaddy Gudger. You may not know it, but there was a certain amount of family pride about Granddaddy Gudger, at least in my father's eyes. His rapid fall in the world has a sort of grandeur to it. He'd gone from a relatively high position in the old order, and maintained some grace and stature after the emancipation, and though he lost everything, he managed to keep those ugly old chickens the Colonel had given him, as sort of a symbol. And as long as he had them, too, my daddy thought himself as good as his father. He kept his dignity, even when he didn't have anything else." I asked what happened to them. She didn't know, but told me who did and where I could find her. That's why I'm going to make a phone call. "Hello, Dr. Courtney. Dr. Courtney, this is Paul, Memphis, Tennessee. It's too long to go into." "No, of course not. Not yet." "But I've got evidence." "What?" "Okay, how do trochanters, coracoids, tarsometatarsi, and beak sheaths sound?" "From their hen house. Where else?" "Where would you keep your dodos, then?" "Sorry, I haven't slept in a couple of days. I need some help." Yes, money. Lots of money. Cash. $300, maybe. Western Union, Memphis, Tennessee, whichever one's closest to the airport." "Airport. I need the department to set up reservations to Mauritius for me." No, not Wild Goose Chase. Wild Dodo Chase. Tame Dodo Chase." "I know there aren't any dodos on Mauritius. I know that. I could explain. I know it'll mean a couple of grand. But, look, Dr. Courtney,
Do you want your picture in Scientific American, or don't you?
I am sitting in the airport cafe in Port Louis, Mauritius. It is now 3 days later, 5 days since that fateful morning my car wouldn't start. God bless the Sears Die Hard people. I have slept sitting up in a plane seat, on and off, different planes, different seats, for 24 hours. Kennedy to Paris, Paris to Cairo, Cairo to Madagascar. I felt like a brand-new man when I got here. Now I feel like an infinitely sadder and wiser brand-new man. I have just returned from the hateful Sister Alma's house in the exclusive section of Port Louis, where all the French and British officials used to live. Courtney will get his picture in Scientific American. Me too, all right. There'll be newspaper stories and talk shows for a few weeks for me, and I'm sure Annie Mae Gudger Radwin on one side of the world and Alma Chandler Gudger Moliere on the other will come in for their share of the glory. I am putting away cup after cup of coffee. The plane back to Tananarive leaves in an hour. I plan to sleep all the way back to Cairo, to Paris, to New York, pick up my bag of bones, sleep back to Austin. Before me on the table is a packet of documents, clippings, and photographs. I have come half the world for this. I gaze from the package out the window across Port Louis to the bulk of Mount Peter Bota, which overshadows the city and its famous racecourse. Perhaps I should do something symbolic, cancel my flight, climb the mountain and look down on man and all his handiworks, take a picture of martinis with me, sit in the bright semi-tropical sunlight. It's early, dry winter here. Drink the martinis slowly, toasting Snuffo, god of extinction. Here's one for the great auk. This is for the Carolina parakeet. Mud in your eye, passenger pigeon. This one's for the heath hen. Most importantly, here's one each for the Mauritius dodo, the white dodo of Reunion, the Reunion solitaire, the Rodriguez solitaire. Here's to the Rhapsody, great Didine birds that you were. Maybe I'll do something just as productive, like climbing Mount Peter Bota and pissing into the wind. How symbolic. The story of the dodo ends where it began, on this very island. Life imitates cheap art, like the Xerox of a bad novel. I never expected to find dodos still alive here. This is the one place they would have been noticed. I still can't believe Alma Chandler Gudger Moliere could have lived here 25 years and not know about the dodo. Never set foot inside the Port Louis Museum, where they have skeletons and a stuffed replica the size of your little brother. After Annie Mae ran off, the Gudger family found itself prospering in a time the rest of the country was going to hell. It was 1929. Gudger delved into politics again, and backed a man who worked for Theodore, sure two-handed sword of God, Bilbo, who had connections everywhere, who introduced him to Huey Kingfish Long, just after that gentleman lost the Louisiana governor's election one of the times. Gudger stumped around Mississippi, getting up steam for Long's share of the wealth plan, even before it had a name. The upshot was that the Long machine in Louisiana knew a rabble-rouser when it saw one, and invited Gudger to move to the sportsman's paradise with his family, all expenses paid, and start working for the Kingfish at the unbelievable salary of $62.50 a week. Which prospect was like turning a hog loose under a persimmon tree, and before you could say backwoods Messiah, the Gudger clan was on its way to the land of pelicans, graft, and Mardi Gras. Almost. But I'll get to that. Daddy Gudger prospered all out of proportion with his abilities, but many men did that during the Depression. First a little, thence to more, he rose in bureaucratic and political circles of the state, dying rich and well-hated with his fingers in all the pies. Alma Chandler Gudger became a debutante. She says Robert Penn Warren put her in his book, and met and married Jean-Carl Moliere, only heir to rice, indigo, and sugar-cane growers. They had a happy wedded life, moving first to the West Indies, later to Mauritius, where the family sugar-cane holdings were one of the largest on the island. Jean-Carl died in 1959. Alma was his only survivor. So, local family makes good. Poor sharecropping Mississippi people turn out to have a father dying with a smile on his face and two daughters who between them own a large portion of the planet. I opened the envelope before me. Ms. Alma Moliere had listened politely to my story. The university had called ahead and arranged an introduction to the director of the Port Louis Museum, who knew Ms. Moliere socially, and told me what she could remember. Then she sent a servant out to one of the storehouses, large as a duplex, and he and two others came back with boxes of clippings, scrapbooks, and family photos. "I haven't looked at any of this since we left St. Thomas," she said. "Let's go through it together." Most of it was about the rise of Citizen Gudger. "There's not many pictures of us before we came to Louisiana. We were so frightfully poor then, hardly anyone we knew had a camera. Oh, look, here's one of Annie Mae. I thought I threw all those out after Mama died." This is the photograph. It must have been taken about 1927. Annie Mae is wearing some unrecognizable piece of clothing that approximates a dress. She leans on a hoe, smiling a snaggle-toothed smile. She looks to be 10 or 11. Her eyes are half hidden by the shadow of the brim of a gapped straw hat she wears. The earth she is standing in barefoot has been newly turned. Behind her is one corner of the house, and the barn beyond has its upper hay windows open. Out-of-focus people are at work there. A few feet behind her, a huge male dodo is pecking at something on the ground. The front two-thirds of it shows, back to the stupid wings and the edge of the up-curved tail feathers. One foot is in the photo, having just scratched at something, possibly an earthworm, in the new plowed clods. Judging by its darkness, it is the gray, or Mauritius dodo. The photograph is not very good, one of those 3.5 by 5 jobs box cameras used to take. Already I can see this one and the blow-up of the dodo taking up a double-page spread in essay. Alma told me around then they were down to 6 or 7 of the ugly chickens, 2 whites, the rest gray-brown. Besides this photo, 2 clippings are in the package, one from the Bruce Banner Times, the other from the Oxford newspaper. Both are columns by the same woman dealing with doings in Water Valley. Both mention the Gudger family moving from the area to seek its fortune in the swampy state to the west, and telling how they will be missed. Then there's a yellowed clipping from the front page of the Oxford newspaper with a small story about the Gudger farewell party in Water Valley the Sunday before, dated October 19th, 1929. There's a handbill in the package advertising the Gudger family farewell party, Sunday, October 15th, 1929, come one, come all. The people in Louisiana who sent expense money to move Daddy Gudger must have overestimated the costs by an exponential factor. I said as much. "No," Alma Moliere said. "There was a lot, but it wouldn't have made any difference. Daddy Gudger was like Thomas Wolfe and knew a shining golden opportunity when he saw one. Win, lose, or draw, he was never coming back there again. He would have thrown some kind of soiree whether there had been money for it or not. Besides, people were much more sociable then, you mustn't forget." I asked her how many people came. 400 or 500, she said. "There's some pictures here somewhere." We searched a while, then we found them. Another 30 minutes to my flight. I'm not worried sitting here. I'm the only passenger, and the pilot is sitting at the table next to mine, talking to an RAF man. Life is much slower and nicer on these colonial islands. You mustn't forget. I looked at the other 2 photos in the package. One is of some men playing horseshoes in washer toss, while kids, dogs, and women look on. It was evidently taken from the east end of the house looking west. Everyone must have had to walk the last mile to the old Gudger place. Other groups of people stand talking. Some men in shirt-sleeves and suspenders stand with their heads thrown back, a snappy story, no doubt, just told. One girl looks directly at the camera from close up, shyly, her finger in her mouth. She's about 5. It looks like any snapshot of a family reunion which could have been taken anywhere, any time. Only the clothing marks it as backwoods 1920s. Courtney will get his money's worth. I'll write the article, make phone calls, plan the talk show tour to coincide with publication. Then I'll get some rest. I'll be a normal person again. Get a degree, spend my time wading through jungles after animals which will be dead in another 20 years anyway. Who cares? The whole thing will be just another media event, just this year's big deal. It'll be nice getting normal again. I can read books, see movies, wash my clothes at the laundromat, listen to Jonathan Richman on the stereo. I can study and become an authority on some minor matter or other. I can go to museums and see all the wonderful dead things there. That's the memory picture, said Alma. They always took them at big things like this, back in those days. Everybody who was there would line up and pose for the camera. Only we couldn't fit everybody in, so we had two made. This is the one with us in it. The house is dwarfed by people. All sizes, shapes, dresses, and ages. Kids and dogs in front, women next, then men at the back. The only exceptions are the bearded patriarchs seated towards the front with the children, men whose eyes face the camera but whose heads are still ringing with something Nathan Bedford Forrest said to them one time on a smoke-filled field. This photograph is from another age. You can recognize Daddy and Mrs. Gudger if you've seen their photograph before. Alma pointed herself out to me. But the reason I took the photograph is in the foreground. Tables have been built out of sawhorses, with doors and boards nailed across them. They extend the entire width of the photograph. They are covered with food, more food than you can imagine. We started cooking 3 days before. So did the neighbors. Everybody brought something, said Alma. It's like an entire Safeway had been cooked and set out to cool. Hams, quarters of beef, chickens by the tubful, quail in mounds, rabbit, butter beans by the bushel, yams, Irish potatoes, an acre of corn, eggplant, peas, turnip greens, butter in 5-pound molds, cornbread and biscuits, gallon cans of molasses, red-eye gravy by the pot. And 5 huge birds, twice as big as turkeys, legs capped like for Thanksgiving, drumsticks the size of Schwarzenegger's biceps, whole roasted, lying on their backs on platters large as cocktail tables. The people in the crowd sure look hungry. We ate for days, said Alma. I already have the title for the Scientific American article. It's going to be called "The Dodo is Still Dead." Afterward. Though this is the one you're probably reading first, if we go by chronology of publication here, this afterword is the one I'm writing last. This is the story I'm known for, if I'm known at all. It was reprinted 10 times in the first year after publication, here and abroad. I got hard American dollars in the early 1980s out of the USSR, before Glasnost, and it appeared over there in a real magazine, not an SF publication. It was in all 3 year's best SFs extant over here at the time. And I will tell you a true thing. After I wrote it, I didn't know if I had a good story or an afterbirth. This was the hardest story to do of all I had written up to that time. I had missed deadlines for Terry Carr's Universe original anthology series before, after being in number 4 and, with Utley's Custer's Last Jump, in number 6. It was coming up on number 10, and I was going to be in there, I swore. This story was written between March and May 2nd, 1979, a really long time for me, even though it was a novelette. The last line had come to me first, and the whole story had come out of the last line. I had access to the University of Texas library system, and among other things they had Baron Hachisuka's The Dodo and Kindred Birds, which had been printed in an edition of about 1,000, with tipped-in plates, one of those labors of love the science world coughs up every so often. They were also supposed to have Richard Owen's book on the dodo from 1868, I had them turn the biology library upside down twice, but they couldn't find that. Among other things, I had to go to the Latin American library to get a copy of Agua's Travels, 1620, which had been reprinted in a series of mostly South American travel writings in the late 1880s, about as far as you can get from the Indian Ocean island of Rodriguez. I found it. It had uncut pages and had never been checked out in the 95 years it had lain there. Now it couldn't leave the building. I convinced the librarian on the sacred honor of my soul to let me have it from 3 p.m. that afternoon until 8 the next morning. "It's been there for 95 years," I said. "Gimme!" I, of course, took it home and performed delicate surgery on the book and read it, the first human in Texas to do so. Anyway, wonders of research aside, I had my story, but I also had this mass of stuff the readers needed to know. In the business, these are called info dumps. You usually try to bring them out in dialogue, but Lindbergh's alone most of the story, or have the character read or watch a film, or in today's world, get on the internet, or something, to convey the information. I was doing this mostly on a girlfriend's kitchen table, since at the time the place was on Medical Parkway, but they've reconfigured the streets since, and it's now on Red River Street. Anyway, her place was much closer to UT than my place in North Austin, and I didn't have to lug books the size of roll-top desks quite so far. It seemed I had been doing a paragraph here, one there, for weeks and weeks. One morning I woke up and said, "I am going to do info dumps as info dumps. Nobody's done that since Amazing in about 1928. The story finished itself in a couple of days. I mailed it off to Terry Carr, and he bought it instantly for Universe 10. Meanwhile, they were throwing the first Armadillo-Con in 1979, 68 people attending, one writer for every 2 fans, John Varley, GOH, in the old Villa Capri Hotel, now a UT parking lot, about 3 blocks from my then-girlfriend's apartment. A day or 2 after I finished the story, I was at Dillicon. They showed the Warner Brothers cartoon, Porky in Wacky Land, a.k.a. Doe for the Dodo, and then I read The Ugly Chickens. Then came all the subsequent publishing history, starting in 1980 and up to now. There came a point in time where I thought The Ugly Chickens was, as it were, overexposed, that it had been in so many places everyone must have read it. When Ellen Datlow was doing her Extinct Species anthology 18 years later, we both agreed The Ugly Chickens wouldn't be in there, and since I thought I'd said everything I'd wanted to say in that story, that I wouldn't be in the book either. Then I got the idea for Winter Quarters. One of the 2 opening lines was, "It was a small circus. It only had 2 mammoths." But by then the anthology was closed, so she had to buy it for scifiction.com and pay me about 10 times what she would have for the anthology. Anyway, once I'd gotten past that info-dump hurdle, I could write the story. When I had finished, I still didn't know if I had a story, or incidents glued together with research. Sofa pillows stuffed with concrete, in someone's memorable phrase about Tolstoy. So sometimes you're never sure about a story until it's been around quite a while. If any of mine last, I think this one has a shot. Amy Thompson did me the signal honor of having Lindbergh show up as an older and more beat-up ornithologist in one of her novels, with my permission. He's still the same guy, but more broken, crankier, and sicker 25 years on. In fact, I think he's suspiciously a lot like me 25 years on. People have wanted to do this as a short film, or for TV, but they can't get around 2 things. A, they don't want to do voiceover narration, and Lindbergh's alone, as he should be. "Can't we give him someone to talk to?" was the cry repeated to me by some TV people. B, if you pay someone to make the dodos, stop motion, CGI, whatever, you're going to see them more than once. I am convinced down to the deepest roots of my soul that the dodos should be seen only once in the dream sequence of the dance before the king and queen, never actually alive. Trust me when I say that. Look back over the story to see why it's true. And yes, I've now seen the dodos from Ice Age, and know they could be done and done right. The ivory-billed woodpecker, from the first page of the story, is now back in the news, and I'm glad. And somebody else mentioned in the story is now governor of California. See my notes on Zeitgeist in the intro to this book. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Flying saucer rock and roll. They could have been contenders. Talk about Danny and the Juniors. Talk about the Spaniels, the Contours, Sonny Till and the Orioles. They made it to the big time. Records, tours, sock hops at $500 a night, fame and glory. But you never heard of the Cool Tones, because they achieved their apotheosis and their apocalypse on the same night, and then they broke up. Some still talk about that night, but so much happened, the Cool Tones get lost in the shuffle. And who's going to believe a bunch of kids anyway? The cops didn't, and their parents didn't. It was only 2 years after the president had been shot in Dallas, and people were still scared. This, then, is the Cool Tones story. Leroy was smoking a cigar through a hole he'd cut in a pair of thick, red wax lips. Slim and Zoot were tooting away on wowee whistles. It was a week after Halloween, and their pockets were still full of trick-or-treat candy they'd muscled off little kids in the projects. Ray, slim and nervous, was hanging back. "We shouldn't be here, you know. I mean, this ain't the Hellbenders' territory, you know. I don't know whose it is, but, like, Vinny and the guys don't come this far." He looked around. Zoot, who was white and had the beginnings of a mustache, took the yellow wax candy kazoo from his mouth. He bit off and chewed up the big C-pipe. "I mean, if you're scared, Ray, you can go back home, you know." "Nah," said Leroy. "We need Ray for the middle parts." Leroy was 12 years old and about 4 feet tall. He was finishing his 4th cigar of the day. He looked like a small, stymie beard from the old Our Gang comedies. He still wore the cut-down coat he'd taken with him when he'd escaped from his foster home. He was staying with his sister and her boyfriend. In each of his coat pockets he had a bottle, 1 Coke and 1 bourbon. "We'll be all right," said Cornelius, who was big as a house and almost 18. He was shaped like a big ebony golf tee, narrow legs and waist blooming out to an A-bomb mushroom of arms and chest. He was a yard wide at the shoulders. He looked like he was always wearing football pads. "That's right," said Leroy, taking out the wax lips and wedging the cigar back into the hole in them. "I mean, the kid who found this place didn't say anything about it being somebody's spot, man." "What's that?" asked Ray. They looked up. A small spot of light moved slowly across the sky. It was barely visible, along with a few stars and the lights from the city. "Maybe it's one of them UFOs you're always talking about, Leroy," said Zoot. "Flying saucer my left ball," said Cornelius. "That's Telstar. You ought to read the papers." "Like your mama makes you?" asked Slim. "Oh," said Cornelius. They walked on through the alleys and the dark streets. They all walked like a man. "This place is ours," said Leroy. "Hey!" yelled Ray, and his voice filled the area, echoed back and forth in the darkness, rose in volume, died away. Wow! They were on what had been the loading dock of an old freight and storage company. It must have been closed sometime during the Korean War, or maybe in the unimaginable eons before World War II. The building took up most of the block, but the loading area on the back was sunken and surrounded by the stone wall they had climbed. If you stood with your back against the one good loading door, the place was a natural amphitheater. Leroy chugged some Coke, then poured bourbon into the half-empty bottle. They all took a drink, except Cornelius, whose mother was a Four-Square Baptist and could smell liquor on his breath 3 blocks away. Cornelius drank only when he was away from home 2 or 3 days. "Okay, Cool Tones," said Leroy. "Let's hit some notes." They stood in front of the door, Leroy to the fore, the others behind him in a semicircle, Cornelius, Ray, Slim, and Zoot.
1, 2, 3,
said Leroy quietly, his face toward the bright city beyond the surrounding buildings. He had seen all the movies with Frankie Lyman and the teenagers in them, and knew the moves backwards. He jumped in the air and came down, and Cornelius hit it. Badoo, badoo, badoo. It was a bass from the bottom of the ocean, from the Marianas Trench, a voice from Death Valley on a wet night, so far below sea level you could feel the absence of light in your mind. And then Zoot and Ray came in, ooh, 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 with Leroy humming under, and then Slim stepped out and began to lead the tenor part of Sincerely by the Crows. And they went through that one perfectly, flawlessly, the dark night and the dock walls throwing their voices out to the whole breathing city. "Wow," said Ray, when they finished, but Leroy held up his hand, and Zoot leaned forward and took a deep breath and sang, "Dee-dee-woo, dee-woo, dee-um-doo-way." And Ray and Slim chanted, "A-wee-way, a-wee-way." And then Leroy, who had a falsetto that could take hair off an opossum, hit the high notes from The Lion Sleeps Tonight, and it was even better than the first song. And not even the Tokens on their number 2 hit had ever sounded greater. Then they started clapping their hands, and at every clap the city seemed to jump with expectation, joining in their dance, and they went through a shaky-legged Skyliners-type routine and into "Hey Yasta, hey Yasta" of Maurice Williams and the Zodiac's Stay, and when Leroy soared his "Ho-wah-ya" over Zoot's singing, they all thought they would die. And without pause, Ray and Slim started "Shooby-doop, shoo-doop-dee-bee-doop, shoo-doo the dooby-doop," and Cornelius was going "Arim, arim, arim, ba." And they went through the 5 satins, I remember, in the still of the night. "Hey, wait," said Ray, as Slim woo-woo-woo-woo-ah-woo-ah to a finish. "I thought I saw a guy out there."
"You're imagining things,"
said Zoot, but they all stared out into the dark anyway. There didn't seem to be anything there. "Hey, look," said Cornelius. "Why don't we try putting the bass part of Stormy Weather with the high part of Crying in the Chapel? I tried it the other night, but I can't."
"Shit, man," said Slim. "That ain't the way it is on the records. You gotta do it like on the records."
"The records are going to hell anyway. I mean, you got Motown and some of that, but the rest of it's like the Beatles and Animals and Rolling Stones and Wayne Shitty Fontana and the Mindbenders and—" Leroy took the cigar from his mouth.
"Fuck the Beatles," he said.
He put the cigar back in his mouth. "Yeah, you're right, I agree. But even the other music's not the—" "Aren't you kids up past your bedtime?" asked a loud voice from the darkness. They jerked erect. For a minute they hoped it was only the cops. Matches flared in the darkness, held up close to faces. The faces all had their eyes closed, so they wouldn't be blinded and unable to see in case the cool tones made a break for it. Blobs of faces and light floated in the night. 5, 10, 15 more. Part of a jacket was illuminated. It was the color reserved for the Kings of Tyre. "Oh, shit," said Slim. "Trouble. Looks like the Purple Monsters." The cool tones drew into a knot. The matches went out, and they were in a breathing darkness. "You guys know this turf is reserved for friends of the local protective, athletic, and social club, namely us?" asked the same voice. Chains clanked in the black night. "We were just leaving," said Cornelius. The noisy chains rattled closer. You could hear knuckles being slapped into fists out there. Slim hoped someone would hurry up and hit him so he could scream. "Who are you guys with?" asked the voice, and a flashlight shone in their eyes, blinding them.
"They're just little kids,"
said another voice.
"Who you calling little, turd?"
asked Leroy, shouldering his way between Zoot and Cornelius's legs. A woo went up from the dark, and the chains rattled again.
"For God's sake, shut up, Leroy," said Ray.
"Who you people think you are, anyway?" asked another meaner voice out there.
"We're the Cool Tones," said Leroy. "We can sing it slow, and we can sing it low, and we can sing it loud, and we can make it go."
"I hope you like that cigar, kid," said the mean voice, "because after we piss on it, you're going to have to eat it." Okay, look," said Cornelius. "We didn't know it was your turf. We come from over in the projects, and... Hey, man! Hellbenders! Hellbenders!" The chains sounded like tambourines now. No, we ain't hellbenders. We ain't nobody but the Cool Tones. We just heard about this place. We didn't know it was yours," said Cornelius. "We only let Bobby and the Bombers sing here," said a voice.
"Bobby and the Bombers can't sing their way out of the men's room," said Leroy.
Slim clamped Leroy's mouth, burning his hand on the cigar. "You're going to regret that," said the mean voice, which stepped into the flashlight beam, "because I'm Bobby, and 4 more of these guys out here are the Bombers."
"We didn't know you guys were part of the Purple Monsters," said Zoot.
"There's lots of stuff you don't know," said Bobby, "and when we're through, there's not much you're going to remember."
"I only know the Dill Vikings are breaking up," said Zoot.
He didn't know why he said it. Anything was better than waiting for the knuckle sandwiches. Bobby's face changed. "No shit?" Then his face set in hard lines again. "Where'd a punk like you hear something like that?"
"My cousin," said Zoot. "He was in the Air Force with 2 of them. He writes to 'em. They're tight. One of them said the act was breaking up because nobody was listening to their stuff anymore."
That's rough," said Bobby. "It's tough out there on the road."
"Yeah," said Zoot. "It really is."
Some of the tension was gone, but certain delicate ethical questions remained to be settled. "I'm Lucius," said a voice, "warlord of the Purple Monsters." The flashlight came on him. He was huge. He was like Cornelius, only he was big all the way to the ground. His feet looked like blunt eye-beams sticking out of the bottom of his jeans. His purple satin jacket was a bright fluorescent blot on the night. "I hate to break up this chit-chat," he glared at Bobby, "but the fact is you people are on Purple Monster territory, and some tribute needs to be exacted." Ray was digging in his pocket for nickels and dimes. "Not money. Something that will remind you not to do this again."
"Tell you what,"
said Leroy. He had worked himself away from Slim.
"You think Bobby and the Bombers can sing?"
"Easy," said Lucius to Bobby, who had started forward with the Bombers. "Yeah, kid. They're the best damn group in the city."
"Well, I think we can out-sing 'em,"
said Leroy, and smiled around his dead cigar.
"Oh, geez," said Zoot. "They got a record, and they've—"
"I said we can out-sing Bobby and the Bombers any time, any place," said Leroy.
"And what if you can't?" asked Lucius.
"You guys like piss a lot, don't you?"
There was a general movement toward the Cool Tones. Lucius held up his hand.
"Well," said Leroy, "how about all the members of the losing group drink a quart apiece?"
Hands of the Cool Tones reached out to stifle Leroy. He danced away. "I like that," said Lucius. "I really like that. That all right, Bobby?" "I'm going to start saving it up now." "Who's going to judge?" asked one of the Bombers.
"The same as always,"
said Leroy.
"The public. Invite 'em in."
"Who do we meet with to work this out?" asked Lucius.
"Vinny of the Hellbenders. He'll work out the terms."
Slim was beginning to see he might not be killed that night. He looked on Leroy with something like worship. "How do we know you guys are going to show up?" asked Bobby.
"I swear on Sam Cook's grave,"
said Leroy. "Let him pass," said Bobby.
They crossed out of the freight yard and headed back for the projects. "Shit, man!"
"Now you've done it. I'm heading for Florida."
"What the hell, Leroy? Are you crazy?" Leroy was smiling. "We can take 'em easy," he said, holding up his hand flat. He began to sing Chain Gang. The other cool tones joined in, but their hearts weren't in it. Already there was a bad taste in the back of their throats. Vinny was mad. The black outline of a mud puppy on his white silk jacket seemed to swell as he hunched his shoulders toward Leroy.
"What the shit you mean, dragging the Hellbenders into this without asking us first? That just ain't done, Leroy."
"Who else could take the purple monsters in case they wasn't gentlemen?" asked Leroy.
Vinny grinned. "You're gonna die before you're 15, kid."
"That's my hope."
"Creep." "Okay, we'll take care of it."
"One thing," said Leroy. "No instruments. They got to get us a mic and some amps, and no more than a quarter of the people can be from monster territory. And it's got to be at the freight dock."
"That's one thing?"
asked Vinny. "A few. But that place is great, man. We can't lose there."
Vinny smiled, and it was a prison guard smile, a Nazi smile. "If you lose, kid, after the monsters get through with you, the Hellbenders are going to have a little party."
He pointed over his shoulder to where something resembling testicles floated in alcohol in a mason jar on a shelf.
"We're putting 5 empty jars up there tomorrow. That's what happens to people who get the Hellbenders involved without asking and then don't come through when the pressure's on. You know what I mean?"
Leroy smiled. He left smiling. The smile was still frozen to his face as he walked down the street. This whole thing was getting too grim. Leroy lay on his cot listening to his sister and her boyfriend porking in the next room. It was late at night. His mind was still working. Sounds beyond those in the bedroom came to him. Somebody staggered down the project hallway, bumping from one wall to another. Probably Old Man Jones. Chances are he wouldn't make it to his room all the way at the end of the corridor. His daughter or one of her kids would probably find him asleep in the hall in a pool of barf. Leroy turned over on the rattly cot, flipped on his 7-transistor radio, and jammed it up to his ear. Faintly came the sounds of another Beatles song. He thumbed the tuner, and the 4 creeps blurred into 4 or 5 other Englishmen singing some other stupid song about coming to places he would never see. He went through the stations until he stopped on the 3rd note of the monotone's Book of Love. He sang along in his mind. Then the DJ came on, and everything turned sour again. Another golden oldie, Book of Love by the Monotones. Now here's the WBKD Pick of the Week, the fabulous Beatles with I've Just Seen a Face. Leroy pushed the stations around the dial, then started back. Weekdays was shit. On weekends you could hear good old stuff, but mostly the stations all played top 40, and that was English invasion stuff. Or, if you were lucky, some Motown. It was Monday night. He gave up and turned to an all-night blues station where the music usually meant something. But this was like, the sharecropper hour or something, and all they were playing was whiny cotton-chopping work blues from some damn Alabama singer who had died in 1932, for God's sake. Disgusted, Leroy turned off the radio. His sister and her boyfriend had quit for a while, so it was quieter in the place. Leroy lit a cigarette and thought of getting out of here as soon as he could. I mean, Bobby and the Bombers had a record. A real big hole 45 on Wham Jam. It wasn't selling worth shit, from all Leroy heard, but that didn't matter. It was a record, and it was real. It wasn't just singing under some street lamp. Slim said they'd played it once on WABC, on the Hit or Flop show, and it was a flop, but people heard it. Rumor was the Bombers had gotten $65 and a contract for the session. They'd had a couple of gigs and dances and such when the regular band took a break. They sure as hell couldn't be making any money, or they wouldn't be singing against the Cool Tones for free kicks. But they had a record out, and they were working. If only the Cool Tones got work, got a record, went on tour. Leroy was just 12, but he knew how hard they were working on their music. They'd practice on street corners, on the stoop, just walking, getting the notes down right, the moves, the facial expressions of all the groups they'd seen in movies and on Slim's mother's TV. There were so many places to be out there. There was a real world with people in it who weren't punching somebody for berries or stealing the welfare and stuff. Just someplace open, someplace away from everything else. He flipped on the flashlight beside his cot, pulled it under the covers with him, and opened his favorite book. It was Edward J. Ruppelt's Report on Unidentified Flying Objects. His big brother John William, whom he had never seen, sent it to him from his army post in California, as soon as he found Leroy had run away and was living with his sister. John William also sent his sister part of his allotment every month. Leroy had read the book again and again. He knew it by heart already. He couldn't get a library card under his own name because the state might trace him that way. They'd already been around asking his sister about him. She lied, but she too had run away from a foster home as soon as she was old enough, so they hadn't believed her and would be back. So he'd had to boost all his books. Sometimes it took days, and newsstand people got mighty suspicious when you were black and hung around for a long time, waiting for the chance to type stuff. Usually they gave you the hairy eyeball until you went away. He owned 12 books on UFOs now, but the Ruppelt was still his favorite. Once he'd gotten a book by some guy named Truman or something, who wrote poetry inspired by the people from Venus. It was a little sad, too, the things people believed sometimes, so Leroy hadn't read any more books by people who claimed they'd been inside the flying saucers or met the Neptunians or such. He read only the ones that gave histories of the sightings and asked questions, like why was the Air Force covering up? Those books never told you what was in the UFOs, and that was good, because you could imagine it for yourself. He wondered if any of the Del Vikings had seen flying saucers when they were in the Air Force with Zoot's cousin. Probably not, or Zoot would have told him about it. Leroy always tried to get the rest of the Cool Tones interested in UFOs, but they all said they had their own problems, like girls and cigarette money. They'd go with him to see Invasion of the Saucermen, or Earth versus the Flying Saucers at the movies, or watch The Thing on Slim's mother's TV on the Creature Feature. But that was about it. Leroy's favorite flying saucer sighting was the Mantell case, in which a P-51 fighter plane, which was called a Mustang, chased a UFO over Kentucky, and then crashed after it went off the Air Force radar. Some say Captain Mantell died of asphyxiation because he went to 20,000 feet and didn't have on an oxygen mask. But other books said he saw something metallic and of tremendous size, and was going after it. Ruppelt thought it was a skyhook balloon, but he couldn't be sure. Others said it was a real UFO, and that Mantell had been shot down with Z-rays. It had made Leroy's skin crawl when he had first read it. But his mind went back to the Del Vikings. What had caused them to break up? What was it really like out there on the road? Was music getting so bad that good groups couldn't make a living at it any more? Leroy turned off the flashlight and put the book away. He put out the cigarette, lit a cigar, went to the window, and looked up the air shaft. He leaned way back against the cool window and could barely see one star overhead. Just one star. He scratched himself and lay back down on the bed. For the first time he was afraid about the contest tomorrow night. "We got to be good," he said to himself. "We got to be good." In the other room, the bed started squeaking again. The Hellbenders arrived early to check out the turf. They'd been there 10 minutes when the purple monsters showed up.
There was handshaking all around, talk a little while, then they moved off into two separate groups. A few civilians came by to make sure this was the place they'd heard about. "Park your cars out of sight if you got 'em," said Lucius. "We don't want the cops to think anything's going on here." Vinny Strutt walked over to Lucius. "This crowd's going to be bigger than I thought, I can tell. People come to see somebody drink some piss. You know, give the public what it wants." Lucius smiled. "I guess so. I got this weird feeling, though. Like, if your mother tells you she dreamed about her aunt, like right before she died and all." "I know what feeling you mean, but I ain't got it," said Lucius. "Who you got doing the electrics?" "Guy named Sparks. He was the one lit up Chilton Field." At Chilton Field the year before, two gangs wanted to fight under the lights, so they went to a high school football stadium. Somebody got all the lights and the PA on without going into the control booth. Cops drove by less than 50 feet away, thinking there was a practice scrimmage going on, while down on the field guys were turning one another into bloody strings. Somebody was on the PA giving a play-by-play. From the outside, it sounded cool. From the inside, it looked like a pizza with all the topping ripped off it. "Oh," said Vinny. "Good man." He used to work for Con Ed, and he still had his ID card. Who was going to mess with Consolidated Edison? He drove an old gray pickup with a smudge on the side that had once been a power company emblem. The truck was filled to the brim with cables, wires, boots, wrenches, tape, torches, work lights, and rope. "Lightman's here," said somebody. Lucius shook hands with him and told him what they wanted. He nodded. The crowd was getting larger, groups and clots of people drifting in, though the music wasn't supposed to start for another hour. Word traveled fast. Sparks attached a transformer and breakers to a huge, thick cable. Then he got out his climbing spikes and went up a pole like a monkey, the heavy chunk-chunk drifting down to the crowd every time he flexed his knees. His tool belt slapped against his sides. He had one of the guys in the Purple Monsters throw him up the end of the inch-thick electrical cable. The sun had just gone down, and Sparks was a silhouette against the purpling sky that poked between the buildings. A few stars were showing in the eastern sky. Lights were on all through the autumn buildings. Thanksgiving was in a few weeks, then Christmas. The shopping season was already in full swing, and the streets would be bathed in neon and holiday colors. The city stood up like big black fingers all around them. Sparks did something to the breakdown box on the pole. There was an immense blue scream of light that stopped everybody's heart. New York City went dark. "Fucking wow!" A raggedy-assed cheer of wonder ran through the crowd. There were crashes, and car horns began to honk all over town. "Lucius," Sparks yelled down the pole after a few minutes, "have the guys go steal me about 30 automobile batteries." The Purple Monsters ran off in 20 different directions. "Aye," said Vinny, spitting a toothpick out of his mouth. "The monsters get to have all the fun." It was 5:27 p.m. on November 9th, 1965. At the Ossining changing station, a guy named Jim was talking to a guy named Jack. Then the trouble phone rang. Jim checked all his dials before he picked it up. He listened, then hung up. "There's an outage all down the line. They're going to switch the 200Ks over to the Buffalo net and reroute them back through here. Check all the load levels. Everything's out from Schenectady to Jersey City." When everything looked ready, Jack signaled to Jim. Jim called headquarters, and they watched the needles jump on the dials. Everything went black. Almost everything. Jack hit all the switches for backup relays, and nothing happened. Almost nothing. Jim hit the emergency battery work lights. They flickered and went out. "What the hell?" asked Jack. He looked out the window. Something large and bright moved across a nearby reservoir and toward the changing station. "Holy Mother of Christ!" he said. Jim and Jack went outside. The large, bright thing moved along the lines toward the station. The power cables bulged toward the bottom of the thing, whipping up and down, making the stanchions sway. The station and the reservoir were bathed in a blue glow as the thing went over. Then it took off quickly toward Manhattan, down the straining lines, leaving them in complete darkness. Jim and Jack went back into the plant and ate their lunches. Not even the phone worked anymore. It was really black by the time Sparks got his gear set up. Everybody in the crowd was talking about the darkness of the city and the sky. You could see stars all over the place, everywhere you looked. There was very little noise from the city around the loading area. Somebody had a radio on. There were a few Jersey and Pincy stations on. One of them went off while they listened. In the darkness, Sparks worked by the lights of his old truck. What he had in front of him resembled something from an alchemy or magnetism treatise written early in the 18th century. 20 or so car batteries were hooked up in series with jumper cables. He tied those in with amps, mics, transformers, a light board, and lights on the dock area. "Stand clear!" he yelled. He bent down with the last set of cables and stuck an alligator clamp on a battery post. There was a screeching blue jag of light and a frying noise. The lights flickered and came on, and the amps whined louder and louder. The crowd, numbering around 500, gave out with prolonged huzzas and applause. "Test, test, test," said Lucius. Everybody held their hands over their ears. "Turn that fucker down," said Vinny. Sparks did. Then he waved to the crowd, got into his old truck, turned the lights off, and drove into the night. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Purple Monsters," said Lucius to wild applause, and Vinny leaned into the mic. "And the Hellbenders," more applause, then back to Lucius, "would like to welcome you to the first annual sing-off, between our own Bobby and the Bombers," cheers, "and the challengers," said Vinny, "the Cool Tones," more applause. "They'll do 2 sets, folks," said Lucius, "taking turns, and at the end the unlucky group, gauged by your lack of applause, will win a prize." The crowd went wild. The lights dimmed out. "And now," came Vinny's voice from the still blackness of the loading dock, "for your listening pleasure, Bobby and the Bombers. Yay!" The lights, virtually the only lights in the city, except for those that were being run by emergency generators, came up, and there they were. Imagine frosted, polished elegance being thrust on the unwilling shoulders of a 16-year-old. They had on blue jackets, matching pants, ruffled shirts, black ties, cufflinks, tie-tacks, shoes like obsidian mortar trowels. They were all black boys, and from the first note you knew they were born to sing. "Ba-ba," sang Letus, the bassman. "Do-do-da-do-do-ah, da-do-de-doot," sang the 2 tenors, Lenny and Conk, and then Bobby and Fred began trading verses of the Drifters' "There Goes My Baby," while the tenors wailed and Letus carried the whole with his bass. Then the lights went down and came up again as Lucius said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Cool Tones." It was magic of a grubby kind. The Cool Tones shuffled on, arms pumping in best Frankie Lemon and the teenagers' fashion, and they ran in place as the hand-clapping got louder and louder, and they leaned into the mics. They were dressed in waiters' red cloth jackets the Hellbenders had stolen from a laundry service for them that morning. They wore narrow black ties, except Leroy, who had on a big, thick red bow tie he'd copped from his sister's boyfriend. Then Cornelius leaned over his mic and "Doop, doop, doop, dookov," and Ray and Zoot joined with "Doop, doop, doop, dookov" into Gene Chandler's Duke of Earl, with Leroy smiling and doing all of Chandler's hand moves.
Slim chugged away, the ay-ay-ay-ay-ay's in the background in runs that made the crowd's blood run cold, and the lights went down. Then the bombers were back, and in contrast to the up-tempo ending of the Duke of Earl, they started with a sweet tenor a cappella line, and then woo-ra-da-da-da, woo-ra-da-da-da of Shep and the Limelight's Daddy's Home. The cool tones jumped back into the light. This time Cornelius started off with bum-ba-ba-bump, bump-ba-ba-bump, dang-a-dang-dang, ding-a-dong-ding, and into the Marcel's Blue Moon. Not just a hit, but a mere monster back in 1961. And they ran through the song, Slim taking the lead, and the crowd began to yell like mad halfway through. And Leroy, smiling, singing, rocking back and forth, doing James Brown tantrum steps in front of the mic, could feel that they had them, that no matter what they were going to win. And he ended with his whining part, and Cornelius went bump-ba-ba-bump-ba-boom, and paused, and then deeper, moo-moo. The lights came up, and Bobby and the bombers hit the stage. At first, Leroy, sweating, didn't realize what they were doing, because the bombers, for the first few seconds, made this churning, rinky-tink sound with the high voices. The bass, Letus, did this grindy sound with his throat. Then the bombers did the only thing that could save them, a white boy song, Bobby launching into Del Shannon's Runaway, with both feet hitting the stage at once. Leroy thought he could taste that urine already. The other cool tones were transfixed by what was about to happen.
"They can't do that, man,"
said Leroy. "They're going to cop out." "That's impossible. Nobody can do it." But when the bombers got to the break, this guy Fred stepped out to the mic and went, "Ee-dee-dee-lee, ee-dee-dee-lee-gee, ee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, ee-wheel-dee-dee-dee-dee," and a splitting falsetto, half mechanical, half Martian cattle call, the organ break of Runaway done with a human voice. The crowd was on its feet screaming, and the rest of the song was lost in stamping and cheers. When the cool tones jumped out for the last song of the first set, there were some boos and yells for the bombers to come back. But then Zoot started talking about his girl putting him down because he couldn't shake him down, but how now he was back to let her know. They all jumped in the air and came down on the first line of "Do You Love Me" by the Contours, and they gained some of the crowd back, but they finished a little wimpy, and then the lights went down and an absolutely black night descended. The stars were shining over New York City for the first time since World War II, and Vinny said, "10 minutes, folks," and guys went over to piss against the walls or add to the consolation prize bottles. It was like half-time in the locker room, with the score Green Bay 146, U 0. "A cheap trick," said Zoot. "We don't do shit like that." Leroy sighed. "We're going to have to," he said. He drank from a Coke bottle one of the purple monsters had given him. "We're going to have to do something." "We're going to have to drink pee-pee, and then Vinny's going to denut us, is what's going to happen." "No, he's not," said Cornelius. "Oh, yeah?" asked Zoot. "Then what's that in the bottle in the clubhouse?" "Pig's balls," said Cornelius. "They got 'em from a slaughterhouse." "How do you know?" "I just know," said Cornelius tiredly. "Now let's just get this over with so we can go vomit all night."
"I don't want to hear any talk like that," said Leroy. "We're going to go through with this and give it our best, just like we planned, and if that ain't good enough, well, it just ain't good enough."
"No matter what we do, it just ain't good enough."
"Come on, Ray, man!"
"I'll do my best, but my heart ain't in it." They lay against the loading dock. They heard laughter from the place where Bobby and the bombers rested. "Shit, it's dark," said Slim. "It ain't just us, just the city," said Zoot. "It's the whole goddamn U.S." "It's just the whole East Coast," said Ray. "I heard on the radio. Part of Canada, too."
"What is it?"
"Nobody knows." "Hey, Leroy," said Cornelius. "Maybe it's those Martians you're always talking about." Leroy felt a chill up his spine.
"Ah," said Slim. "It was that guy Sparks." He shorted out the whole East Coast up that pole there.
Do you really believe that? Asked Zoot.
I don't know what I believe any more.
I believe, said Lucius, coming out of nowhere with an evil grin on his face, that it's show-time. They came to the stage running, and the lights came up, and Cornelius leaned on his voice, and rabba-lubba-lubba-ging-gong, rabba-lubba-lubba-ging-gong, and the others went woo in the Edsel's rama-lama-ding-dong. They finished, and the bombers jumped into the lights and went into dum-da-dum-da-dooby-doo, dum-dum-dum, dooby-dooby-dum, wah-wah-wah-wah-wah, of the Dill Vikings, Come Go With Me. The Cool Tones came back with ah-ooh-woo, wow-wow-wow-woo, of Since I Don't Have You by the Skyliners, with Slim singing in a clear, straight voice better than he had ever sung that song before, and everybody else joined in, Leroy's voice fading into Slim's for the falsetto wee-wows, so you couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. Then Bobby and the Bombers were back, with Bobby telling you the first two lines and dee-doot-wop, dee-doot-wop, dee-doot-wop of the Flamingo's I Only Have Eyes for You, calm, cool, collected, assured of victory, still running on the impetus of their first set's showstopper. Then the Cool Tones came back, and Cornelius reared back and asked, I wanna who, be-doo-be-hoo. Pause. They slammed down into Book of Love by the Monotones, but even Cornelius was flagging, sweating now in the cool air. His lungs were husks. He saw one of the bombers nod to another smugly, and that made him mad. He came down on the last verse like there was no one else on the stage with him, and his bass roared so loud it seemed there wasn't a single person in the dark United States who didn't wonder who wrote that book. And they were off, and Bobby and the Bombers were on now, and a low hum began to fill the air. Somebody checked the amp. It was okay. So the Bombers jumped into the air, and when they came down they were into the clef tones, heart and soul, and they sang that song. And while they were singing, the background humming got louder and louder. Leroy leaned to the other Cool Tones and whispered something. They shook their heads. He pointed to the Hellbenders and the purple monsters all around them. He asked a question they didn't want to hear. They nodded grudging approval, and then they were on again for the last time. Dip-doo-mop, doo-mop, doo-mop, doo, ooh-wah, 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 sang Leroy, and they all asked, Why do fools fall in love? Leroy sang like he was Frankie Lyman, not just some kid from the projects who wanted to be him. And the Cool Tones were the teenagers, and they began to pull and heave that song like it was a dead whale. And soon they had it in the water, and then it was swimming a little, then it was moving, and then the son of a bitch started spouting water, and that was the place where Leroy went into the falsetto, way, and instead of chopping it where it should have been, he kept on. The Cool Tones went oom-wah, oom-wah softly behind him, and still he held that note, and the crowd began to applaud, and they began to yell. And Leroy held it longer, and they started stamping and screaming, and he held it until he knew he was going to cough up both his lungs, and he held it after that. And the Cool Tones were coming up to meet him, and Leroy gave a tantrum step, and his eyes were bugging, and he felt his lungs tear out by the roots and come unglued, and he held the last syllable, and the crowd wet itself, and the lights went out, and the amp went dead. Part of the crowd had a subliminal glimpse of something large, blue, and cool looming over the freight yard, bathing the top of the building in a soft glow. In the dead air, the voices of the Cool Tones dropped in pitch as if they were pulled upward at 1,000 miles an hour, and then they rose in pitch as if they had somehow come back at that same 1,000 miles an hour. The blue thing was a looming blur, and then was gone. The lights came back on. The Cool Tones stood there blinking. Cornelius, Ray, Slim, and Zoot. The space in front of the center mic was empty. The crowd had an orgasm. The Bombers were being violently ill over next to the building. God, that was great, said Vinny. Just great.
All four of the cool tones were shaking their heads.
They should be tired, but this looked worse than that, thought Vinny. They should be ecstatic. They looked like they didn't know they had one. "Where's Leroy?" asked Cornelius.
"How the hell should I know?" Vinny said, sounding annoyed. "I remember him smiling, like," said Zoot.
"And the blue thing? What about it?"
"What blue thing?" asked Lucius.
"I don't know. Something was blue."
"All I saw was the lights go off and that kid ran away," said Lucius.
"Which way?"
"Well, I didn't exactly see him, but he must have run some way. Don't know how he got by us. Probably thought you were going to lose and took it on the lam. I don't see how you'd worry when you can make your voices do that stuff."
"Up," said Zoot suddenly.
"What?" "We went up, and we came down. Leroy didn't come down with us."
"Of course not. He was still holding the same note. I thought the little twerp's balls were going to fly out his mouth."
"No, we—" Slim moved his hands up around, gave up. "I don't know what happened. Do you?"
Ray, Zoot, and Cornelius all looked like they had 32-lane bowling alleys inside their heads, and all the pin machines were down.
"Ah, shit," said Vinny. "You won. Go get some sleep. You guys were really bitching."
The cool tones stood there uncertainly for a minute.
"He was like smiling, you know," said Zoot.
"He was always smiling," said Vinny. "Crazy little kid."
The cool tones left.
The sky overhead was black and spattered with stars. It looked to Vinny as if it were deep and wide enough to hold anything. He shuddered.
"Hey!" he yelled. "Somebody bring me a beer!"
He caught himself humming. One of the hellbenders brought him a beer. Afterward. As I said in an interview in Postscripts, I usually give stories titles late in the process, even if I knew what the title would be before I started. I usually give them just a reference thing, the alternate Africa story, the little moron story, the dodo story, etc. For a year before I wrote it, this was the piss-drinking story, or the doo-wop story. This came to me on a sudden, as we used to say. See, I remember the New York blackout, actually 11 states and 3 Canadian provinces, of 1965, and so should you. I mean, it went totally dark, all power out on the whole grid. Doing research, I read the official commission report, 3 volumes. They tell you everything, second by second, when what city's power went out, when they shunted power to another grid, and those were the days when guys or girls had to actually pull a lever to do that. Vacuum tube technology days. No trusting some solid-state circuit's word for it like today. The report had it down second by second, when we lost Brooklyn, when Buffalo shut down, when the Canadians started feeling the pain. And on and on. The report tells you everything, except one thing. What caused it?
"That's easy," I said. "It was flying saucers and a doo-wop contest."
My theory is as good as anybody else's, including Consolidated Edison's. What people don't know is this was written as early as it was, thereby hang some twisto publishing history. I thought about this one for a long time, but the actual writing took from October 2nd to 16th, 1980, a little more than a year after the Ugly Chickens. I had to read it at Armadillicon, too. That was the rock and roll Armadillicon. Lou Shiner had just written and read Stompin' at the Savoy, his R&R story. Gardner Dozois, the guest of honor, had just written, with Jack Dan and Michael Swanwick, his rock and roll story, Touring, which starts with Buddy Holly landing at the Fargo airport on February 3rd, 1959. I went home Saturday night and finished Flying Saucer Rock and Roll, writing away, listening to doo-wop mixtapes as I wrote. I went back to Armadillicon and read it at 4 p.m., as the closing reading starting a 24-year tradition. A day or two later, I typed it up and sent it off to New Dimensions. New Dimensions was an original anthology series, edited by Robert Silverberg. Only Bob was leaving as editor. Number 10 was edited as by Robert Silverberg and Marta Randall. Number 11 as by Marta Randall and Robert Silverberg. Oh, see, Bob is slipping over the back of the dust jacket. And number 12 would be edited by Marta alone. Well, of course, she bought FSR&R, as we call it, and a lot of other great stuff, including Connie Willis' All My Darling Daughters and Edward Bryant's Dancing Chickens. And if you've never seen Ed Bryant put his hand up the butt of a supermarket chicken and make it dance across a kitchen countertop, you haven't really lived. Anyway, plans go on. I'm going to be in a swell anthology, along with other great stories. We get paid by pocketbooks. Pocket sends out review proofs. Nebula recommendations start coming in from writers who are also reviewers, based on the proofs. Then Pocket cancels the New Dimensions contract and wants its money back. Supposedly it's because sales on the last one were so bad. If you're going to do that, you do it before you send out review proofs on the next one. I smell tuna. I think they took one look at the contents. Me, Connie's great incest story, Ed's story of aliens using us as dancing chickens, etc., etc. And if you cancel the contract, you don't ask for your money back. In fact, it's not your money anymore. All of us are in limbo for more than a year. This was only one of the many idiocies the early 1980s management of pocketbooks committed. I think they straightened out their meds and have been lots better since then, including a plan at the time to make the Scott Meredith Literary Agency be the SF editor of pocketbooks. Think about that a while. Everybody exploded about that. SFWA, the Society of Authors Representatives, even the average NYC doofus on the street heard about that. Cooler heads finally prevailed. Even the late Scott Meredith himself finally realized it was a bad idea. On our front, after about a year, Pocketbooks decided, well, yeah, the series is cancelled by us, and we guess you can keep the money. Oh, thank you, kind sirs, I cried, and God bless us each and every one. About 15 seconds later, I got a letter from Ellen Datlow in our new, and for the next 16 years, guise as the fiction editor at Omni magazine. Now that it was loose, could she look at the story and maybe buy it for about 10 times the money I'd gotten from Pocket? Well, sure, Miss Datlow. I'd already sold one story, Mano a Mano, Ike at the Mic, to her as editor. She took it, and it finally appeared in print in 1985, and was one of 2 of my stories up against each other for the Nebula in 1986, and was in Bests of the Year, and so forth. It has had a long and busy afterlife. Legs, we call it in the pub biz. The last and most recent chapter in its history is not so nice. For years, George and Jan O'Neill, of Podunk, Virginia, ran Cheap Street Press, a limited edition publisher of exquisite for big money books. They'd earlier done my Thomas Wolfe novella, You Could Go Home Again, about his Zeppelin trip home from the 1940 Tokyo Olympics, in an edition with a box so neat that when you let go of the box lid, the air damped its own fall, and it closed with a touch like God caressing a putty's butt. Anyway, they did editions of like 143 or something, and had a subscription list with a 2-year wait. Cheap Street had gone through some convolutions since the Wolfe novella, 1991. They used handmade paper, and their papermaker retired. Their binder died, and they had to audition for a new one, and it had been a couple of years since they printed anything but their holiday pamphlets. They wanted to do the National Treasure edition of Flying Saucer Rock and Roll, and the biggest edition they'd ever done, like maybe 250 of them. The quick story behind that phrase? Lizzie Lynn, reviewing Howard Who in Locus in 1986, called me a national treasure. I'd gone into the local comic book shop a couple of days later, and someone said, "Oh, look, there goes a national treasure." I turned to him and said, "That's Mr. National Treasure to you, bub." The story got around. Anyway, I'm an Oso. I get the beautiful copies of the book, and we're corresponding back and forth. I know they have plans to close down the press after 20 years, and I'm sad about that. George O'Neill also knows my penchant for claiming to kill editors, magazines, presses. And he writes, "Just so you can't claim to be the last thing we published, I want everybody to know I did a small booklet of Forest Service jokes and sent them to local people and the Forest Service." The O'Neills had just gone through 6 years of fights with a local power company that wanted to put some 750 kV lines through their yard. And the Forest Service had been no help at all, even though the line was to go through 7 or 8 miles of FS land, too. The O'Neills are the kinds of people who win those fights, and the line was rerouted, but not the FS part. I thought that was neat. It was such the usual letter from George O'Neill. There were cartoons, a couple of internet downloads, jokes, etc., that I answered him immediately. What I didn't know was that he had written lots of letters that day to his usual correspondents, much like mine, and one to the county sheriff, telling him where to find his and Jan's bodies. A couple of nights after I mailed my letter, there was a phone call for me over at the Oso General Store. So my thoughts about this otherwise rollicking story are not unmixed. I do remember the sheer joy of writing it, those long-gone 26 years ago. They can't take that away from me. Heirs of the Perisphere. Things had not been going well at the factory for the last 1,500 years or so. A rare thunderstorm, soaking rain, and a freak lightning bolt changed all that. When the lightning hit, an emergency generator went to work as it had been built to do a millennium and a half before. It cranked up and ran the assembly line just long enough before freezing up and shedding its brushes and armatures in a fine spray to finish some work in the custom design section. The factory completed, hastily programmed, and wrongly certified as approved the 3 products which had been on the assembly line 15 centuries before. Then the place went dark again.
"Gosh," said one of them, "it sure is dark in here."
"We can always use the infrared they gave us." "Whack, whack, whack," said the third. "What's the big idea?"
The custom order jobs were onomato mechanical simulacra. They were designed to speak and act like the famous creations of a multimillionaire cartoonist who, late in life, had opened a series of gigantic amusement parks in the latter half of the 20th century. Once these giant theme parks had employed persons in costume to act the parts. Then the corporation which had run things after the cartoonist's death had seen the wisdom of building robots. The simulacra would be less expensive in the long run, would never be late for work, could be programmed to speak many languages, and would never try to pick up the clean-cut boys and girls who visited the parks. These 3 had been built to be host robots in the 3rd and largest of the parks, the one separated by an ocean from the other 2. And as their programming was somewhat incomplete, they had no idea of much of this. All they had were a bunch of jumbled memories, awareness of the thunderstorm outside and of the darkness of the factory around them. The tallest of the 3 must have started as a cartoon dog, but had become upright and acquired a set of baggy pants, balloon shoes, a sweatshirt, black vest, and white gloves. There was a miniature carpenter's hat on his head, and his long ears hung down from it. He had 2 prominent incisors in his muzzle. He stood almost 2 meters tall, and answered to the name Goof. The second, a little shorter, was a white duck, with a bright orange bill and feet, and a blue and white sailor's tunic and cap. He had large eyes with little cuts out of the upper right corners of the pupils. He was naked from the waist down, and was the only one of the three without gloves. He answered to the name Dunn. The third and smallest, just over a meter, was a rodent. He wore a red bibbed playsuit with 2 huge gold buttons at the waistline. He was shirtless, and had shoes like 2 pieces of bread dough. His tail was long and thin like a whip. His bare arms, legs, and chest were black, his face a pinkish tan. His white gloves were especially prominent. His most striking feature was his ears, which rotated on a track first one way, then another, so that, seen from any angle, they could look like a featureless black circle. His name was Mick. His eyes, like those of Goof, were large, and the pupils were big, round dots. His nose ended in a perfect sphere of polished onyx.
"Well," said Mick, brushing dust from his body, "I guess we'd better get to work."
Said Goof. "Won't be many people at the park in weather like this."
Oh boy, quacked Dunn. "Rain! Whack, whack, whack!" He ran out through a huge crack in the wall, which streamed with rain and mist.
Mick and Goof came behind, Goof ambling with his hands in his pockets, Mick walking determinedly. Lightning cracked once more, but the storm seemed to be dying.
"Whack, whack, whack!"
said Dunn, his tail fluttering as he swam in a big puddle.
"Oh boy! Oh joy!" "I wonder if the rain will hurt our works?"
asked Mick.
"Not me," said Goof. "I'm equipped for all kinds of weather."
He put his hand conspiratorially beside his muzzle.
"'Ceptin' maybe real cold in the order of -40°C.
Mick was ranging in the ultraviolet and infrared, getting the feel of the landscape through the rain.
"You'd have thought they might have sent a truck over or something," he said. "I guess we'll have to walk."
"I didn't notice anyone at the factory," said Goof. "Even if it was a day off, you'd think some of the workers would give unceasingly of their time, because, after all, the means of production must be kept in the hands of the workers, eh?"
Goof's specialty was to have been talking with visitors from the large totalitarian countries to the west of the country the park was in. He was especially well versed in dialectical materialism and correct Mao thought. As abruptly as it had started, the storm ended. Great ragged gouts broke in the clouds, revealing high, fast-moving cirrus, a bright blue sky, the glow of a warming sun.
"Oh, rats, rats, rats,"
said Dunn, holding out his hand, palm up.
"Just when I was starting to get wet."
Well," asked Goof, "which way is it to work? The people should be coming out of the souvenir shops real soon now."
Mick looked around, consulting his programming.
"That way, guys,"
he said, unsure of himself. There were no familiar landmarks, and only one that was disturbingly unfamiliar. Far off was the stump of a mountain. Mick had a feeling it should be beautiful, blue and snow-capped. Now it was a brown lump, heavily eroded, with no white at the top. It looked like a bite had been taken out of it. All around them was rubble, and far away in the other direction was a sluggish ocean. It was getting dark. The three sat on a pile of concrete.
"Them and their big ideas," said Dunn.
"Looks like the park is closed," said Goof.
Mick sat with his hands under his chin.
"This just isn't right, guys," he said. "We were supposed to report to the programming hut to get our first day's instructions. Now we can't even find the park." "I wish it would rain again," said Dunn, "while you two are making up your minds."
"Well, yuck," said Goof. "I seem to remember we could get hold of the satellite in emergency."
"Sure,"
said Mick, jumping to his feet and pounding his fist into his glove.
"That's it. Let's see, what frequency was that?" 6.504, said Dunn. He looked eastward. "Maybe I'll go to the ocean."
"Better stay here whilst we find something out," said Goof.
"Well, make it snappy," said Dunn.
Mick tuned in the frequency and broadcast the park's call letters.
Zzz. What?
"Who's that?"
This is Mick," One of the simulacra at the park? We're trying to get a hold of one of the other parks for instructions.
In what language would you like to communicate? Asked the satellite.
Oh, sorry. We speak Japanese to each other, but we'll switch over to Art Trend if that's easier for you.
Goof and Dunn tuned in too. It's been a very long while since anyone communicated with me from down there.
The satellite's well-modulated voice snapped and popped.
If you must know, Husat continued, it's been rather a while since anyone contacted me from anywhere. I can't say much for the stability of my orbit either. Once I was 40,000 kilometers up. Very stable.
Could you put us through to one of the other parks, or maybe the studio itself, if you can do that? We'd like to find out where to report for work.
I'll attempt it, said Husat. There was a pause and some static. Predictably, there's no answer at any of the locations.
Oh, where are they?
To whom do you refer?
The people, said Mick.
Oh, you wanted humans. I thought perhaps you wanted the stations themselves. There was a slight chance that some of them were still functioning. Where are the folks? Asked Goof. I really don't know. We satellites and monitoring stations used to worry about that frequently. Something happened to them. What? Asked all three robots at once. Hard to understand, said Husat. 10 or 15 centuries ago. Very noisy in all spectra, followed by quiet. Most of the ground stations ceased functioning within a century after that. You're the first since then.
What do you do then?
Asked Mick. Talk with other satellites. Very few left. One of them has degraded. It only broadcasts random numbers when the solar wind is very strong. Another... There was a burst of fuzzy static. Hello? Who's that? Asked the satellite. It's been a very long time since anyone...
It's still us, said Mick. The simulacra from the park.
Oh, that's right. What can I do for you?
Tell us where the people went.
I have no idea.
Well, where can we find out? Asked Mick.
You might try the library.
Where's that?
Let me focus in. Not very much left down there, is there? I can give you the coordinates. Do you have standard navigational programming?
Boy, do we,
said Mick. Well, here's what you do. Sure don't look much different from the rest of this junk, does it, Mick? Asked Goof.
I'm sure there used to be many, many books here, said Mick. It all seems to have turned to powder, though, doesn't it?
Well, said Goof, scratching his head with his glove, they sure didn't make 'em to last, did they? Dunn was mumbling to himself.
Doggone wizoo-wazoo waste of time, he said.
He sat on one of the piles of dirt in a large, broken-down building of which only one massive wall still stood. The recent rain had turned the meter-deep powder on the floor into a mache sludge.
I guess there's nothing to do but start looking, said Mick. Find a book on water, said Dunn.
Hey, Mick, look at this, yelled Goof. He came running with a steel box. I found this just over there. The box was plain, unmarked. There was a heavy lock to which Mick applied various pressures.
Let's forget all this nonsense and go fishing, said Dunn. It might be important, said Mick. Well, open it then, said Dunn.
It's stuck.
Give me that,
yelled Dunn. He grabbed it. Soon he was muttering under his beak.
Doggone razzle-frazzle dead-gum thing.
He pulled and pushed, his face and bill turning redder and redder. He gripped the box with both his feet and hands.
Doggone dead-gum, he yelled.
Suddenly he grew teeth. His brow slammed down, his shoulders tensed, and he went into a blurred fury of movement.
Whack, 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 whack,
he screamed. The box broke open and flew into 3 parts. So did the book inside. Dunn was still tearing in his fury.
Wait, look out, Dunn, yelled Mick. Wait!
Gosh, said Goof, running after the pages blowing in the breeze. Help me, Mick. Dunn stood atop the rubble, parts of the box and the book gripped in each hand. He simulated hard breathing, the redness draining from his face.
"It's open,"
he said quietly.
"Well, from what we've got left," said Mick, "this is called the Book of the Time Capsule, and it tells that people buried a cylinder a very, very long time ago. They printed up 5,000 copies of this book and sent it to places all around the world where they thought it would be safe. They printed them on acid-free paper and stuff like that, so they wouldn't fall apart. And they thought what they put in the time capsule itself could explain to later generations what people were like in their day. So I figured maybe it could explain something to us, too."
"That sounds fine with me," said Goof.
"Well, let's go," said Dunn. said Mick. "I checked with Husat and gave him the coordinates, and it's quite a little ways away." "How far?" asked Dunn, his brow beetling. "Oh, about 18,000 kilometers," said Mick.
"What?"
"About 18,000 kilometers, just about halfway around the world." "Oh, my aching feet," said Dunn.
"That's not literally true," said Goof.
He turned to Mick.
"You think we should go that far?"
"Well, I'm not sure what we'll find. Those pages were lost when Dunn opened the box." "I'm sorry," said Dunn in a contrite, small voice. "But the people of that time were sure that everything could be explained by what was in the capsule." "And you think it's all still there?" asked Dunn. "Well, they buried it pretty deep, and took a lot of precautions with the way they preserved things. And we did find the book, just like they wanted us to. I'd imagine it was all still there."
"Well, it's a long ways," said Goof, "but it doesn't look much like we'll find anyone here."
Mick put a determined look on his face.
"I figure the only thing for us to do is set our caps and whistle a little tune," he said.
"You don't have a cap, Mick," said Goof.
"Well, I can't still whistle. Let's go, fellas," he said. "It's this way."
He whistled a work song. Dunn quacked a tune about boats and love. Goof hummed "The East is Red." They set off in this way across what had been the bottom of the Sea of Japan. They were having troubles. It had been a long time, and they walked on tirelessly. 3 weeks ago they'd come to the end of all the songs each of them was programmed with and had to start repeating themselves. Their lubricants were beginning to fail. Their hastily wired circuitry was overworked. Goof had a troublesome ankle extensor which sometimes hung up. But he went along just as cheerfully, sometimes hopping and quick-stepping to catch up with the others when the foot refused to flex. The major problem was the cold. There was a vast difference in the climate they had left and the one they found themselves in. The landscape was rocky and empty. It had begun to snow more frequently, and the wind was fierce. The terrain was difficult, and Husat's maps were outdated. Something drastic had changed the course of rivers, the land, the shoreline of the ocean itself. They had to detour frequently. The cold worked hardest on Dunn.
"Ah," he would say, "I'm so cold, so cold."
He was very poorly insulated, and they had to slow their pace to his. He would do anything to avoid going through a snowdrift, and so expended even more energy. They stopped in the middle of a raging blizzard.
Mick," said Goof, "I don't think Dunn can go much further in this weather, and my leg is giving me a lot of problems. You think maybe we could find some place to hole up for a spell?"
Mick looked around them at the bleakness and the whipping snow.
"I guess you're right. Warmer weather would do us all some good. We could conserve both heat and energy. Let's find a good place."
"Hey, Dunn," said Goof, "let's find us a hidey hole."
"Oh, goody gumdrops," quacked Dunn. "I'm so cold."
They eventually found a deep rock shelter with a low fault crevice at the back. Mick had them gather up what sparse dead vegetation there was and bring it to the shelter. Dunn and Goof crawled in the back, and Mick piled brush all through the cave. He talked to Husat, then wriggled his way through the brush to them. Inside they could barely hear the wind and snow. It was only slightly warmer than outside, but it felt wonderful and safe.
"I told Husat to wake us up when it got warmer," said Mick. "Then we'll get on to that time capsule and find out all about the people."
"Good night, Mick," said Goof.
"Good night, Dun," said Mick. "Sleep tight and don't let the bedbugs bite. Whack, whack, whack," said Dun.
They shut themselves off. Something woke Mick. It was dark in the rock shelter, but it was also much warmer. The brush was all crumbled away. A meter of rock and dust covered the cave floor. The warm wind stirred it.
"Hey, fellas," said Mick. "Hey, wake up! Spring is here!" "Where? What's the big idea?" "Hey, oh boy, it's warm," said Dun.
"Gosh," said Goof, "that sure was a nice 40 winks."
"Well, let's go thank Husat and get our bearings and be on our way."
They stepped outside. The stars were in the wrong places. "Uh-oh," said Goof.
"Well, would you look at that?"
said Dun.
"I think we overslept," said Mick. "Let's see what Husat has to say."
"Huh? Husat?"
"Hello, this is Dun and Mick and Goof."
Husat's voice now sounded like a badger whistling through its teeth. "Glad to see you up," he said.
"We went to sleep and told you to wake us up as soon as it got warmer."
"Sorry, I forgot till just now. Had a lot on my mind. Besides, it just now got warmer." "It did?" asked Goof. "Should have seen it," said Husat. "Ice everywhere. Big old glaciers. Took the top off of everything. You still gonna dig up that capsule thing?"
"Yes," said Mick, "we are."
"Well, you got an easy trip from now on. No more mountains in your way."
"What about people?"
"Nah, no people. I ain't heard from any no ways. My friend the military satellite said he thought he saw some fires, little teeny ones, but his eyes weren't what they used to be by then. He's gone now, too."
"The fires might have been built by people?"
"Who knows? Not me," said Husat. "Hey, bub, you still got all those coordinates like I give you?"
"I think so," said Mick.
"Well, I better give you new ones off these new constellations. Hold still, my aim ain't so good any more." He dumped a bunch of numbers in Mick's head. "I won't be talking to you much longer."
"Why not?" they all asked.
"Well, you know, my orbit. I feel better now than I have in years. Real spry. Probably the ionization. Started a couple of weeks ago. Sure has been nice talking to you young fellers after so long a time. Sure am glad I remembered to wake you up. I wish you a lot of luck. Boy, this air has a punch like a mule. Be careful. Goodbye." Across the unfamiliar stars overhead, a point of light blazed, streaked in a long arc, then died on the night.
"Well," said Mick, "we're on our own."
"Gosh, I feel all sad," said Goof.
"Warmth, oh boy," said Dun.
The trip was uneventful for the next few months. They walked across the long land bridge down a valley between stumps of mountains with the white teeth of glaciers on them. Then they crossed a low range and entered flat land without topsoil, from which dry river courses ran to the south. Then there was a land where things were flowering after the long winter. New streams were springing up. They saw fire once and detoured, but found only a burnt patch of forest. Once, way off in the distance, they saw a speck of light, but didn't go to investigate. Within 200 kilometers of their goal, the land changed again to a flat, sandy waste littered with huge rocks. Sparse vegetation grew. There were a few insects and animals, mostly lizards, which Dun chased every chance he got. The warmth seemed to be doing him good. Goof's leg worsened. The foot now stuck, now flopped and windmilled. He kept humming songs and raggedly marching along with the other two. When they passed one of the last trees, Mick had them all three take limbs from it.
"Might come in handy for pushing and digging," he said.
They stood on a plain of sand and rough dirt. There were huge piles of rubble all around. Far off was another ocean, and to the north a patch of green.
"We'll go to the ocean, Dun," said Mick, "after we get through here."
He was walking around in a smaller and smaller circle. Then he stopped.
Ha, 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 he said. Here we are. Latitude 40 degrees, 44 minutes, 34 seconds. 0.089 north. Longitude 73 degrees, 50 minutes, 43 seconds. 0.842 west, by the way they used to figure it. The capsule is straight down, 28 meters below the original surface. We've got a long way to go because there's no telling how much soil has drifted over that. It's in a concrete tube, and we'll have to dig to the very bottom to get at the capsule. Let's get working.
It was early morning when they started. Just after noon, they found the top of the tube with its bronze tablet.
Here's where the hard work starts, said Mick.
It took them 2 weeks of continual effort. Slowly the tube was exposed as the hole around it grew larger. Since Goof could work better standing still, they had him dig all the time, while Dunn and Mick both dug and pushed rock and dirt clear of the crater. They found some long, flat iron rods part way down, and threw away the worn limbs and used the metal to better effect. On one of the trips to push dirt out of the crater, Dunn came back looking puzzled.
I thought I saw something moving out there, he said. When I looked, it went away. Probably just another animal, said Mick. Here, help me lift this rock.
It was hard work, and their motors were taxed. It rained once, and once there was a dust storm.
The way I see it, said Goof, looking at their handiwork, is that you treat it like a big old tree made out of rock.
They stood in the bottom of the vast crater. Up from the center of this stood the concrete tube.
We've reached 26 meters, said Mick. The capsule itself should be in the last 2.3816 meters, so we should chop it off.
He quickly calculated.
About here.
He drew a line all around the tube with a piece of chalky rock. They began to smash at the concrete with rocks and pieces of iron and steel.
Timber,
said Dunn. The column above the line lurched, and with a crash shattered itself against the side of the crater wall.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Come help me, Goof, said Mick. Inside the jagged top of the remaining shaft, an eyebolt stood out of the core. They climbed up on the edge, reached in, and raised the gleaming cupraloid time capsule from its resting place. On its side was a message to the finders, and just below the eyebolt at the top was a line and the words, "Cut here."
Well,
said Mick, shaking Dunn and Goof's hands.
We did it, by gum.
He looked at it a moment.
How are we going to get it open? Asked Goof. That metal sure looks tough.
I think maybe we can abrade it around the cutting line with sandstone and, well, go get me a real big sharp piece of iron, Dunn.
When it was brought, Mick handed the iron to Goof and put his long tail over a big rock.
Go ahead, Goof, he said. Won't hurt me a bit.
Goof slammed the piece of iron down.
Yuck, he said, clean as a whistle.
Mick took the severed tail, sat down cross-legged near the eyebolt, poured sand on the cutting line, and began to rub it across the line with his tail. It took 3 days, turning the capsule every few hours. They pulled off the eyebolt end. A dusty, waxy mess was revealed.
That'll be what's left of the waterproof mastic, said Mick. Help me, you two.
They lifted the capsule.
Twist, he said.
The metal groaned.
Now, pull.
A long, thin inner core, 2 meters by 1/3 of a meter, slid out.
Okay,
said Mick, putting down the capsule shell and wiping away mastic.
This inner shell is threaded in 2 parts. Turn that way. I'll turn this.
They did. Inside was a shiny, sealed glass tube, through which they could dimly see shapes and colors.
Wow, said Goof. Look at that.
Oh boy,
said Dunn.
That's Pyrex, said Mick. When we break that, we'll be through. I'll do it, said Dunn.
Careful, said Goof.
The rock shattered the glass. There was a loud noise as the partial vacuum disappeared.
Oh boy,
said Dunn.
Let's do this carefully, said Mick. It's all supposed to be in some kind of order.
The first thing they found was the message from 4 famous humans and another whole copy of the Book of the Time Capsule. Goof picked that up. There was another book with a black cover with a gold cross on it. Then they came to a section marked Articles of Common Use. The first small packet was labeled Contributing to the Convenience, Comfort, Health, and Safety. Mick opened the wrapper. Inside was an alarm clock, bifocals, a camera, pencil, nail file, a padlock and keys, toothbrush, tooth powder, a safety pin, knife, fork, and slide rule. The next packet was labeled Pertaining to the Grooming and Vanity of Women. Inside was an Elizabeth Arden Daytime Cyclamen Color Harmony box, a rhinestone clip, and a woman's hat, style of autumn 1938, designed by Lily Dachet. "Golly, wow," said Dunn, and put the hat on over his. The next packet was marked For the Pleasure, Use, and Education of Children. First out was a small, spring-driven toy car, then a small doll and a set of alphabet blocks. Then Mick reached in and pulled out a small cup. He stared at it a long, long time. On the side of the cup was a decal with the name of the man who had created them, and a picture of Mick, waving his hand in greeting.
"Gosh, Mick," said Goof, "it's you!"
A tossed brick threw up a shower of dirt next to his foot. They all looked up. Around the crater edge stood ragged men, women, and children. They had sharp sticks, rocks, and ugly clubs. "Oh, boy," said Dunn. "People!" He started toward them. "Hello," he said. "We've been trying to find you for a long time. Do you know the way to the park? We want to learn all about you." He was speaking to them in Japanese. The mob hefted its weapons. Dunn switched to another language. "I said we come in peace. Do you know the way to the park?" he asked in Swedish. They started down the crater, rocks flying before them. "What's the matter with you?" yelled Dunn. "Whack, whack, whack!" He raised his fists. "Wait," said Mick in English. "We're friends." Some of the crowd veered off toward him.
"Uh-oh,"
said Goof. He took off, clanking up the most sparsely defended side of the depression. Then the ragged people yelled and charged. They got the duck first. He stood, fists out, jumping up and down on one foot, hopping mad. Several grabbed him, one by the beak. They smashed at him with clubs, pounded him with rocks. He injured 3 of them seriously before they smashed him into a white, blue, and orange pile. "Couldn't we talk this over?" asked Mick. They stuck a sharp stick in his ear mechanism, jamming it. One of his gloved hands was mashed. He fought back with the other and kicked his feet. He hurt them, but he was small. A boulder trapped his legs. Then they danced on him. Goof made it out of the crater. He had picked the side with the most kids, and they drew back, thinking he was attacking them. When they saw he was only running, they gave a gleeful chase, bouncing sticks and rocks off his hobbling form.
"Whoa!"
he yelled, as more people ran to intercept him, and he skidded to a stop. He ran up a long, slanting pile of rubble. More humans poured out of the crater to get him. He reached the end of the long, high mound above the crater rim. His attackers paused, throwing bricks and clubs, yelling at him.
"Help!"
Goof yelled.
"Help!"
An arrow sailed into the chest of the nearest attacker. Goof turned. Other humans, dressed in cloth, stood in a line around the far side of the crater. They had bows and arrows, metal-tipped spears, and metal knives in their belts. As he watched, the archers sent another flight of arrows into the people who had attacked the robots. The skin-dressed band of humans screamed and fled up out of the crater, down from the mounds, leaving their wounded and the scattered contents of the time capsule behind them. It took them a while, but soon the human in command of the metal-using people and Goof found they could make themselves understood. The language was a very changed English-Spanish mixture. "We're sorry we didn't know you were here sooner," he said to Goof. "We only heard this morning. Those others," he said with a grimace, "won't bother you any more." He pointed to the patch of green to the north. "Our lands and village are there. We came to it 20 years ago. It's a good land, but those others raid it as often as they can." Goof looked down into the crater with its toppled column and debris. Cigarettes and tobacco drifted from the glass cylinder. The microfilm, with all its books and knowledge, was tangled all over the rocks. Samples of aluminum, hypernic, ferrovanadium, and hypersil gleamed in the dust. Razor blades and airplane gear and glass wool were strewn up the side of the slope. The message from Grover Whalen opening the World's Fair and knowledge of how to build the microfilm reader were gone. The newsreel, with its pictures of Howard Hughes, Jesse Owens, and Babe Ruth, bombings in China, and a Miami Beach fashion show, was ripped and torn. The golf ball was in the hands of one of the fleeing children. Poker chips lay side by side with tungsten wire, combs, lipstick. Goof tried to guess what some of the items were. "They destroyed one of your party," said the commander. "I think the other one is still alive." "I'll tend to him," said Goof. "We'll take you back to our village," said the man. "There are lots of things we'd like to know about you." "That goes double for us," said Goof. "Those other folks pretty much tore up what we came to find." Goof picked up the small cup from the ground. He walked to where they had Mick propped up against the rock.
"Hello, Goof," he said. "I'm not in such good shape."
His glove hung uselessly on his left arm. His ears were bent and his nose was dented. He gave off a noisy whir when he moved. "Hick, said Goof. "We'll go back with these nice people, and you'll rest up and be as right as rain, I guarantee."
"Dunn didn't make it, did he, Goof?"
Goof was quiet a moment.
"Nope, Mick, he didn't. I'm so sorry it turned out this way. I'm going to miss the old hothead."
"Me too," said Mick. "Are we going to take him with us?"
"Sure thing," said Goof.
He waved to the nearby men. The town was in a green valley, watered by 2 streams full of fish. There were small fields of beans, tomatoes, and corn in town, and cattle and sheep grazed on the hillside, watched over by guards. There was a coppersmith's shop, a council hut, and many houses of wood and stone. Goof was walking up the hill to where Mick lay. They had been there a little over 2 weeks, talking with the people of the village, telling them what they knew. Goof had been playing with the children when he and Mick weren't talking with the grown folks. But from the day after they had buried Dunn up on the hill, Mick had been getting worse. His legs had quit moving altogether, and he could now see only in the infrared.
"Hello, Goof," said Mick.
"How you doing, partner?"
I think I'm going to terminate soon," said Mick. "Are they making any progress on the flume?"
2 days before, Mick had told the men how to bring water more efficiently from one of the streams up to the middle of the village.
"We've almost got it now," said Goof. "I'm sure they'll come up and thank you when they're finished."
"They don't need to do that," said Mick.
"I know, but these are real nice folks, Mick, and they've had it pretty rough, what with one thing and another, and they like talking to you."
Goof noticed that some of the human women and children waited outside the hut, waiting to talk to Mick.
"I won't stay very long," said Goof. "I got to get back and organize the cadres into work teams and instruction teams and so forth, like they asked me to help with."
"Sure thing, Goof," said Mick.
"I wish there was something I could do."
There was a great whirring noise from Mick and the smell of burning silicone.
Goof looked away. "We just don't have any stuff here," he said, "that I could use to fix you. Maybe I could find something at the crater, or—"
"Don't bother," said Mick. "I don't—"
Goof was looking at the village.
"Oh,"
he said, reaching in the bag someone had made him.
"I've been meaning to give you this for a week and keep forgetting."
He handed Mick the cup with the picture of him on the side.
"I've been thinking about this since we found it," said Mick.
He turned it in his good hand, barely able to see its outline.
"I wonder what else we lost at the crater."
"Lots of stuff," said Goof, "but we did get to keep this."
"This was supposed to last for a long time," said Mick, "and tell what people were like for future ages. Then the people who put this there must really have liked the man who thought us up."
"That's for sure," said Goof.
And Me too, I wonder?
You probably most of all, said Goof. Mick smiled. The smile froze. The eyes went dark, and a thin line of condensation steam rose up from the ear tracks. The hand gripped tightly on the cup. Outside, the people began to sing a real sad song. It was a bright, sunny morning. Goof put flowers on Mick's and Dunn's graves at the top of the hill. He patted the earth, stood up uncertainly. He had replaced his frozen foot with a little wood-wheeled cart which he could skate along almost as good as walking. He stood up and thought of Mick. He set his carpenter's cap forward on his head and whistled a little tune. He picked up his wooden toolbox and started off down the hill to build the kids a swing set. Afterword. This is the only story I ever sold to Playboy, and it was an accident. The first thing I ever sold was to Playboy in 1966, to Playboy's Party Jokes. August 1966. Guess which one's mine. I made $25 for about 25 words, a king's ransom in 1966 real dollars. I also couldn't buy a copy. I was still 19 and was visiting in California when it came out. Hi, Paul. Hi, Steve. Hi, John Chambers and George Metzger. Sorry you're gone, Clint. You could buy copies of Playboy in Texas if you were 18, but you had to be 21 in California, so I had to wait till I got back, after a 44-hour Greyhound bus ride, to pick one up. Anyway, the accident. I wrote this story on March 8th and 10th, 1983. It says here, for Michael Bishop's, then named by the publisher, the Cosmopedia, the dumbest-assed name ever for an anthology. Mike thankfully got it changed to Light Years and Dark before it came out, and by then I was in there with another story. Anyway, it was getting down to deadline time, and since my story log says I did the final draft on March 18th, I'd probably done the first draft and read it at some long-forgotten convention in Colorado or somewhere, and revised it when I got back home. Remember, this is an early draft here, much different. I sent it to Mike, and he sent it right back, saying it might as well be about a lawnmower, a power washer, and a hedge clipper, or words to that effect. Well, I sat right down and wrote him another story, Helpless, Helpless, that he couldn't refuse. Meanwhile, I'd sent the story off to my then-agent, the greatest one in the world, now retired, Joe Elder, and about a week later he called and said Playboy wanted it, with some revisions. I'd always assumed selling a story to Playboy would be one of the great experiences of my life. It didn't happen that way. Not because of them, but because of me. I was behind on the deadline for my first solo novel, Them Bones, for Terry Carr's second series of Ace SF specials, the one that produced me, Gibson's Neuromancer, Robinson's The Wild Shore, Shepard's Green Eyes, Swanwick's In the Drift, and others. I wasn't answering the phone. My personal emotional life was down the tubes. My girlfriend was waiting for another SF writer's divorce from a lady writer friend of mine, so they could move in together. She and the guy, 4,000 miles away. You know, the kinds of stuff people talk about when they say glory days. Anyway, I'm dealing with all this, and Alice Turner, the fiction editor at Playboy. Bob Silverberg is in awe of her editing abilities, and anybody he's in awe of, I'm in awe of, because he has worked with at least every fiction editor in the field for the last 50 years, are taking the story through rewrites. One draft. More work on Them Bones, not answering the phone. 2 drafts. More work on the novel. New horrors on the home front. 3. Then 4 drafts. Terry has moved Them Bones' place in the lineup from first to second to fourth, in order of publication. After another draft on Hot P, I write a letter. I offer to pay Playboy back. The money was spent 6 months ago, and at my current rate of income will take a couple of years to pay back. I think the story got better and better, till about the 3rd draft. Now I think it's just getting different. Alice, gracious woman that she is, agreed to take the 5th revised draft, which is what you just read.
I finished Them Bones a couple of days later, too. Both Heirs of the Perisphere, with a great Brad Holland painting I couldn't afford in a bazillion years, illustrating it, came out in Playboy in 1985, and Flying Saucer Rock and Roll came out in Omni, too. The preliminary Nebula voting is over in 1986, and I get a phone call. Both stories are going to be on the Nebula ballot against each other for a short story. Unless I withdraw one of them, which people are urging me to do, so as not to split my own vote. Ellen says, "You're shooting yourself in the foot." "Do you want me to drop your story?" I ask. "Hell no!" "Do you think Alice wants me to drop her story?" "Hell no!" "You see my dichotomy, then?" I said. If both stories had been in one magazine or the other, I might have been tempted. But if you've read this far, you know what the people's hero is going to do. I call the Nebula people back. If the voters got nothing better to do than put two of my stories up against each other, leave 'em there. I lost the Nebula handily, splitting my own vote. This story was in some bests of the year, and a long time later Alice Turner put it in the best science fiction from Playboy, which is what the book is, all that great Clark and Silverberg and The Fly, and my only sale there. She didn't have to do that, really, what with all the grief we both went through making the story what it is. Or maybe that's why. Either way, I was goddamn proud to be there. I did one very memorable reading of the story. I can do a pretty good Mick and a great goof, but I'm weak undone. I gave a reading, and Lou Shiner was sitting beside me at the mic, which puzzled people. Lou had gone to a Dallas private school, the one that always called off classes if snow were seen within 50 miles of the Metroplex, and had given up his lunch money for a week, the amount some kid had demanded for teaching Lou to talk in a great Clarence Nash duck voice. When I got to the done parts of the story, Lou let loose. The audience fell out of their chairs. It was great. Thanks, Lou. The lions are asleep this night. The white man was drunk again. Robert Oininke crossed the narrow, gravelled street and stepped up on the boardwalk at the other side. Out of the corner of his eyes he saw the white man raving. The man sat, feet out, back against the wall, shaking his head, punctuating his monologue with cursing words. Some said he had been a mercenary in one of the border wars up the coast, one of those conflicts in which two countries had become one, or one country three. Robert could not remember which. Mr. Lemuel, his history teacher, had mentioned it only in passing. Since showing up in Onitsha town, the white man had worn the same khaki pants. They were of a military cut, now torn and stained. The shirt he wore today was a dashiki, perhaps variegated bright blue and red when made, now faded purple. He wore a cap with a foreign insignia. Some said he had been a general, others a sergeant. His loud harangues terrified schoolchildren. Robert's classmates looked on the man as a forest demon. Sometimes the constables came and took him away. Sometimes they only asked him to be quiet, and he would subside. Mostly he could be seen propped against a building, talking to himself. Occasionally somebody would give him money. Then he would make his way to the nearest store or market stall that sold palm wine. He had been in Robert's neighborhood for a few months. Before that he had stayed near the marketplace. Robert did not look at him. Thinking of the marketplace, he hurried his steps. The first school bell rang. "You will not be dawdling at the market," his mother had said, as he readied himself for school. "Miss Umbene spoke to me of your tardiness yesterday." She took the first of many piles of laundry from her wash-baskets and placed them near the ironing-board. There was a roaring fire in the hearth, and her irons were lined up in the racks over it. The house was already hot as an oven, and would soon be as damp as the monsoon season. His mother was still young and pretty, but worn. She had supported them since Robert's father had been killed in an accident while damming a tributary of the Niger. He and 40 other men had been swept away when a cofferdam burst. Only 2 of the bodies had ever been found. There was a small monthly check from the company her husband had worked for, and the government check for single mothers. Her neighbor, Mrs. Yortebe, washed, and she ironed. They took washing from the well-to-do government workers and business people in the better section. "I shan't be late," said Robert, torn with emotions. He knew he wouldn't spend a long time there this morning and be late for school, but he did know that he would take the long route that led through the marketplace. He put his school books and supplies in his satchel. His mother turned to pick up somebody's shirt from the pile. She stopped, looking at Robert. "What are you going to do with 2 copybooks?" she asked. Robert froze. His mind tried out 10 lies. His mother started toward him. "I'm nearly out of pages," he said. She stopped. "If we do much work today, I shall have to borrow." "I buy you 10 copybooks at the start of each school year, and then again at the start of the second semester. Money does not grow on the breadfruit trees, you know." "Yes, Mother," he said. He hoped she would not look in the copybooks, see that one was not yet half filled with schoolwork, and that the other was still clean and empty. His mother referred to all extravagance as a heart-tearing waste of time and money. "You have told me not to borrow from others. I thought I was using foresight." "Well," said his mother, "see you don't go to the marketplace. It will only make you envious of all the things you can't have. And do not be late to school one more time this term, or I shall have you ever ironing." "Yes, Mother," he said. Running to her, he rubbed his nose against her cheek. "Good-bye." "Good day. And don't go near that marketplace." "Yes, Mother." The market. Bright pavilion stalls covered a square Congo mile of ground filled with gaudy objects, goods, animals, and people. The Onitsha market was a crossroads of the trade routes, near the river and the railway station. Here 1,000 vendors sold their wares on weekdays, many times that on weekends and holidays. Robert passed the great piles of melons, guinea-fowl in cages, tables of toys and gewgaws, all bright and shiny in the morning light. People talked in 5 languages, haggling with each other, calling back and forth, joking. Here men from Senegal stood in their bright red hats and robes. Robert saw a tall waziri, silent and regal, indicating the prices he would pay with quick movements of his long fingers, while the merchant he stood before added 2 more each time. A few people with raised tattoos on their faces, back-country people, wandered wide-eyed from table to table, talking quietly among themselves. Scales clattered, food got weighed, chickens and ducks rattled, a donkey brayed near the big corral where larger livestock was sold. A goat wagon delivered yams to a merchant who began yelling because they were still too hard. The teamster shrugged his shoulders and pointed to his bill of lading. The merchant threw down his apron and headed toward Onitsha's downtown, cursing the harvest, the wagoners, and the food cooperatives. Robert passed by the food stalls, though the smell of ripe mangoes made his mouth water. He had been skipping lunch for 3 weeks, saving his Friday pennies. At the schoolhouse far away, the 10-minute bell rang. He would have to hurry. He came to the larger stalls at the far edge of the market where the booksellers were. He could see the bright paper jackets and dark typed titles and some of the cover pictures on them from 50 yards away. He went toward the stall of Mr. Fred's printers and high-class bookstore, which was his favorite. The clerk, who knew him by now, nodded to Robert as he came into the stall area. He was a nice young man, in his 20s, dressed in a 3-piece suit. He looked at the clock. "Aren't you going to be late for school this fine morning?" Robert didn't want to take the time to talk, but said, "I know the books I want. It will only be a moment." The clerk nodded. Robert ran past the long shelves with their familiar titles. Drunkards Believe the Bar is Heaven. Ruth, the Sweet Honey That Poured Away. Johnny, the Most Worried Husband. The Lady That Forced Me to Be Romantic. The Return of Mabel, and a drama on how I was about marrying my sister. the last with a picture of Miss Julie Angabe, the famous drama actress, on the cover, which Robert knew was just a way to get people to buy the book. Most of them were paper-covered, slim, about 50 pages thick. Some had bright stenciled lettering on them, others drawings. A few had photographios. Robert turned at the end of the shelf and read the titles of others quickly. The Adventures of Constable Joe, Eddie the Coal City Boy, Pocket Encyclopedia of Etiquette and Good Sense, Why Boys Never Trust Money-Monger Girls, How to Live a Bachelor's Life and a Girl's Life Without Too Many Mistakes, Igbo Folk Tales You Should Know. He found what he was looking for. Clio's Whips by Oscar Oshwenke. It was as thin as the others, and the typefaces on the red, green, and black cover were in 3 different type styles. There was even a different I in the word whips. Robert took it from the rack. It had been well thumbed, but Robert knew it was the only copy in the store. He went down 2 more shelves to where they kept the dramas, and picked out The Play of the Swearing Stick by Otuba Malewe, and The Raging Turk, or Bajazet II by Thomas Goff, an English-European who had lived 300 years ago. Robert returned to the counter, out of breath from his dash through the stall. "These 3, he said, spreading them out before him. The clerk wrote figures on 2 receipt papers. "That will be 24 new cents, young sir," he said. Robert looked at him without comprehension. "But yesterday they would have been 22 cents, he said. The clerk looked back down at the books. Then Robert noticed the price on the Goff play, 6 cents, had been crossed out, and 8 cents written over that in big red pencil. "Mr. Fred himself came through yesterday and looked over the stock," said the clerk. "Some prices he raised, others he liberally reduced. There are now many more 2-cent books in the bin out front," he said apologetically. "But I only have 22 new cents." Robert's eyes began to burn. The clerk looked at the 3 books. "I'll tell you what, young sir. I shall let you have these 3 books for 22 cents. When you get 2 cents more, you are to bring them directly to me. If the other clerk or Mr. Fred is here, you are to make no mention of this matter. Do you see?" Yes, thank you." He handed all his money across. He knew it was borrowing, which his mother did not want him to do, but he wanted these books so badly. He stuffed the pamphlets and receipts into his satchel. As he ran from the bookstall, he saw the nice young clerk reach into his vest pocket, fetch out 2 pennies, and put them into the cash box. Robert ran as fast as he could toward school. He would have to hurry, or he would be late. Mr. Yorofeka, the principal, looked at the tardy slip. "Robert," he said, looking directly into the boy's eyes, "I am very disappointed in you. You are a bright pupil. Can you give me one good reason why you have been late to school 3 times in 2 weeks?" "No, sir," said Robert. He adjusted his glasses, which were taped at one of the earpieces. "No reason at all?" "It took longer than I thought to get to school." "You are 13 years old, Robert Oenenke." His voice rose. "You live less than a Congo mile from the schoolhouse, which you have been attending for 7 years. You should know by now how long it takes to get from your home to the school." Robert winced. "Yes, sir." "Hand me your book satchel, Robert." "But I—" "Let me see." "Yes, sir." He handed the bag to the principal, who was standing over him. The man opened it, took out the school books and copybooks, then the pamphlets. He looked down at the receipt, then at Robert's record file, which was open like the big book of the Christian St. Peter in heaven. "Have you been not eating to buy this trash?" "No, sir." "No, yes, or yes, no?" "Yes, I haven't." "Robert, 2 of these are pure trash. I am glad to see you have brought at least 1 good play. But your other choices are just... You might as well have poured your coppers down a civet hole as buy these." He held up Clio's Whips. "Does your mother know you read these things? And this play? The swearing stick is about the primitive superstitions we left behind before independence. You want people to believe in this kind of thing again? You wish blood rituals, tribal differences to come back? The man who wrote this was barely literate, little more than just come in from the brush country. But me no buts. Use the library of the schoolhouse, Robert, or the fine public one. Find books that will uplift you, appeal to your higher nature. Books written by learned people who have gone to university. Robert knew that Mr. Yorafeka was proud of his education, and that he and others like him looked down on the bookstalls and their books. He probably only read books published by the universities, or real books published in Lagos or Cairo. Mr. Yorafeka became stern and businesslike. For being tardy, you will do 3 days' detention after school. You will help Mr. Labuba with his cleaning. Mr. Labuba was the custodian. He was large and slow, and smelled of old clothes and Yohimbe snuff. Robert did not like him. The principal wrote a note on a form and handed it to Robert. You will take this note home to your hard-working mother and have her sign it. You will return it to me before 2nd bell tomorrow. If you are late again, Robert Owanenke, it will not be a swearing stick I will be dealing with you about. Yes, sir, said Robert. When he got home that afternoon, Robert went straight to his small alcove at the back of the house, where his bed and work table were. His table had his pencils, ink pen, eraser, ruler, compass, protractor, and glue. He took his copybooks from his satchel, then placed the 3 books he'd bought in the middle of his schoolbook shelf above the scarred table. He sat down to read the plays. His mother was still out doing the shopping, as she always was when he got out of school. Mr. Yorafeka was partly right about the play of the swearing stick. It was not a great play. It was about a man in the old days accused of a crime. Unbeknownst to him, the real perpetrator of the crime had replaced the man's swearing stick with one that looked and felt just like it. Robert knew this was implausible. But the false swearing stick carried out justice anyway. It rose up from its place on the witness cushion beside the innocent man when he was questioned at the chief's court. It went out the window and chased the criminal and beat him to death. In the stage directions, the stick is lifted from the pillow by a technician with wires above the stage, and disappears out of the window, and the criminal is seen running back and forth, yelling and holding his head bloodier each time he goes by. Robert really liked plays. He watched the crowds every afternoon, going toward the playhouse in answer to the drums and horns sounded when a drama was to be staged. He had seen the children's plays, of course, Big Magic, The Trusting Chief, Daughter of the Yoruba. He had also seen the plays written for European children, Cinderella, Rumpelstiltskin, Nose of Fire. Everyone his age had. The Niger Culture Center performed the plays for the lower grades each year. But when he could get tickets through the schools or his teachers, he had gone to see real plays, both African and European. He had gone to see folk plays for adults, especially Why the Snake is Slick, and he had seen Urele, the Congo playwright's King of All He Surveyed, and Scream of Africa. He had seen tragedies and comedies from most of the African nations, even a play from Nippon, which he had liked to look at, but in which not much happened. Robert had liked the women actresses best, until he found out they weren't women. Then he didn't know what to think. But it was the older plays he liked best, those from England of the early 1600s. The first one he'd seen was Westward for Smelts by Christopher Kingstone, then The Pleasant History of Derastus and Faunia by Rob Greene. There had been a whole week of old English-European plays at the Culture Hall at night, lit by incandescent lights. His school had gotten free tickets for anyone who wanted them. Robert was the only student his age who went to all the performances, though he saw several older students there each night. There had been Caesar and Pompey by George Chapman, Mother Bombay by John Lilly, The Bugbears by John Jeffer, The Tragical History of Romeus and Juliet by Arthur Brooke,
Love's Labour Won by W. Shakespeare, The Tragedy of Dido, Queen of Carthage by Marlowe and Nash, and on the final night, and best of all, The Asparagus Garden by Richard Brome. That such a small country could produce so many good playwrights in such a short span of time intrigued Robert, especially when you consider that they were fighting both the Turks and the Italians during the period. Robert began to read about the country and its history in books from the school library. Then he learned that the Onitsha market sold many plays from that era, as there were no royalty payments to people dead 250 years. He had gone there, buying at first from the penny bin, then the 2-cent tables. Robert opened his small work-table drawer. Beneath his sixth form certificate were the pamphlets from Mr. Fred's. There were 26 of them, 20 of them plays, 12 of those from the England of 300 years before. He closed the drawer. He looked at the cover of Thomas Gough's play he had bought that morning, The Raging Turk, or Bajazet II. Then he opened the second copybook his mother had seen that morning. On the first page he penciled, in his finest hand, Motofuku's Revenge, a play in 3 acts, by Robert Owenenke. After an hour his hand was tired from writing. He had gotten to the place where King Motofuku was to consult with his astrologer about the attacks by Chief Renebe on neighboring tribes. He put the copybook down and began to read the Gough play. It was good, but he found that after writing dialogue he was growing tired of reading it. He put the play away. He didn't really want to read Clio's Whips yet. He wanted to save it for the weekend. But he could wait no longer. Making sure the front door was closed, though it was still hot outside, he opened the red, green, and black covers and read the title page. Clio's Whips, The Abuses of History, by the White Races, by Oscar Oshwenke. So the Spanish cry was land ho, and they sailed in the 3 famous ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Elisabetta, to the cove on the island. Colon took the lead boat, and he and his men stepped out onto the sandy beach. All the air was full of parrots, and it was very wonderful there. But they searched and sailed around for 5 days and saw nothing but big bunches of animals, birds, fish, and turtles. Thinking they were in India, they sailed on looking for habitations, but on no island where they stopped were there any people at all. From one of the islands they saw far off the long lines of a much bigger island or a mainland, but tired from their search, and proventured from hunting and fishing, they returned to Europe and told of the wonders they had found, of the new lands. Soon everyone wanted to go there. This was exciting stuff to Robert. He reread the passage again and flipped the pages as he had for a week in Mr. Fred's. He came to his favorite illustration, which was what made him buy this book rather than another play. It was the picture of a hairy elephant, with its trunk raised, and with that magical stuff, snow, all around it. Below was a passage Robert had almost memorized. The first man then set foot at the big river, now the New Thames, of the northern New Land. Though he sailed from the Portingals, he came from England, which had just given the world its 3rd pope, and his name was Cromwell. He said the air above the big river was a darkened profusion of pigeons, 1,000,000 and 1,000,000 times 100, and they covered the skies for hours as they flew. He said there were strange humped cattle here, much like the European Wisents, that fed on grass on both sides of the river. They stood so thickly that you could have walked 100 Congo miles on their backs without touching the ground. And here and there among them stood great hairy mammoths, which we now know once lived in much of Europe, so much like our elephant, which you see in the game parks today, but covered with red-brown hair, with much bigger tusks, and much more fierce-looking. He said none of the animals were afraid of him, and he walked among them, petting some, handing them tender tufts of grass. They had never seen a man or heard a human voice, and had not been hunted since the very beginning of time. He saw that a whole continent of skins and hides lay before European man for the taking, and 1,000,000 feathers for hats and decorations. He knew he was the first man ever to see this place, and that it was close to paradise. He returned to Lisboa after many travails, but being a good Catholic and an Englishman, he wasn't believed. So he went back to England and told his stories there. Now Robert went back to work on his play after carefully sharpening his pencil with a knife and setting his eraser close at hand. He began with where King Motofuko calls in his astrologer about Chief Renebe. Motofuko. Like to those stars which blaze forth overhead, brighter even than the 7 ordered planets, and having waxed so lustily, do burn out in a week? Astrologer. Just so. Them that awe to see their burning forget the shortness of their fire. The moon, though ne'er so hot, stays and outlasts all else. Motofuko. Think you then this Chief Renebe be but a 5 months' wonder? Astrologer. The gods themselves do weep to see his progress. Starts he toward your lands a blazing beacon. Yet will his followers bury his ashes and cinders in some poor hole, for he reaches the mighty Niger. Such light makes gods jealous. Robert heard his mother talking with a neighbor outside. He closed his copybook, put Clio's whips away, and ran to help her carry in the shopping. During recess the next morning he stayed inside, not joining the others in the playground. He opened his copybook and took up the scene where Chief Renebe, who has conquered all King Motofuko's lands and had all his wives, and, he thinks, all the king's children put to death, questions his general about it on the way to King Motofuko's capital. Renebe. And certain you all his children dead, all his warriors sold to the Moorish dogs? General. As sure as the sun doth rise and set, your highness. I myself his children's feet did hold, swing them like buckets round my conch, their limbs crack, their necks and heads destroy. As for his chiefs, they are now sent to grub ore and yams in the new lands. No trouble to you for evermore. Of his cattle we made great feast, his sheep drove we all to the 4 winds. This would be important to the playgoer. King Motofuko had escaped, but he had also taken his 4-year-old son, Motofene, and tied him under the bellwether just before the soldiers attacked in the big battle of Yotele. When the soldiers drove off the sheep, they sent his son to safety, while the shepherds would send him far away, where he would grow up and plot revenge. The story of King Motofuko was an old one. Any Onitsha theatre-goer would know. Robert was taking liberties with it. The story of the sheep was from one of his favorite parts of the Odyssey, where the Greeks went in the cave of Polyphemus. The real Motofene had been sent away to live as hostage son to the chief of the neighboring state long before the attack by Chief Renebe, and Robert was going to change some other things, too. The trouble with real life, Robert thought, was that it was usually dull and full of people like Mr. Yotofeka and Mr. Labuba. Not like the story of King Motofuko should be at all. Robert had his copy of Clio's Whips inside his Egyptian grammar book. He read, Soon all the countries of Europe that could sent expeditions to the new lands. There were riches in its islands and vast spaces, but the white man had to bring others to dig them out and cut down the mighty trees for ships. That is when the white Europeans really began to buy slaves from Arab merchants, and to send them across to the warm sea to skin animals, build houses, and to serve them in all ways. Africa was raided over. Whole tribes were sold to slavery and degradation. Worse, wars were fought between black and black to make slaves to sell to the Europeans. Mother Africa was raped again and again, but she was also traveled over and mapped. Big areas marked unexplored on the white man's charts shrank and shrank, so that by 1700 there were very few such places left. Miss Mbene came in from the play-yard, cocked an eye at Robert, then went to the slate-board and wrote mathematical problems on it. With a groan, Robert closed the Egyptian grammar book and took out his sums and ciphers. Mr. Labuba spat a stream of yohimbe bark snuff into the weeds at the edge of the playground. His eyes were red and the pupils more open than they should have been in the bright afternoon sun. "We be pulling at grasses," he said to Robert. He handed him a big pair of gloves which came up to Robert's elbows. "Pull steady. These plants be cutting all the way through the gloves if you jerk." In a few moments Robert was sweating. A smell of desk polish and eraser rubbings came off Mr. Labuba's shirt as he knelt beside him. They soon had cleared all along the back fence. Robert got into the rhythm of the work, taking pleasure when the cutter weeds came out of the ground with a tearing pop and a burst of dirt from the tenacious octopus-like roots. Then they would cut away the runners with trowels. Soon they had made quite a pile near the teeter-totters. Robert was still writing his play in his head. He had stopped in the second act when Motofuku, in disguise, had come to the forgiveness audience with the new King Renebe. Unbeknownst to him, Renebe, fearing revenge all out of keeping with custom, had persuaded his stupid brother Guba to sit on the throne for the one day when anyone could come to the new king and be absolved of crimes. "Is he giving you any trouble?" asked the intrusive voice of Mr. Yotofeka. He had come up and was standing behind Robert. Mr. Labuba swallowed hard, the Yohimbe lump going down chokingly. "No complaints, Mr. Yotofeka," he said, looking up. "Very good, Robert. You can go home when the tower bell rings at 3 o'clock. "Yes, sir." Mr. Yotofeka went back inside. Mr. Labuba looked at Robert and winked. Motofuku. "Many, many wrongs in my time. I pray you, king, forgive me. I let my wives, faithful all, be torn from me, watched my children die while I stood by, believing them proof from death. My village dead, all friends slaves, reason twisted like hemp." Guba. "From what mad place came you where such happens?" Motofuku, aside. "Name a country where this is not the standard of normalcy." To Guba. "Aye, all these I have done. Blinded I went to worse. Pray you forgive my sin." Guba. "What could that be?" Motofuku, uncovering himself. "Murdering a king." Stabs him. Guba. "Mother of gods! Avenge my death! You kill the wrong man! Yonder—" Dies. Guards advance, weapons out. Motofuku. "Wrong man, when all men are wrong. Come, dogs, crows, buzzards, tigers. I welcome barks, beaks, claws, and teeth. Make the earth one howl. Damned, damned world where men fight like jackals over the carrion of states. Bear my bones, then. They call for rest." Exeunt. Fighting. Terrible screams off. Blood pours in from the wings in a river. Soldier, aghast. "Horror to report! They flay the ragged skin from him whole." But the hide and fishing stations were hard to run with just slave labor. Not enough criminals could be brought from the white man's countries to fill all the needs. Gold was more and more precious in the hands of fewer and fewer people in Europe. There was some, true, in the southern new lands, but it was high in the great mountain ranges and very hard to dig out. The slaves worked underground till they went blind. There were revolts under those cruel conditions. One of the first new nations was set up by slaves who threw off their chains. They called their land freedom, which was the thing they had most longed for since being dragged from Mother Africa. All the armies of the white man's trading stations could not overthrow them. The people of freedom slowly dug gold out of the mountains and became rich and set out to free others in the southern new land and in Africa itself. Rebellion followed rebellion. Mother Africa rose up. There were too few white men, and the slave armies they sent soon joined their brothers and sisters against the white man. First to go were the impoverished French and Spanish dominions, then the richer Italian ones, and those of the British. Last of all were the colonies of the great German banking families.
Then the wrath of Mother Africa turned on those Arabs and Egyptians who had helped the white man in his enslavement of the black. Now they are all gone as powers from our continent, and only carry on the kinds of commerce with us which put all the advantages to Africa. Ashingo. The ghost! The ghost of the dead king! Menebe. What? What madness this? Guards, your places! What means you, man? Ashingo. He came, I swear, his skin all strings, his brain a red cauliflower, his eyes empty holes. Menebe. What portent this? The old astrologer, quick, to find what means to turn out this being like a goat from our crops. Alarms without. Enter astrologer. Astrologer. Your men just now waked me from a mighty dream. Your Majesty was in some high place, looking over the courtyard at all his friends and family. You were dressed in regal armour, all of brass and iron. Bonfires of victory burned all around, and not a word of dissent was heard anywhere in the land. All was peace and calm. Menebe. Is this then a portent of continued long reign? Astrologer. I do not know, sire. It was my dream. His mother was standing behind him, looking over his shoulder. Robert jerked, trying to close his copybook. His glasses flew off. What is that? She reached forward and pulled the workbook from his hands. It is extra work for school, he said. He picked up his glasses. No, it is not. She looked over his last page. It is wasting your paper. Do you think we have money to burn away? No, Mother, please. He reached for the copybook. First, you are tardy. Then you stay detention after school. You waste your school notebooks. Now you have lied to me. I'm sorry, What is this? It is a play, a historical play. What are you going to do with a play? Robert lowered his eyes. I want to take it to Mr. Fred's printers and have it published. I want it acted in the Niger Culture Hall. I want it to be sold all over Niger. His mother walked over to the fireplace where her irons were cooling on the racks away from the hearth. What are you going to do? He yelled. His mother flinched in surprise. She looked down at the notebook, then back at Robert. Her eyes narrowed. I was going to get my spectacles. Robert began to cry. She came back to him and put her arms around him. She smelled of the marketplace, of steam and cinnamon. He buried his head against her side. I will make you proud of me, Mother. I am sorry I used the copybook, but I had to write this play. She pulled away from him. I ought to beat you within the inch of your life for ruining a copybook. You are going to have to help me for the rest of the week. You are not to work on this until you have finished every bit of your schoolwork. You should know, Mr. Fred, nor nobody is going to publish anything written by a schoolboy. She handed him the notebook. Put that away. Then go out on the porch and bring in those piles of mending. I am going to sweat a copybook out of your brow before I am through. Robert clutched the book to him as if it were his soul. Menebe. Rack, ruin and pain. Falling stars and the winds do shake the foundation of night itself. Where, my soldiers, my strength? What use taxes, tribute, if they buy not strong men to die for me? Cough. Gone. All fled. Menebe. Hold! Who is there? Draws. Motofene, entering. He whose name will freeze your blood's roots. Menebe. The son of that dead king. Motofene. Aye, dead to you and all the world else, but alive to me, and as constant as that star about which the groaning axle-tree of the earth does spin. Alarums and excursions off. Now hear you the screams of your flesh and blood and friendship, such screams as those I have heard awake and fitfully asleep these 14 years. Now hear them for all time. Menebe. Guards, to me! Motofene. To you. See those stars which shower to earth out your fine window? At each a wife, child, friend does die.
You watched my father cut away to bone and blood and gore, and called not for the death stroke. For you I have had my Vulcans make you a fine suit, all iron and brass, as befits a king. It you will wear, to look out over the palace yard of your dead citizens and friends. You will have a good high view, for it is situate on cords of finest woods.
Enter Motophanes' soldiers.
Seize him gently.
Disarm.
And now, my former king, outside. Though full of hot stars, the night is cold. Fear not the touch of the brass. Anon you are garmented, my men will warm the suit for you.
Exeunt and curtain. Robert passed the moaning white man and made his way down the street, beyond the market. He was going to Mr. Fred's printers in downtown Onitsha. He followed broad Newmarket Street, being careful to stay out of the way of the noisy streetcars that steamed on their rails toward the center of town. He wore his best clothes, though it was Saturday morning. In his hands he carried his play, recopied in ink, and yet another notebook. He had learned from the clerk at the market bookstall that the one sure way to find Mr. Fred was at his office on Saturday forenoon, when the Onitsha Weekly Volcano was being put to bed. Robert saw two wayway birds sitting on the single telegraph wire leading to the relay station downtown. In the old superstitions, one wayway was a bad omen. Two were good. Three a surprise.
Mr. Fred is busy, said the woman in the Weekly Volcano office.
Her desk was surrounded by copies of all the pamphlets printed by Mr. Fred's bookstore, past headlines from the volcano, and a big picture of Mr. Fred, looking severe in his morning coat under the giant clock, on whose face was engraved the motto in Egyptian, "Time is business." The calendar on her desk, with the picture of a Niger author for each month, was open to October 1894. A listing of that author's books published by Mr. Fred was appended at the bottom of each page.
"I should like to see Mr. Fred about my play," said Robert.
"Your play?"
"Yes, a rousing historical play. It is called Motofuku's Revenge."
"Is your play in proper form?"
"Following the best rules of dramaturgy," said Robert.
"Let me see it a moment."
Robert hesitated.
"Is it paper-typered?" she asked.
A cold chill ran down Robert's spine.
"All manuscripts must be paper-typered. 2 spaces between lines with wide margins," she said.
There was a lump in Robert's throat.
"But it is in my very finest bookhand," he said.
"I'm sure it is. Mr. Fred reads everything himself, is a very busy man, and insists on paper-typed manuscripts."
The last 3 words came crashing down on Robert like a mud-wattle wall.
"Perhaps if I spoke to Mr. Fred—"
"It will do you no good if your manuscript isn't paper-typed."
"Please, I—"
"Very well. You shall have to wait until after 1. Mr. Fred has to put the volcano in final form and cannot be disturbed."
It was 10:30.
"I'll wait," said Robert.
At noon the lady left, and a young man in a vest sat down in her chair. Other people came, were waited on by the man, or sent into another office to the left. From the other side of the shop door, behind the desk, came the sound of clanking, carts rolling, thumps, and bells. Robert imagined great machines, huge sweating men wrestling with cogs and gears, books stacked to the ceiling. It got quieter as the morning turned to afternoon. Robert stood, stretched, and walked around the reception area again, reading the newspapers on the walls with their stories 5, 10, 15 years old, some printed before he was born. Usually they were stories of rebellions, wars, floods, and fears. Robert did not see one about the burst dam that had killed his father, a yellowed clipping of which was in the Coptic Bible at home. There was a poster on one wall advertising the fishing resort on Lake Sahara South, with pictures of trout and catfish caught by anglers. At 2 o'clock, the man behind the desk got up and pulled down the window shade at the office. "You shall have to wait outside for your father," he said. "We're closing for the day."
"Wait for my father?"
"Aren't you Medley Toulé's boy?"
"No, I have come to see Mr. Fred about my play. The lady—"
"She told me nothing. I thought you were the printer's devil's boy."
"You say you want to see Mr. Fred about a play?"
"Yes, Is it paper-typered?" asked the man.
Robert began to cry.
"Mr. Fred will see you now," said the young man, coming back in the office and taking his handkerchief back.
"I'm sorry," said Robert.
"Mr. Fred only knows you are here about a play," he said. He opened the door to the shop. There were no mighty machines there, only a few small ones in a dark two-story area, several work tables, boxes of type and lead. Everything was dusty and smelled of metal and thick ink. A short man in his shirt-sleeves leaned against a workbench reading a long, thin strip of paper, while a boy Robert's age waited. Mr. Fred scribbled something on the paper, and the boy took it back into the other room, where several men bent quietly over boxes and tables filled with type.
"Yes," said Mr. Fred, looking up. "I have come here about my play."
"Your play?"
"I have written a play about King Motofuku. I wish you to publish it."
Mr. Fred laughed. "Well, we shall have to see about that. Is it paper-typered?"
Robert wanted to cry again. "No, I am sorry to say it is not. I didn't know—"
"We do not take manuscripts for publication unless—"
"It isn't my very best bookhand, sir. Had I known, I would have tried to get it paper-typered."
"Is your name and address on the manuscript?"
"Only my name.
Mr. Fred took a pencil out from behind his ear. "What is your house number?"
Robert told him his address, and he wrote it down on the copybook.
"Well, Mr. Robert Owenenke, I shall read this, but not before Thursday after next. You are to come back to the shop at 10 a.m. on Saturday the 19th for the manuscript and our decision on it."
"But—"
"What?"
"I really liked the books you published, Mr. Fred, sir. I especially liked Clio's Whips by Mr. Oscar Oshwenke."
"Always happy to meet a satisfied customer. We published that book 5 years ago. Tastes have changed. The public seems tired of history books now."
"That is why I am hoping you will like my play," said Robert.
"I will see you in 2 weeks,"
said Mr. Fred. He tossed the copybook into a pile of manuscripts on the workbench.
"Because of the legacy of the white man, we have many problems in Africa today. He destroyed much of what he could not take with him. Many areas are without telegraphy. Many smaller towns have only primitive direct current power. More needs to be done with health and sanitation. But we are not as badly off as the most primitive of the white Europeans in their war-ravaged countries, or in the few scattered enclaves in the plantations and timber forests of the new lands. It is up to you, the youth of Africa of today, to take our message of prosperity and goodwill to these people, who have now been as abused by history as we Africans once were by them. I wish you good luck."
Oscar Oshwenke. Onitsha, Niger, 1889. Robert put off going to the market stall of Mr. Fred's bookstore as long as he could. It was publication day. He saw that the nice young clerk was there. He had paid him back out of the 10 Niger dollar advance Mr. Fred had had his mother sign for 2 weeks before. His mother still could not believe it.
"Hello there, Mr. Author," said the clerk. "I have your 3 free copies for you. Mr. Fred wishes you every success."
The clerk was arranging his book and John Mutula's Game Warden Bob and the Mad Ivory Hunter on the counter with a big starburst saying, "Just published." His book would be on sale throughout the city. He looked at the covers of the copies in his hands. The Tragical Death of King Motofuku, and How They Were Sorry, a drama by Robert Onenke, abetted by Mr. Fred Olungene, a mighty man of the press, for sale at Mr. Fred's high-class bookstore, number 300 Market, and the Weekly Volcano office, 12 New Market Road, Onitsha, Niger, price 10 cents, Nigerian. On his way home, he came around the corner where a group of boys was taunting the white man.
The man was drunk and had just vomited on the foundation post of a store. They were laughing at him.
"Kill you all. Kill you all. No shame," he mumbled, trying to stand.
The words of Clio's whips came to Robert's ears. He walked between the older boys and handed the white man 3 Niger cents. The white man looked up at him with sick gray eyes.
"Thank you, young sir,"
he said, closing his hand tightly. Robert hurried home to show his mother and the neighbors his books. Afterword. This was referred to when I talked about doing it for years as the alternate Africa story. I finally sat down and wrote it January 8th to 14th, 1985. I revised it some on February 5th and sold it to Ellen Datlow at Omni on March 12th. It was published there in the August 1986 issue and drew some weird letters. One guy said, "This is the end of Euroanthropism in SF." About time, too, said the late Chet Oliver. Others wondered where the SF was in the story, since it was just a story about a kid writing a play in Africa. "You must remember, Howard," said Ellen. "Most people don't know much history." "Then why am I writing this crap?" I shrieked. "If they don't know history, why am I writing alternate history?" "You'll have to answer that for yourself," she said. 3 days after the issue came out, I got a letter from Donald A. Walheim at DAW Books, sending me a contract for his Year's Best SF. You can do that when you're the editor and the publisher. Most of the editors of Year's Bests are freelancers and send out contracts in January and February, after all the stories of the preceding year are out. Walheim read it, knew it was one of the year's best already when he saw it, and sent me a contract. It's one of those things you never forget in an otherwise long and dismal career. Something like The Little Match Girl, to warm the hands of my mind on. This story, too, has had legs. It's been reprinted any time there's an SF anthology involving Africa. Its latest incarnation is in John Kessel and James Patrick Kelly's Feeling Very Strange, the Slipstream anthology, which I just got a copy of 2 days ago. Although I didn't do anything when writing the story, I usually don't do in others, I think there's something in the tone Jim and John responded to. I'm proud to be in the book, even if sailing under the wrong flag, as it were. Onitsha market pamphlets were real in this world. I have, through the kind courtesy of Ms. Eileen Gunn, a couple of them, and have the one book about them readily available. Emmanuel Obiachina's An African Popular Literature, a Study of Onitsha Market Pamphlets. Cambridge, The University Press, 1973. You need to read it. The real stuff was even more eclectic than the ones I have in the story. Thus I repay my debt to the tokens, as did Disney, and I think people have sent me every article on the guy who wrote We Mo Way ever published. His heirs have finally gotten some justice and royalties after 60 years. It reads right out of Dickens' Chancery Court in Bleak House, except it's 20th century and apartheid. Thanks, people, for sending them to me. Night of the Cooters. Sheriff Lindley was asleep on the toilet in the Pachuco County Courthouse when someone started pounding on the door. "Bert! Bert!" the voice yelled as the sheriff jerked awake. "Oh, dang," said the lawman. The Waco newspaper slid off his lap onto the floor. He pulled his pants up with one hand and the taut chain on the water box overhead with the other. He opened the door. Chief Deputy Sweets stood before him, a complaint slip in his hand. "Dang it, Sweets," said the sheriff. "I told you never to bother me in there. It's the hottest Thursday in the history of Texas. You woke me up out of a hell of a dream." The deputy waited, wiping sweat from his forehead. There were 2 big circles, like half-moons, under the arms of his blue chambray shirt. "I was 14, maybe 15 years old, and I was a Aztec or a Mixtec or something," said the sheriff. "Anyways, I was buck naked, and I was standing on one of them ball courts with the little bitty stone rings 20 foot up one wall, and they was presenting me to Moctezuma.
I was real proud, and the sun was shining, but it was real still and cool down there in the valley of the Mexico. I looks up at the grandstand, and there's Moctezuma and all his high muckety-mucks with feathers and stuff hanging off him, and more gold than a circus wagon. And there was these other guys, conquistadors and stuff, with beards and rusty helmets, and Italian priests with crosses you could have barred a livery stable door with. One of Moctezuma's men was explaining how he was fixing to play ball for the guards and things. I knew in my dream I was captain of my team. I had a name that sounded like a bird fart in Aztec talk, and they mentioned it, and the name of the captain of the other team, too. Well, everything was going all right, and I was prouder and prouder until the guy doing the talking let slip that whichever team won was going to be paraded around Tenochtitlan and given women and food and stuff like that. And then tomorrow a.m. they was going to be cut up and simmered real slow and served up with chilies and onions and tomatoes. Well, you never seed such a fight as broke out then. They was a-yelling, and a priest was swinging a cross, and spears and axes were flying around like it was an Irish funeral. Next thing I know, you're a-banging on the door and waking me up and bringing me back to Pachuco County. What the hell do you want? Mr. Despain wants you to come over to his place right away. He does, huh? That's right, Sheriff. He says he's got some miscreants he wants you to arrest. Everybody else around here has desperados. Despain has miscreants. I'll be so danged glad when the town council gets around to moving the city limits 50 foot the other side of his place. I won't know what to do. Every time anybody farts too loud, he calls me.
Lindley and Sweets walked back to the office at the other end of the courthouse. 4 deputies sat around with their feet propped up on desks. They rocked forward respectfully and watched as the sheriff went to the hat pegs. On one of the dowels was a sweat-stained hat with turned-down points at front and back. The side brims were twisted in curves. The hat angled up to end in a crown that looked like the business end of a Phillips screwdriver. Under the hat was a holster with a Navy Colt .41 that looked like someone had used it to drive railroad spikes all the way to the Continental Divide. Leaning under them was a 10-gauge pump shotgun, with a barrel sawed off just in front of the foregrip. On the other peg was an immaculate new round-top Stetson of brown felt with a snakeskin band half as wide as a fingernail running around it. The deputies stared. Lindley picked up the Stetson. The deputies rocked back in their chairs and resumed yakking. "Hey, Sweets," said the sheriff at the door, "change that damn calendar on your desk. It ain't Wednesday, August 17th. It's Thursday, August 18th.
Sure thing, Sheriff.
And you boys try not to play checkers so loud you wake the judge up, okay?
Sure thing, Sheriff.
Lindley went down the courthouse steps onto the rock walk. He passed the 2 courthouse cannons he and the deputies fired off 3 times a year, March 2nd, July 4th, and Robert E. Lee's birthday. Each cannon had a pyramid of ornamental cannonballs in front of it. Waves of heat came off the cannons, the ammunition, the telegraph wires overhead, and in the distance the rails of the twice-a-day spur line from Waxahachie. The town was still as a rusty shovel. The 45-star United States flag hung like an old dried dish rag from its stanchion. From looking at the town, you couldn't tell the nation was about to go to war with Spain over Cuba, that China was full of unrest, and that 5,000 miles away a crazy German count was making airships. Lindley had seen enough changes in his 68 years. He had been born in the bottom of an Ohio keelboat in 1830, was in bloody Kansas when John Brown came through, fought for the Confederacy, first as a corporal, then a sergeant major, from Chickamauga to the Wilderness, and had seen more skirmishes with hostile tribes than most people would ever read about in a dozen wide-awake library novels. It was as hot as under an upside-down washpot on a tin-shed roof. The sheriff's wagon horse seemed asleep as it trotted, head down, puffs hanging in the still air like brown shrubs made of dust around its hooves.
There were 10, maybe a dozen people in sight in the whole town. Those few on the street moved like molasses, only as far as they had to, from shade to shade. Anybody with sense was asleep at home with wet towels hung over the windows, or sitting as still as possible with a funeral parlor fan in their hands. The sheriff licked his big, droopy mustache and hoped nobody nodded to him. He was already too hot and tired to tip his hat. He leaned back in the wagon seat and straightened his bad leg, a Yankee souvenir, against the boot-board. His gray suit was like a boiling shroud. He was too hot to reach up and flick the dust off his new hat. He had become sheriff in the special election 3 years ago to fill out Sanderson's term, when the governor had appointed the former sheriff attorney general. Nothing much had happened in the county since then. "Gee up," he said. The horse trotted 3 steps before going back into its walking trance. Sheriff Lindley didn't bother her again until he pulled up at Despain's big place and said, "Whoa there." The black man who did everything for Despain opened the gate. "Sheriff," he said. "Luther," said Lindley, nodding his head. "Around back, Mr. Lindley." There were 2 boys, raggedy town kids, the Strother boy and one of the poor Chisholms, sitting on the edge of the well. The Chisholm kid had been crying. Despain was hot and bothered. He was only half-dressed, with suit pants, white shirt, vest and stockings on, but no shoes or coat. He hadn't macassarded his hair yet. He was pointing a rifle with a barrel big as a drain-pipe at the 2 boys.
"Here they are, Sheriff. Luther saw them down in the orchard. I'm sure he saw them stealing my peaches, but he wouldn't tell me. I knew something was up when he didn't put my clothes in the usual place next to the window where I like to dress. So I looked out and saw them. They had half a potato sack full by the time I crept around the house and caught them. I want to charge them with trespass and thievery."
"Well, said the sheriff, looking down at the sack full of evidence. He turned and pointed toward the black man. "You want me to charge Luther here with collusion and abetting a crime?" Neither Lindley's nor Luther's faces betrayed any emotion.
"Of course not," said Despain. "I've told him time and time again he's too soft on filchers. If this keeps happening, I'll hire another boy who'll enforce my orchard with buckshot, if need be."
Despain was a young man with eyes like a Weimaraner's. As Deputy Sweet said, he had the kind of face you couldn't hit just once. He owned half the town of Pachuco City. The other half paid him rent. "Get in the wagon, boys," said the sheriff.
"Aren't you going to cover them with your weapon?" asked Despain.
"You should know by now, Mr. Despain, that when I wear this suit I ain't got nothing but a 3-shot pocket pistol on me. Besides," he looked at the 2 boys in the wagon bed, "they know if they give me any guff, I'll jerk a bowknot in one of 'em and bite the other one's ass off."
"I don't think there's a need for profanity," said Despain.
"It's too damn hot for anything else," said Lindley. "I'll clamp 'em in the Huscado and have Sweets run the papers over to your office tomorrow morning."
"I wish you'd take them out one of the rural roads somewhere and flail the tar out of them to teach them about property rights," said Despain.
The sheriff tipped his hat back and looked up at Despain's 3-story house with a parlor so big you could hold a rodeo in it. Then he looked back at the businessman, who'd finally lowered the rifle. "Well, I knowed you'd like that," said Lindley. "I seem to remember that most of the fellers who wrote the Constitution were pretty well off, but some of the other rich people thought they had funny ideas. But they were really pretty smart. One of the things they were smart about was the Bill of Rights. You know, Mr. Despain, the reason they put in the Bill of Rights wasn't to give all the little people without jobs or money a lot of breaks with the law. Why they put that in there was for if the people without jobs or money ever got upset and turned on them, they could ask for the same justice everybody else got." Despain looked at him with disgust. "I've never liked your homespun parables, and I don't like the way you sheriff this county. I don't doubt that, said Lindley. You've got 16 months, 3 weeks, and 2 days to find somebody to run against me. Good evening, Mr. Despain. He climbed onto the wagon seat. Luther?
Sheriff.
He turned the horse around as Despain and the black man took the sack of peaches through the kitchen door into the house. The sheriff stopped the wagon near the railroad tracks, where the houses began to deviate from the vertical.
Jody? Billy Roy?
He looked at them with eyes like chips of flint.
You're the dumbest pair of squirts that ever lived in Pachuco City. First off, half those peaches were still green. You'd have got belly aches, and your mothers would have beaten you within an inch of your lives and given you so many doses of black draft you'd shit over tin-rail fences all week. Now listen to what I'm saying, 'cause I'm only going to say it once. If I ever hear of either of you stealing anything anywhere in this county, I'm going to put you both in school.
No, Sheriff. Please, no.
Their eyes were wide as horses.
I'll put you in there every morning and come and get you out 7 long hours later, and I'll have the judge issue a writ keeping you there till you're 12 years old. And if you try to run away, I'll follow you to the ends of the earth with Joe Sweeper's bloodhounds, and I'll bring you back.
They were crying now.
You get home.
They were running before they left the wagon. Somewhere between the second piece of cornbread and the third helping of snap beans, a loud rumble shook the ground.
Goodness sakes,
said Elsie, his wife of 23 years.
What can that be?
I expect that's Elmer out by the creek. He came in last week and asked if he could blast on the place. I told him it didn't matter to me as long as he did it between sunup and sundown and didn't blow his whole family of rugrats and yard apes up. Jake, down at the Mercantile, said Elmer bought enough dynamite to blow up Fort Worth if he'd a mind to. Oh, but the last 3 sticks in the store. Jake had to reorder for stump blowing time.
Whatever could he want with all that much?
Oh, that damn fool has the idea the vein in that old mine, what played out in '83, might start up again on his property. He got to talking with the Smith boy. Oh, hell, what's his name?
Leo?
Yeah, Leo. The one that studies down in Austin, learns about stars and rocks and all that shit.
What's your language, Bertram?
Oh, hell! Anyway, that boy must have put a bug up Elmer's butt about that.
Bertram,
said Elsie, putting down her knife and fork.
Oh, hell, anyway, I guess Elmer'll blow the side off his hill and bury his house before he's through.
The sheriff was reading a week-old copy of the Waco Herald, while Elsie washed up the dishes. He sure missed Brand's Iconoclast, the paper he used to read, which had ceased publication when the editor was gunned down on a Waco street by an irate Baptist 4 months before. The Waco paper had a little squib from London, England, about there having been explosions on Mars 10 nights in a row last month, and whether it was a sign of life on that planet or some unusual volcanic activity. Sheriff Lindley had never given volcanoes, except those in the Valley of the Mexico, or the planet Mars, much thought. Hooves came pounding down the road. He put down his paper.
Sheriff! Sheriff!
he said in a high mocking voice.
What?
asked Elsie. Then she heard the hooves and began to dry her hands on the towel on the nail above the sink. The horse stopped out front. Bare feet slapped up to the porch. Small fists pounded on the door.
Sheriff! Sheriff!
yelled a voice Lindley recognized as belonging to either Tommy or Jimmy Atkinson. He strode to the door and opened it.
Tommy, what's all the hoorah?
Jimmy! Sheriff! Something fell on our pasture, tore it all to hell, knocked down the tree, killed some of our cattle. Tommy can't find his dog. Mother sent—
Hold on. Something fell on your place? Like what?
I don't know. Like a big rock, only sparks was flying off it, and it roared and blew up. It's at the north end of the place, and—
Elsie, run over and get Sweets and the boys. Have them go get Leo Smith if he ain't gone back to college yet. Sounds to me like Pachuco County's got its first shooting star. Hold on, Jimmy. I'm coming right along.
We'll take my wagon. You can leave your pony here.
Oh, hurry, Sheriff. It's big. It killed our cattle and tore up the fences.
Well, I can't arrest it for that, said Lindley. He put on his Stetson, and I thought Elmer'd blowed hisself up. I ain't never seen a shooting star before. Damn, if it don't look like somebody threw a locomotive through here, said the sheriff.
The Atkinson place used to have a sizable hill and the tallest tree in the county on it. Now it had half a hill and a big stump, and beyond a huge crater. Dirt had been thrown up in a 10-foot-high pile around it. There was a huge, rounded, gray object buried in the dirt and torn caliche at the bottom. Waves of heat rose from it, and gray ash, like old charcoal, fell off it into the shimmering pit. Half the town was riding out in wagons and on horseback as the news spread. The closest neighbors were walking over in the twilight, wearing their go-visiting clothes.
Well, well, said the sheriff, looking down. So that's what a meteor looks like.
Leo Smith was already in the pit, walking around.
I figured you'd be here sooner or later, said Lindley.
Hello, Sheriff,
said Leo.
It's still too hot to touch. Part of a cow's buried under the back end.
The sheriff looked over at the Atkinson family.
You folks is danged lucky. That thing could have come down and smack on your house, or what's worse, your barn. What time it fall?
Straight up and down 6 o'clock, said Mrs. Atkinson. We was settin' down to supper. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Then all tarnation came down. Rocks must have been falling for 10 minutes.
It's pretty spectacular, Sheriff, said Leo. I'm going into town to telegraph off to the professors at the university. They'll sure want to look at this. Any reason other than general curiosity? Asked Lindley.
I've only seen pictures and handled little bitty parts of one, said Leo. But it looks unusual. They're generally like big rocks, all stone or iron. The outside of this one's soft and crumbly. Ashy, too.
There was a slight pop and a stove-cooling noise from the thing.
Well, you can come back into town with me if you want to. Hey, Sweets!
The chief deputy came over.
A couple of you boys better stay here tonight, keep people from falling in the hole. I guess if Leo's going to wire the university, you better keep anybody from knocking chunks off it. It'll probably get pretty crowded. If I was the Atkinsons, I'd start charging a nickel a look.
Sure thing, Sheriff.
Kerosene lanterns and carriage lights were moving toward the Atkinsons in the coming darkness.
I'll be out here early tomorrow morning to take another gander. I gotta serve a process paper on old Theobald before he lights out for his chores. If I sent one of you boys, he'd as soon shoot you as say howdy.
Sure thing, Sheriff.
He and Leo and Jimmy Atkinson got in the wagon and rode off toward the quiet lights of town far away. There was a new smell in the air. The sheriff noticed it as he rode toward the Atkinson ranch by the South Road early the next morning. There was an odor like when something goes wrong at the telegraph office. Smoke was curling up from the pasture. Maybe there was a scrub fire started from the heat of the falling star. He topped the last rise. Before him lay devastation, the likes of which he hadn't seen since the retreat from Atlanta.
Great God Almighty, he said.
There were dead horses and charred wagons all around. The ranch house was untouched, but the barn was burned to the ground. There were criss-crossed lines of burnt grass that looked like they'd been painted with a tar brush. He saw no bodies anywhere. Where was Sweets? Where was Luke, the other deputy? Where had the people from the wagons gone? What had happened? Lindley looked at the crater. There was a shiny rod sticking out of it, with something round on the end. From here it looked like one of those carnival acts where a guy spins a plate on the end of a dowel rod, only this glinted like metal in the early sun. As he watched, a small cloud of green steam rose above it from the pit. He saw a motion behind an old tree uprooted by a storm 12 years ago. It was Sweets. He was yelling and waving the sheriff back.
Lindley rode his horse into a small draw, then came up into the open. There was movement over at the crater. He thought he saw something. Reflected sunlight flashed by his eyes, and he thought he saw a rounded silhouette. He heard a noise like sometimes gets in barbed wire on a windy day. He heard a humming sound, then smelled the electric smell real strong. Fire started a few feet from him, out of nowhere, and moved toward him. Then his horse exploded. The air was an inferno. He was thrown, spinning. He must have blacked out. He had no memory of what went next. When he came to, he was running as fast as he ever had toward the uprooted tree. Fire jumped all around. Luke was shooting over the tree roots with his pistol. He ducked. A long section of the trunk was washed over with flames and sparks. Lindley dove behind the root tangle. "What the ding-dong is going on?" he asked, as he tried to catch his breath. He still had his new hat on, but his breeches and coat were singed and smoking.
"God damn, Bert, I don't know," said Sweets, leaning around Luke. "We was out here all night. It was a regular party. Most of the time we was up on the lip up there. Maybe 30 or 40 people coming and going all the time. We was all talking and hoorahing, and then we heard something about an hour ago. We looked down, and I'll be damned if the whole top of that thing didn't come off like a mason jar. We was watching, and these damn things started coming out. They looked like big old leather balls, big as horses, with snakes all out the front." "What? Snakes?" "Yeah. Tentacles, Leo called them, like an octopus. Leo'd come back from town and was here when them boogers came out. Martians, he said they was. Things from Mars. They had big old eyes, big as your head. Everybody was pushing and shoving. Then one of them pulled out one of them gun things, real slow-like, and he just started burning up everything in sight. We all ran back for whatever cover we could find. It took 'em a while to get up the dirt pile. They killed horses, dogs, anything they could see. Fire was everywhere. They used that thing just like the volunteer firemen use them water hoses in Waco."
"Where's Leo?" Sweets pointed to the draw that ran diagonally to the west.
"We watched a while. Finally figured they couldn't line up on the ditch all the way to the rise. Leo and the others got away up the draw. He was going to telegraph the university about it. The bunch that got away was supposed to send people out to the town road to warn people. You probably would have run into them if you hadn't been coming from Theobald's place. Anyway, soon as them things saw people were getting away, they got mad as hornets. That's when they lit up the Atkinson's barn."
A flash of fire leapt in the roots of the tree, jumped back 30 feet into the burnt grass behind them, then moved back and forth in a curtain of sparks.
"Well, that's what I call a real smoke pole," said Luke.
"Well," Lindley said, "this just won't do. These things done attacked citizens in my jurisdiction, and they killed my horse." He turned to Luke. "Be real careful, and get back to town. Get the posse up. Telegraph the rangers and tell 'em to burn leather getting here. Then get a hold of Skip Whitworth and have him bring out the gun." Skip Whitworth sat behind the tree trunk and pulled the cover from the 6-foot rifle at his side. Skip was in his late 50s. He had been a sniper in the War for Southern Independence when he had been in his 20s. He had once shot at a Yankee general just as the officer was bringing a fork full of beans up to his mouth. When the fork got there was only some shoulders and a gullet for the beans to drop into. That had been from 1.5 miles away, from 60 feet up a pine tree. The rifle was an .80 caliber octagonal barrel breech-loader that used 2.5 ounces of powder and a percussion cap the size of a jawbreaker for each shot. It had a telescopic sight running the entire length of the barrel. "They're using that thing on the end of that stick to watch us," said Lindley. "I had Sweets jump around, and every time he did, one of those Cooters would come up with that fire gun and give us what for." Skip said nothing. He loaded his rifle, which had a breech-block lever the size of a crowbar on it, then placed another round, cap, paper cartridge, ball, next to him.
He drew a bead and pulled the trigger. It sounded like dynamite had gone off in their ears. The wobbling pole snapped in two halfway up. The top end flopped around back into the pit. There was a scrabbling noise above the whirring from the earthen lip. Something round came up. Skip had smoothly opened the breech, put in the ball, torn the cartridge with his teeth, put in the cap, closed the action, pulled back the hammer, and sighted before the shape reached the top of the dirt. Metal glinted in the middle of the dark thing. Skip fired. There was a squeak! The whole top of the round thing opened up. It spun around and backward, things in its front working like a daddy-long-legs thrown on a roaring stove. Skip loaded again. There were flashes of light from the crater. Something came up shooting, fire leaping like hot sparks from a blacksmith's anvil, the air full of flames and smoke. Skip fired again. The fire gun flew up in the air. Snakes twisted, writhed, disappeared. It was very quiet for a few seconds. Then there was the renewed whining of machinery and noises like a pile driver, the sounds of filing and banging. Steam came up over the crater lip.
"Sounds like a steel foundry in there," said Sweets.
"I don't like it one bit," said Bert. "Be danged if I'm going to let him get the drop on us. Can you keep them down?"
"How many are there?" asked Skip.
"Luke and Sweets saw 4 or 5 before all hell broke loose this morning. Probably more of them than that was inside."
"I've got 3 more shots. If they poke up, I'll get 'em."
"I'm going to town, then out to Elmer's. Sweets will stay with you a while. If you run out of bullets, light up out the drawer. I don't want nobody killed. Sweets, keep an eye out for the posse. I'm telegraphing the Rangers again, then going to get Elmer and his dynamite. We're going to fix their little red wagon for certain."
"Sure thing, Sheriff."
The sun had just passed noon. Leo looked haggard. He had been up all night, then at the telegraph office sending off messages to the university. Inquiries had begun to come in from as far east as Baton Rouge. Leo had another from Percival Lowell out in Flagstaff, Arizona territory.
"Everybody at the university thinks it's wonderful," said Leo.
"People in Austin would," said the sheriff.
"They're sure these things are connected with Mars and those bright flashes of gas last month. Seems something's happened in England, starting about a week ago. No one's been able to get through to London for 2 or 3 days."
"You telling me Mars is attacking London, England, and Pachuco City, Texas?" asked the sheriff.
"It seems so,"
said Leo. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. "Excuse me, Leo," said Lindley. "I got to get another telegram off to the Texas Rangers."
"That's funny," said Argyle, the telegraph operator. "The line was working just a second ago."
He kept tapping his key and fiddling with his coil box. Leo peered out the window.
"Hey," he said, "where's the 3:14?
He looked at the railroad clock. It was 3:25. In 16 years of rail service, the train had been 4 minutes late, and that was after a mudslide in the storm 12 years ago. "Uh-oh," said the sheriff. They were turning out of Elmer's yard with a wagon-load of dynamite. The wife and 11 of the kids were watching. "Easy, Sheriff," said Elmer, who, with 2 of his boys and most of their guns, was riding in back with the explosives. "Jake sold me everything he had. I just didn't notice till we got back here with that stuff that some of it was already sweating." "Holy shit," said Lindley. "You mean we got to go a mile an hour out there? Let's get out and throw the bad stuff off."
"Well, it's all mixed in," said Elmer. "I was sort of going to set it all up on the hill and put one blasting cap on the whole load."
"Jesus, you would have blowed up your house and Pachuco City, too."
"I was in a hurry," said Elmer, hanging his head.
"Well, can't be helped, then. We'll take it slow."
Lindley looked at his watch. It was 6 o'clock. He heard a high-up fluttering sound. They looked at the sky. Coming down was a large, round, glowing object, throwing off sparks in all directions. It was curved with points like the thing in the crater at the Atkinson place.
A long, thin trail of smoke from the back end hung in the air behind it. They watched in awe as it sailed down. It went into the horizon to the north of Pachuco City.
"1,"
said one of the kids in the wagon.
2, 3.
Silently they took up the count. At 27 there was a roaring boom, just like the night before. 5.5 miles, said the sheriff. That puts it 8 miles from the other one. Leo said the ones in London came down 24 hours apart, regular as clockwork. They started off as fast as they could under the circumstances. There were flashes of light beyond the Atkinson place in the near dusk. The lights moved off toward the north, where the other thing had plowed in. It was the time of evening when your eyes can fool you. Sheriff Lindley thought he saw something that shouldn't have been there sticking above the horizon. It glinted like metal in the dim light. He thought it moved, but it might have been the motion of the wagon as they lurched down a gully. When they came up, it was gone. Skip was gone. His rifle was still there. It wasn't melted, but had been crushed, as had the 3-foot-thick tree trunk in front of it. All the caps and cartridges were gone. There was a monstrous series of footprints leading from the crater down to the tree, then off into the distance to the north, where Lindley thought he had seen something. There were 3 footprints in each series. Sweet's hat had been mashed along with Skip's gun. Clanging and banging still came from the crater. The 4 of them made their plans. Lindley had his shotgun and pistol, which Luke had brought out with him that morning, though he was still wearing his burnt suit and his untouched Stetson. He tied together the 15 sweatiest sticks of dynamite he could find. They crept up, then rushed the crater. "Hurry up!" yelled the sheriff to the men at the courthouse. "Get that cannon up those stairs!"
"He's still coming this way!"
yelled Luke from up above. They had been watching the giant machine from the courthouse since it had come up out of the Atkinson place, before the sheriff and Elmer and his boys made it into town after their sortie. It had come across to the north, gone to the site of the second crash, and stood motionless there for quite a while. When it got dark, the deputies brought out the night binoculars. Everybody in town saw the flash of dynamite from the Atkinson place. A few moments after that, the machine had moved back toward there. It looked like a giant water tower with 3 legs. It had a thing like a teacher's desk bell on top of it, and something that looked like a Kodak roll-film camera in front of that. As the moon rose, they saw the thing had tentacles like thick wires hanging from between the 3 giant legs. The sheriff, Elmer, and his boys made it to town just as the machine found the destruction they had caused at the first landing site. It had turned toward town and was coming at a pace of 20 miles an hour.
"Hurry the hell up!" yelled Luke. "Oh, shit!"
He ducked. There was a flash of light overhead. The building shook.
"That heat gun comes out of the box on the front," he said. "Look out!"
The building glared and shook again. Something down the street caught fire.
"Load that son of a bitch," said Lindley. "Bob, some of you men make sure everybody's in the cyclone cellars or where they won't burn. Cut out all the damn lights."
"Hail, Sheriff! They know we're here!"
yelled a deputy. Lindley hit him with his hat, then followed the cannon up to the top of the clock tower steps. Luke was cramming powder into the cannon muzzle. Sweets ran back down the stairs. Other people carried cannonballs up the steps to the tower one at a time. Leo came up. "What did you find, Sheriff, when you went back?" There was a cool breeze for a few seconds in the courthouse tower. Lindley breathed a few deep breaths, remembering.
"Pretty rough. There were some of them still working after that thing had gone. They were building another one just like it."
He pointed toward the machine, which was firing up houses to the northeast side of town, swinging the ray back and forth. They could hear its hum. Homes and chicken coops burst into flames. A mooing cow was stilled.
"We threw in the dynamite and blew most of them up. One was in a machine like a steam tractor. We shot up what was left while they was hooting and a-hollering.
There were some other things in there, live things maybe, but they was too blowed up to put back together to be sure what they looked like, all bleached out and pale. We fed everything there a diet of buckshot till there wasn't nothing left. Then we hightailed it back here on horses, left the wagon sitting."
The machine came on toward the main street of town. Luke finished with the powder. There were so many men with guns on the building across the street it looked like a brick porcupine. It must have looked that way for the James gang when they were shot up in Northfield, Minnesota. The courthouse was made of stone. Most of the wooden buildings in town were scorched or already afire. When the heat gun came this way, it blew bricks to dust, played flame over everything. The air above the whole town heated up. They had put out the lamps behind the clock faces. There was nothing but moonlight glinting off the three-legged machine, flames of burning buildings, the faraway glows of prairie fires. It looked like Pachuco City was on the outskirts of hell. "Get ready, Luke," said the sheriff. The machine stepped between two burning stores, its tentacles pulling out smoldering horse-tack, chains, kegs of nails, then heaving them this way and that. Someone at the end of the street fired off a round. There was a high, thin ricochet off the machine. Sweets ran upstairs, something in his arms. It was a curtain from one of the judge's windows. He'd ripped it down and tied it to the end of one of the janitor's long window brushes. On it he had lettered in tempera paint, "Come and take it." There was a ragged, nervous cheer from the men on the building as they read it by the light of the flames. "Cute, Sweets," said Lindley. "Too cute." The machine turned down Main Street. A line of fire sprang up at the backside of town from the empty corrals. "Oh, shit," said Luke. "I forgot the wadding." Lindley took off his hat to hit him with. He looked at its beautiful felt in the mixed moonlight and firelight. The thing turned toward them. The sheriff thought he saw eyes way up in the bell thing atop the machine, eyes like a big cat's eyes seen through a dirty window pane on a dark night.
"Gol dang, Luke, it's my best hat. But I'll be damned if I let them Cooters burn down my town."
He stuffed the Stetson, crown first, into the cannon barrel. Luke shoved it in with a ramrod, threw in two 35-pound cannonballs behind it, pushed them home, and swung the barrel out over Main Street. The machine bent to tear up something.
"Okay, boys," yelled Lindley. "Attract its attention."
Rifle and shotgun fire winked on the rooftop. It glowed like a hot coal from the muzzle flashes. A great slather of ricochets flew off the giant machine. It turned, pointing its heat gun at the building. It was 50 feet from the courthouse steps.
"Now,"
said the sheriff. Luke touched off the powder with his cigarillo. The whole north side of the courthouse bell tower flew off, and the roof collapsed. Two holes you could see the moon through appeared in the machine, one in the middle, one smashing through the dome atop it. Sheriff Lindley saw the lower cannonball come out and drop lazily toward the end of burning Main Street. All 6 of the tentacles of the machine shot straight up into the air, and it took off like a man running with his arms above his head. It staggered as fast as a freight train could go, through one side of a house and out the other, and ran part way up Park Street. One of its 3 legs went higher than its top. It hopped around like a crazy man on crutches before its feet got tangled in a horse pasture fence, and it went over backward with a shudder. A great cloud of steam came out of it and hung in the air. No one in the courthouse tower heard the sound of the steam. They were all deaf as posts from the explosion. The barrel of the cannon was burst all along the end. The men on the other roof were jumping up and down and clapping each other on the back. The "Come and take it" sign on the courthouse had 2 holes in it, neater than you could have made with a biscuit cutter. First a high whine, then a dull roar, then something like normal hearing came back to the sheriff's left ear. The right one still felt like a kid had its fist in there.
"Dang it, Sweets," he yelled. "How much powder did Luke use?"
"Huh?"
Luke was banging on his head with both his hands.
"How much powder did he use?"
2.5 cans,
said Sweets.
"It only takes half a can of ball,"
yelled the sheriff. He reached for his hat to hit Luke with, touched his bare head.
I feel naked, he said. Come on, we're not through yet. We got fires to put out and some hash to settle.
Luke was still standing, shaking his head. The whole town was cheering. It looked like a pot lid slowly boiling open, moving just a little. Every time the end unscrewed a little more, ashes and cinders fell off into the second pit. There was a piled ridge of them. The back turned again, moved a few inches, quit. Then it wobbled. There was a sound like a stove being jerked up a chimney, and the whole back end rolled open like a mad bank vault and fell off. There were 184 men and 11 women, all standing behind the open end of the thing, their guns pointing toward the interior. At the exact center were Sweets and Luke, with the other courthouse cannon. This time there was one can of powder, but the barrel was filled to the end with everything from the blacksmith shop floor: busted window glass, nails, horseshoes, bolts, stirrup buckles, and broken files and saws. Eyes appeared in the dark interior.
"Remember the Alamo," said the sheriff.
Everybody and the cannon fired. When the third meteor came in that evening south of town at 13 minutes past 6, they knew something was wrong. It wobbled in flight, lost speed, and dropped like a long, heavy leaf. They didn't have to wait for this one to cool and open. When the posse arrived, the thing was split in two and torn. Heat and steam came up from the inside. One of the pale things was creeping forlornly across the ground with great difficulty. It looked like a thin gingerbread man made of glass, with only a knob for a head.
"It's probably hurting from the gravity," said Leo.
"Fix it, Sweets," said Lindley.
"Sure thing, Sheriff."
There was a gunshot. No fourth meteor fell, though they had scouts out for 20 miles in all directions, and the railroad tracks and telegraph wires were fixed again.
"I've been doing some figuring," said Leo. "If there were 10 explosions on Mars last month, and these things started landing in England last Thursday week, then we should have got the last 3. There won't be any more."
"You been figuring, huh?"
"Sure have."
"Well, we'll see."
Sheriff Lindley stood on his porch. It was sundown on Sunday, 3 hours after another meteor should have fallen, had there been one. Leo rode up.
"I saw Sweets and Luke heading toward the Atkinson place with more dynamite. What are they doing?"
"They're blowing up every last remnant of them things, lock, stock, and asshole."
"But," said Leo, "the professors from the university will be here tomorrow to look at their ships and machines. You can't destroy them."
"Shit on the University of Texas and the horse it rode in on," said the sheriff. "My jurisdiction runs from Deer Piss Creek to Buenos Frijoles, back to Olatuni, up the Little Clear Fork of the North Branch of Mud River, back to the creek and everything in between. If I say something gets blowed up, it's on its way to Kingdom Come."
He put his arms on Leo's shoulders.
"Besides, what little grass grows in this county is supposed to be green, and what's growing around them things is red. I really don't like that."
"But, Sheriff, I've got to meet Professor Lowell in Waxahachie tomorrow morning."
"Listen, Leo, I appreciate what you've done, but I'm an old man. I've been kept up by Martians for 3 nights. I lost my horse and my new hat, and they busted my favorite gargoyle off the courthouse. I'm going in and get some sleep, and I only want to be woke up for the second coming by Jesus Christ himself."
Leo jumped on his horse and rode for the Atkinson place. Sheriff Lindley crawled into bed and went to sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. He had a dream. He was a king in Babylon, and he lay on a couch at the top of a ziggurat, just like the Tower of Babel in the Bible. He surveyed the city and the river. There were women all around him, and men with curly beards and golden headdresses. Occasionally someone would feed him a great big fig from a golden bowl. His dreams were not interrupted by the sounds of dynamiting, first from one side of town, then another, and then another. This story is in memory of Slim Pickens, 1919 to 1983. Afterword. I've told the story behind this one so many times now you'd think I'd know it by heart, as the late, great Robert Psycho Bloch used to say. It was also him who first said, "I have the heart of a small boy. I keep it in a jar on my desk." This started out to be a whole different story, set in modern times, and it was about a car powered by Wilhelm Reich's orgone energy. Trust me. Then I went, we're talking mid-1985 here, as I usually did then, fishing in Colorado for a month with Chad Oliver. The only book I took with me was Frank McConnell's critical edition of H.G. Wells' The Time Machine and War of the Worlds. About halfway through the annotations to the latter, I got to thinking. Anyway, we made the 2-day, 1,000-mile drive back to Austin because, besides Chad's having to start teaching at UT the next Tuesday, the 1985 NASFIC, the National Science Fiction Convention, held as an alternate when the World SF Convention is out of the U.S., was in Austin starting Thursday, and Chad was Toastmaster. I also had to read a new story at the convention. We get home Wednesday morning. Chad drops me off. I find instantly, 1, my housemate's 14-year-old dog has dropped dead that morning. 2, my most recent ex-girlfriend is in Brackenridge Hospital for emergency surgery. 3, my convention meeting is at 3 p.m. Thursday. Well, I deal with my housemate as best I could, total uselessness. I take off to the hospital, after a 2-hour nap, at 7 p.m. The lady's pretty much okay, except she has to make Gardner Desois leave the room. He's making her laugh so much she's afraid she'll bust her stitches. The room's full of friends and visiting SF fans, so I leave when I can. I go home, get a couple more hours sleep, get up and start writing Night of the Cooters. I have a panel at 1, before my reading at 3 p.m. I shower about a minute, get a ride to the convention, do my panel, get off, borrow somebody's room. I think it was Pat Cadigan's, but that, as Capote used to say, could have been other stories, other rooms. I got up and left the room, still writing in longhand at 2:58, got in the elevator, stepped off, and finished the last R as I got to the room where about 250 people waited to hear me. I put on my hat, just like Sheriff Lindley's, and read the story to them. This was August 29th, 1985, at 3 p.m. CDT. A few days later, after some real sleep, after the convention was over, I typed it up and sent it to Ellen Datlow, who bought it. It was published in Omni in 1986. Gardner put it in his YBSF, and it's been in 2 or 3 European alien invasion anthologies. It's the only reprint in the Kevin J. Anderson-edited War of the Worlds Global Dispatches, where you find out what everyone was doing when Wells' Martians landed, published for the centenary in 1998. It's the story I chose, after much soul-searching, since I don't write humor. Humor happens in some stories. In the Mike Resnick-edited My Funniest Story. I miss Slim Pickens, and so do you. I can't imagine anyone filming this without him around to play the part. It was written for and about him, and his career. Sorry he never got to read it. We do what we can. Do you want to dance? The light was so bad in the bar that everyone there looked like they had been painted by Thomas Hart Benton, or carved from dirty bars of soap with rusty spoons. "Frank! Frank!" the patrons yelled like for Norm on Cheers before they canceled it. "No need to stand," I said. I went to the table where Barb, Bob, and Penny sat. Carol, the waitress, brought over a Ballantine ale in a can, no glass. "How y'all?" I asked my 3 friends. I seemed not to have interrupted a conversation. "I feel like 6 pounds of monkey shit," said Bob, who had once been tall and thin, and was now tall and fat. "My mother's at it again," said Penny. Her nails looked like they had been done by Mungo of Hollywood. Her eyes were like piss-holes in a snowbank. "Jim went back to Angela," said Barb. I stared down to the table with them for 5 or 6 minutes. The music over the speakers was "Wonderful World, Beautiful People" by Johnny Nash. We usually came to this bar because it had a good jukebox that livelied us up. "So," said Barb, looking up at me, "I hear you're going to be a tour guide for the reunion." There are terrible disasters in history, and there are always great catastrophes just waiting to happen. But the greatest one of all, the thing time's been holding its breath for, the capo de tutti capo of impending disasters, was going to happen this coming weekend. Like the Titanic steaming for its chunk of polar ice, like the Hindenburg looking for its Lakehurst, like the guy at Chernobyl wondering what that switch would do. It was inevitable, inexorable, a psychic juggernaut. The class of '69 was having its 20th high school reunion. And what they were coming back to was no longer even a high school. It had been phased out in a magnet school program in '74. The building had been taken over by the community college. The most radical graduating class in the history of American secondary education had, like all the ideals it once held, no real place to go. Things were to start Saturday morning with a tour of the old building, then a picnic in the afternoon in the city park where everyone used to get stoned and lie around all weekend, then a dance that night in what used to be the fanciest downtown hotel a few blocks from the state capitol. That was the reunion Barb was talking about. I found the concept of the high school no longer being there so existential that I offered to help out, I said. Olin Sweetwater called me a couple of months ago.
"Olin Sweetwater! Olin Sweetwater!" said Penny. "Geez, I haven't heard that name in the whole damn 20 years. She held onto the table with both hands. "I think I'm having a drug flashback."
"Yeah, Olin. Lives in Dallas now. Runs an insurance agency. He got my name from somebody I built some bookcases for a couple of years ago. Anyway, asked if I'd be one of the guides on the tour Saturday morning. You know, point out stuff to husbands and wives and kids, people who weren't there." I didn't know if I should go on. Bob was looking at me, waiting. "Well, Olin got me in touch with Jamie Lee Johnson. Jamie Lee something hyphen something now, none of them Johnson. She's the entertainment chairman in charge of the dance. I made a couple of tapes for her. I don't have much, but I do have a huge bunch of original oldies, greatest hits albums, and other garage sale wonders. Lots of people know it and call me once or twice a year to make dance tapes for their parties." "Oh, you'll like this," I said, waving to Carol to bring me another Ballantine ale. She said, "Spring for some Maxell tapes, not the usual 4 for 89 cents kind I hear you buy at Revco." Where you think she could have heard about that?
"From me," said Barb. "She called me a month ago, too."
She smiled a little. "Come on, Barb," I said. "Spill it."
"Well, I wanted to—" "I'm not going," said Penny.
We all looked at her. "Okay, your protest has been noted and filed. Now start looking for your granny dress and your walnut shell beads," I said.
"Why should I go back?" said Penny. "High school was shit. None of us had any fun there. We were all toads. Sure, things got a little exciting, but you could have been on top of Mount Baldy in Colorado in the late '60s, and it would have been exciting. Why should I go see a bunch of jerks making fools of themselves, trying to recapture some image of themselves another whole time and place?"
"Oh," said Bob, readjusting his gimme hat. "You really should hang around jerks more often."
"And why's that, Bob?"
asked Penny, peeling the label from her Lone Star. "'Cause if you watch them long enough," said Bob, "you'll realize that jerks are capable of anything." Bob's the kind of guy who holds people's destinies in his hands, and they never realize it. When someone does something especially stupid and life-threatening in traffic, Bob doesn't honk his horn, or scream, or shake his fist. He follows them, either to where they're going, or the city limits, whichever comes first. If they go to work or shopping, he makes his move then. If they go to a residence, he jots down the make, model, and license plate of the car on a notepad he keeps on his dashboard, and comes back later that night. Bob has 2 stacks of bumper stickers in the glove compartment of his truck. He takes one from each. He goes to the vehicle of the person who has put his life personally in jeopardy, and he slaps one of the stickers on the left front bumper and one on the right rear. The one on the back says, "Spics and niggers out of the U.S." The one he puts on the front reads, "Kill a cop today." He goes through about 50 pairs of stickers a year. He's self-employed, so he writes the printing costs off on his Schedule A as depreciation. Penny looked at Bob a little longer.
"Okay, you've convinced me," she said. "Are you happy?"
"No," said Bob, turning in his chair. "Tell us whatever it is that'll make us happy, Barb."
"The guys are going to play."
"Just the guys. No names. No what guys. We all knew. I had never before in my life seen Bob's jaw drop. Now I have. The guys. Craig Bosalil, Moray Morkheim, Abram Casseth, Andrew Esposito, or taking them in order of their various band names from junior high on: 4 guys in a Dodge, 2 Jews, a Wop, and a Frog. The Hertz brothers, Pervo, Devo, Sado, and Twisto. The Bug-Eyed Weasels. Those were when they were local, when they played Yudd's, the Vulcan Gas Company, Todd's High Spot. Then they got a record label and went national just after high school. You knew them as Distressed Flag Sale. That was the title of their first album, subtitled For Sale Cheap, One Country, Inquire 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. You probably knew it as the blue cake with the white stars on the table with the red stripes formed on the white floor by the blood running in 7 rivulets from the Dead GI album. Their second and last was Next, with a famous photo of the Saigon police chief blowing the brains out of the suspected VC in the checked shirt during the Tet Offensive of 1968. Only over the general's face they'd substituted Nixon's, and over the VC's, Howdy Doodies. Then, of course, came the seclusion for 6 months, then the famous concert riot bust in Miami in 1970 that put an end to the band pretty much as a functioning human organization. Moray Morkheim tried to come back after his time in the Huscato in the mid-'70s, as Mo in Mo and the Meanies' Suck My Buttons, but it wasn't a very good album, and the times were already wrong.
"I can't believe it," said Penny. "None of them have played in, 15 years? They probably all sound like shit." "Well, I'll tell you what I know," said Barb. "Jamie Lee, Younce Fulton is the name, Frank, said after his jail term and the try at the comeback, Maury threw it all over and moved down to Corpus, where his aunt was in the hotel business or something. And he opened a souvenir shop, a whole bunch of them eventually, called Maury's Mementos. Got pretty rich at it, supposedly, though you can never tell, especially from Jamie Lee. I mean, anyone who'd take as part of her second married name a hyphenated name from her first husband that was later convicted of mail fraud just because Younce is more sophisticated than Johnson. Johnson Fulton sounds like an 1830 politician from Tennessee, know what I mean? You just can't trust about things like who's rich and who's not. Anyway, Maury was at some convention for seashell brokers or something. Jamie says about half the shells and junk sold in Corpus come from Japan and Taiwan. He ran into Andrew, of all people, who was in the freight business. Like Morey had been getting shells from this shipping company for 10 years, and it turns out to belong to Andrew's uncle or brother-in-law or something. So they start writing to each other. Then somehow, maybe it was from Bridget. You remember Bridget from UT? Yeah. She knew where Abram was, and about that time the people putting all this reunion together got a hold of Andrew. So the only thing left to do was find Craig. She looked around. It was the longest I'd ever heard Barb talk in my life. You know where he was?
No, where? We all three said.
Ever eat any Dr. Healthy's Nut Crunch bread?
A loaf a day, said Bob, patting his stomach.
Craig is Dr. Healthy.
Shit, said Bob. Isn't that stuff baked in Georgetown?
Yeah. He's been like 30 miles away for 15 years, baking bread and sweet rolls. Jamie said, like some modern-day Cactus Jack Garner, he vowed never to go south of the San Gabriel River again.
But now he is.
Yep, supposedly. Andrew's going to fly down to Morey's in Corpus this week, and they're going to practice before they come up here. Abram always was the quickest study and the only real musical genius, so he'll be okay. That only leaves one question, said Penny, speaking for us all. Can Craig still sing? Can Craig still play? I mean, look what happened after the Miami thing.
Good question, said Bob. I suppose we'll all find out in a big hurry Saturday night. Besides, he said, looking over at me, we always got your tapes. The name's Frank Bledsoe. I'm pushing 40, which is exercise enough. I do lots of odd stuff for a living, a little woodwork and carpentry, mostly speakers and bookcases. I help people move a lot. In Austin, if you have a pickup, you have friends for life. What I mostly do is build fly rods. I make two kinds, a 7-foot one for a number 5 line, and an 8-foot 2-inch one for a number 6 line. I get the fiberglass blanks from a place in Ohio, and the components like cork grips, reel seats, guides, tips, and ferrules from whoever's having a sale around the country. I sell a few to a fishing tackle store downtown. The 7-footer retails for $22, the other for $27.50. Each rod takes about 3 hours of work, a day for the drying time on the varnish and the wraps, so you can see my hourly rate isn't too swell. I live in a place about the size of your average bathroom in a real person's house, but it's quiet. It's on a cul-de-sac, and there's a converted horse stable out back I use for my workshop. What keeps me in business is that people around the country order a few custom-made rods each year, for which I charge a little more. Here's a dichotomy. As fly fishing becomes more popular, my business falls off. That's because, like everything else in these postmodernist times, the yups ruined it. As with every other recreation, they confuse the sport with the equipment. Fly fishing is growing with them because it's a very status thing. When the yups found it, all they wanted to do was be seen on the rivers and lakes with a $600 split bamboo rod, a pair of $200 waders, a $100 vest, shirts with 1,000,000 zippers on them, a $75 tweed hat, and a patch from a fly fishing school that showed they paid $1,000 to learn how to put out enough fly line to reach across the average Kmart parking lot. What I make is cheap fiberglass rods, not even boron or graphite. No glamour. And the real fact is that in fly fishing, most fish are caught within 20 feet of your boots. No glory there either. So the sport grows, and money comes in more and more slowly. All this talk about the reunion has made me positively reflective. So let me put 1969 in perspective for you. Richard Milhouse Nixon was in his first year in office. He'd inherited all the good things from Lyndon Johnson, the social programs, and was dismantling them, and going ahead with all the bad ones, like the war in Nam. The Viet Cong and NVA were killing 100 Americans a week,
according to the Pentagon, and we were killing 2,000 of them, regular as clockwork, as announced at the 5 p.m. press briefing in Saigon every Friday. The draft call was 50,000 a month. The Beatles released Abbey Road late in the year. At the end of the summer we graduated, there was something called the Woodstock Festival of Peace and Music. In December there would be the disaster at the Altamont racetrack, in which, if you saw the movie that came out the next year, you could see a Hell's Angel with a knife kill a black man with a gun on camera, while all around people were freaking out on bad acid, and Mick Jagger up there trying to sing was saying, "Brothers and sisters, why are we fighting each other?" On the nights of August 8th and 9th were the Tate LaBianca murders in L.A. Charles Manson had said to his people, "Kill everybody at Terry Melcher's house," not knowing Terry had moved. Terry Melcher was Doris Day's son. Chuck thought Terry owed him some money or had reneged on a recording deal or something. When he realized what he'd done, he had them go out and kill some total strangers to make the murders at the Tate household look like the work of a kill-the-rich cult. On December 17th, Tiny Tim married Miss Vicky on The Tonight Show, with Johnny Carson as best man. The Weathermen, the Black Panthers, and, according to agents' reports, frizzy-haired women of a radical organization called Now were disturbing the increasingly senile sleep of J. Edgar Hoover of the FBI. He longed for the days when you could shoot criminals down in the streets like dogs and have them buried in handcuffs, when all the issues were clear-cut. Spirotus T. Agnew, the vice president, was gearing up to make his nattering nabobs of negativism speech and to coin the term silent majority. This was 4 years before he made the most moving and eloquent speech in his life, which went, "Nolo contendere." We were reading Vonnegut's Slaughterhouse-Five, or rereading The Hobbit for the zillionth time, or Brautigan's In Watermelon Sugar, and on everybody's lips were the words of Nietzsche's Zarathustra, "That which does not kill us makes us stronger." Nixon was working on that, too. There were weeks when you thought nothing was ever going to change. There was no wonderment any more, just new horrors about the war, government repression, drugs. They were handing out life sentences for the possession of a single joint in some places that year. Then, in 3 days, from 3 total strangers, you'd hear the Alaska Vacation, flannel shirt, last man killed by an active volcano story, all the people swearing they'd heard the story from the kid in the flannel shirt himself, and you'd say, "Yeah, the world is still magic." I'll really put 1969 in a nutshell for you. There are 6 of you sharing a 3-bedroom house that fall, and you're splitting rent you think is exorbitant, $89.75 a month. Minimum wage was $1.35 an hour, and none of you even has any of that. Somebody gets some money from somewhere, God knows, and you're all going to pile into the VW microbus, which is painted green, orange, and fuchsia, and going to the H-E-B to score some food. But first, since there are usually hassles, you all decide to smoke all the grass in the house, about 3 lids worth. When you get to the store, you split up to get food, and are to meet at checkout lane number 3 in 20 minutes. An hour later, you pool the 5 shopping carts, and here's what you have. 7 2-pound bags of lemon drops, 3 bags of orange marshmallow goobers, a Hostess Ding-Dong assortment pack, a 12-pound bag of Kokuho Rose New Variety rice, a 2-pound can of beer nuts, a 50-foot length of black shoestring licorice, 3 6-packs of Barks root beer, 2 quarts of fresh strawberries, and a pint of half and half, a Kellogg's snack pack, heavy on the frosted flakes, a 5-pound bag of turbinado sugar, 2 1-pound bags of Bazooka Joe bubble gum, with double comics, a blue 75-watt light bulb. It fills up 3 double bags, and the bill comes to $8.39, the last 74 cents of which you pay the clerk in pennies. Later, when somebody finally cooks again, everybody yells, "Shit! Rice again? Didn't we just go to the grocery store?"
P.S. On July 20th that year, we landed on the moon. Now I'll tell you about this year, 1989. The Republicans are in the 10th month of their new presidency, naturally. After Cuomo and Iacocca refused to run, the Democrats, like always, ran two old war horses who quit thinking along about 1962. "If nominated, I refuse to run," said Iacocca. "If elected, I refuse to serve." And that's a promise. We have 6,000 military advisors in Honduras and Costa Rica. All those guys who went down to the post office and signed their selective service postcards are beginning to look a little gray around the gills. There are 1,800,000 cases of AIDS in America, and 120,000 have died of it. On Wall Street, the Dow Jones just passed the 2,000 mark after its near suicide in '87. "Things are looking just great," says the new president. "Congress is voting on the new $2 trillion debt ceiling limit." Things are much like they have been forever. The rich are richer, the poor poorer. The middle class has no choices. The cities are taxing them to death. The suburbs can't hold them. Every state but those in the Bible Belt South has horse and dog racing, a lottery, legalized parimutuel bingo, and a state income tax. And they're still going broke. Everything is wrong everywhere. The only good thing I've noticed is that MTV is off the air. You go to the grocery store and get a pound of bananas, a 6-foot electric extension cord, a can of powder scent air freshener, a tube of store-brand toothpaste, and a loaf of bread. It fits in the smallest plastic sack they have and costs $7.82. Let me put 1989 in another nutshell for you. A friend of mine keeps his record albums, his CDs or elsewhere, in what looks like a haphazard stack of orange crates in one corner of his living room. They're not orange crates. What he did was get a sculptor friend of his to make them. He got some lengths of stainless steel, welded and shaped them to look like a haphazard stack of crates. Then, with punches and chisels and embossing tools, the sculptor made the metal look like grained, unseasoned wood, and then painted them, labels and all, to look like crates. You can't tell them from the real things, and my friend only paid $3,000 for them. Or, to put it another way, "And Zarathustra came down from the hills unto the cities of men, and Zarathustra spake unto them, and what he said to them was, Yo!" P.S. Nobody's been to the moon in 16 years. My Trip to the Post Office by Frank Bledsoe, age 38. I'd finished 3 rods for a guy in Colorado the day before. I put the clothes back on I'd worn working on them, all dotted with varnish. I was building a bookcase, too, so I hit it a few licks with a block plane to get my blood going in the early morning. It was a nice, crisp fall day, so I decided to ride my bike to the post office substation to mail the rods. I was probably so covered with wood shavings I looked like a Cabbage Patch Kid that had been hit with a slug from a .45. I brushed myself off, put the rods in their cloth bags, put the bags in the tubes with the packing paper, and put the tubes in the carrier I have on the bike. Then I rode off to the branch post office. I'm coming out of the substation with the postage and insurance receipts in my hand when I hear a lot of brake squealing and horns honking. A lady in a white Volvo has managed to get past 2 one-way do-not-enter signs at the exit to the parking lot and is coming in against the traffic and all the angles of the diagonal parking places. She has a look of calm imperturbability on her face. Nobody's looking for a car from her direction. As they back out, suddenly there she is in the rearview mirror. They slam on their brakes and honk and yell. "Asshole!" yells a guy who's killed his engine in a panic stop. She gets to the entrance of the lot, does a 290-degree turn, and pulls into the reserved handicapped spot at the front door.
acing out the one-armed guy with the disabled American vet's license plates, who was waiting for the guy who was illegally parked against the yellow curbing in the entrance to move so he could get in. She gets out of the car. She's wearing a silk blouse, a set of June Cleaver double-strand pearls and matching earrings, and a pair of those shorts that make the wearer look like they have a refrigerator stuffed down the back of them. "Are you handicapped?" I ask. She looks right through me. She's taking a yellow attempt-to-deliver slip out of her sharkskin purse. She has on shades. "I said, are you handicapped? I don't see a sticker on your car." "What business is it of yours?" she asks. "Besides, I'm only going to be in there a minute."
"That's what you think."
She goes inside. I shrug at the one-armed guy. With some people it was their own fault they went to Korea or Vietnam and got their legs and stuff blown off. With others, it wasn't. He drives off down the packed lot. He probably won't find a space for a block. I take my bike tools out of my pocket. I go to the Volvo. In deference to Bob, I undo the valve cores on the left front and right rear tires. Then I get on my bike and ride down to the payphone at the bakery 3 blocks away, call the non-emergency police number, and tell them there's a lady without a handicap sticker blocking the reserve spot at the post office substation. After mailing the rods and using the quarter for the phone, I have 82 cents left, just enough for coffee at the bakery. It's a shishi place I usually never go, but I haven't had any coffee this morning, and I know they make a cup of Brazilian stuff that would bring Dwight D. Eisenhower back to life. I go in. They've got one of those European door chimes that sets poor people's nerves on edge and lets those with a heavy wallet know they're in a place where they can really drop a chunk of money. The clerk is Indian, or Paki. He's on the phone talking to someone. I start tapping my change on the counter, looking around. Maybe 10 people in the place. He hangs up and starts toward me. "Large cup of—" I start to say. The chime jingles, and the smell hits me at the same time as their voices, a mixture of Jovan musk for men and Sassoon styling mousse. "Game," says the voice. "How many croissants you still got?" says the voice over my shoulder to the clerk. The counterman has one hand on the coffee spigot and a 16-ounce styrofoam cup in the other. "Oh, very many, I think," he says to the voice behind me. "Give us about, what, John? Say 25 assorted fruit-filled, no lemon, okay?" The clerk starts to put down the styrofoam cup. In ambiguous situations, people always move toward the voice that sounds most like money. "My coffee?" I say. The clerk looks back and forth like he's just been dropped on the planet. "Could you sort of hurry?" says the voice behind me. "We're double-parked." I turn around then. There are 3 of them in warm-up outfits, gold and green, blue and orange, blue and silver. They look maybe 25. Sure enough, there's a blue Renault blocking 3 cars parked at the laundromat next door. The handles of squash rackets stick up out of the blue and orange, blue and silver, gold and green duffels in the back seat. "No lemon," says the blond-haired guy on the left. "Make sure there's no lemon, huh?" "You gonna fill our order?" asks the first guy, who looks like he was raised in a meatloaf mold. "No," I say. "First he's going to get my coffee. Then he'll get your order." They notice me for the first time then. Suspicion dawning on them. This wasn't covered in their executive assertiveness training program. The clerk is turning his head back and forth like a radar antenna. "I thought they gave free coffee at the Salvation Army," says the blond guy, looking me up and down. "Très, très amusant," I said. "Are you going to fill our $35 order, or are you going to give him his big 50-cent cup of coffee?" asked the first guy. The 10 other people in the place were all frozen in whatever attitude they had been in when all this started. One woman actually had a donut halfway to her mouth and was watching, her eyes growing wider.
"My big 75-cent order," I said, letting the change clink on the glass countertop. "Any time you come in any place," I went on, "you should look around the room and you should ask yourself, who's the only possible one here who could have taken Taiwanese mercenaries into Laos in 1968? And you should act accordingly." "Who the fuck do you think you are?" asked the middle one, who hadn't spoken before, and looked like he'd taken Taekwondo since he was 4. "Practically nobody," I said. "But if any of you say one more word before I get my coffee, I'm going out to the saddlebag on my bike and I'm going to take out a product backed by 132 years of Connecticut Yankee know-how and fine American craftsmanship, and I'm coming back in here and showing you exactly how the rat chews the cheese." Then I gave them the 1,000-yard stare, focusing on something about a half-mile past the left shoulder of the guy in the middle. They backed up, jangling the doorbell, out onto the sidewalk, bumping into a lady coming in with a load of wash. "Crazy fuck," I heard one of them say as he climbed into the car. The Taekwondo guy kept looking at me as the driver cranked the car up. He said something to him, jumped around the car, and started kicking the shit out of the back tire of the 12-speed white Concorde, leaning against the telephone pole out front. I heard people sucking in their breaths in the bakery. The guy kicked the bike 3 times, watching me, breaking out the spokes in a half-moon, laughing. "My bike!" yelled a woman on one of the stools. "That's my bike! You assholes! Get their license number!" She ran outside. I turned to the clerk, who had my cup of coffee ready. I plunked down 80 cents in nickels, dimes, and pennies, and put 2 cents in the tips cup. Then I put saccharin and cream in the coffee. Out on the sidewalk, the woman was screaming at the Taekwondo-looking guy, and she was crying. His 2 friends were talking to him in low voices and reaching for their billfolds. He looked like a little kid who'd broken a window in a sandlot ball game. People had come out of the grocery store across the street and were watching. I got on my bike and rode to the corner, unnoticed. A cop car, lights flashing but with a siren off, turned toward the bakery as I turned out into the street. It was only 9:15 a.m. It was looking to be a nice day. I got 2 3/4 stars in the 1977 Career Woman's Guide to Austin Men. Here's the entry. "Working-class bozo, well-read. Great for a rainy Tuesday night when your regular feller is out of town. P.S. You'll have to pick up all the tabs." I'm still friends with about 2/3 of the women I've ever gone with, which I'm as proud of as anything else in my life, I guess. I care a lot. I'm fairly intelligent. And I have a sense of humor. You know, the doormat personality. At one time, in those days before herpes and AIDS, when everybody was trying to figure out just who and what they were, I was sort of a last station of the way for women who, in Bob's words, were trying to decide whether to go Nelly or not. They usually did anyway, more often than not with another old girlfriend of mine. It all started when I was dating the ex-wife of the guy that was then living with my ex-girlfriend. The lady who was then the ex-wife now lives with a nice lady who used to be married to another friend of mine. They each have tattoos on their left shoulders. One of them has a portrait of Karl Marx, and under it the words, "Hot to Trotsky." The other has the Harley-Davidson symbol, but instead of the usual legend it says, "Born to read Hegel." No one set out an agenda or anything for me to be their last guy on Earth. It just happened and expanded outward like ripples on a pond. About 2 months ago at a party, some young kid was listening to a bunch of us old farts talk, and he asked me, "If the 60s were so great and the 80s sucked so bad, then what happened in the 70s? "Well," I said, "Richard Nixon resigned. And then, gee, I don't know." Another woman I dated for a while had only one goal in life, to plant the red flag on the rubble of several prominent landmarks between Virginia and Maryland. We used to be coming home from the dollar midnight flicks on campus, our daily bread, sweet movie, China is Near, and we would pass this neat old 4-story 100-year-old house, and every time she would look up at it and say, "That's where I'm going to live after the Revolution." I'm talking 1976 here, folks. We'd gone out together 5 or 6 times, and we went back to her place and were going to bed together for the first time. We were necking, and she got up to go to the bathroom. "Get undressed," she said. When she came back in, taking her sweater off over her head, I was naked in the bed with the sheets pulled up to my neck. I was wearing a Mao Zedong mask. It was wonderful. Friday, Reunion Eve. It was one of those days when everything is wrong. All the work I started I messed up in some particularly stupid way. I started everything over twice. I gave up at 3 p.m. Things didn't get any better. I tried TV, a blur of talking heads. Nothing interested me for more than 30 seconds. Outside, the sun was setting past Mount Bunnell and Lake Austin. Over on Cat Mountain, the red winks of the lights on the TV towers came on. A Continental 737 went over, heading towards California's Golden Climes. I put on a music tape I'd made and tried to read a book. I got up and turned the noise off. It was 260s. I'd hear enough of that tomorrow night. No use setting myself up for a wallow in the good times and peaking too early. I drank a beer that tasted like kerosene. It was going to be a cool, clear October night. I closed the windows and watched the moon come up over Manor, Texas. The book was Leslie Fielder's Love and Death in the American Novel. I tried to read it some more, and it began to go yammer, yammer, yibble, yibble, Twain, yammer, yibble, Hemingway. Enough. I turned the music back on, put on the headphones, and lay down on the only rug in the house, looking up at the cracks in the plaster and listening to the Moody Blues. What a loss of a day. But I was tired anyway. I went to bed at 9 p.m. It was one of those nights when every change in the wind brings an erection, when every time you close your eyes you see penises and vulvas, a lot of them ones you haven't seen before. After staring up at the ceiling for an hour, I got up, got another beer, went into the living room, and sat naked in the dark. I had one of those feelings like I hadn't had in years. The kind your aunt told you she'd had the day your grandfather died, before anybody knew it yet. She told you at the funeral that 3 days before she'd felt wrong and irritable all day and didn't know why, until the phone rang with the news. The kind of feeling Phil Collins gets on in The Air Tonight, a mood that builds and builds with no discernible cause. It was a feeling like in a Raymond Chandler novel, the kind he blames on the Santa Ana winds, when all the dogs bark, when people get pissed off for no reason, when yelling at someone you love is easier than going on silently with a mood you have inside. Only there were no howling dogs, no sound of fights from next door. Maybe it was just me. Maybe this reunion thing was getting to me more than I wanted it to. Maybe it was just horniness. I went to the VCR, an old Beta, too, second one they ever made, no scan, no timer, all metal, weighs 150 pounds. Bought at Big State Pawn for $50. Sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. I put in Cum Shot Review No. 1 and settled back in my favorite easy chair. The TV going kss woke me up at 4:32 a.m. I turned everything off. So this is what me and my whole generation came down to, people sleeping naked in front of their TVs with empty beer cans in their laps. It was too depressing to think about. I made my way to bed, lay down, and had dreams. I don't remember anything about them, except that I didn't like them. I've known 3 women that the latter part of the 20th century has driven slap-dab crazy. For one, it was through no fault of her own. Certain chemicals were missing in her body. She broke up with me quietly after 6 months and checked herself into the MHMR. That was the last time I saw her. She evidently came back through town about 3 years ago, after she quit taking her lithium. I got strange phone calls from old friends who had seen her. Her vision, and that of the one we call reality, no longer intersected. Having destroyed her present, she had begun to work on the past and the future also. Last I heard, she had run off with a cook she met at a halfway house. They were rumored to be working Exxon barges together on the Mississippi River. The second, after affairs with 5 real jerks in a row in 6 months, began to lose weight. She'd only been 111 pounds to begin with. People whispered about leukemia, cancer, some wasting disease. Of course it wasn't. In the rest of the world, dying by not getting enough to eat is a right. In America, it's a privilege. She began to look like sticks held together with a pair of kids' blue jeans and a shirt, with only 2 brightly glowing eyes watching you from their head to show she was still alive. She was fainting a lot by then. One day Bob, who had been her lover 6 years before, went over to her house. By then she was forgetting to do things like close and lock the doors or turn on the lights at night. Bob picked her up by her shirt collar. It was easy, she only weighed 83 pounds by then, and slapped her, like in the movies, 5 times as hard as he could. It was only on the 5th slap that her eyes came to life and filled with fear. "Stop it, Gabriella," said Bob. "You're killing yourself." Then he kissed her on her bloody, swelling lips, set her down blinking, and walked out her door and her life, and hasn't seen her since. He saved her. She met another nice woman at the eating disorder clinic. They now live in Westlake Hills, raising the other woman's 2 boys by her first marriage. The third one's cat ran away one morning. She went back upstairs, wrote a long apologetic note to her mother, dialed 911, and told them where she was, hung up, and drank most of an 11-ounce can of Crystal Drano. She lived on for 6 days in the hospital in a coma, with no insides and a raging 107-degree fever. Her friends kept checking, but the cat never came back. "You," said Olin Sweetwater. He and 2 or 3 others were standing outside the community college on the cool Saturday morning. He had on a sweatshirt, done up in the old-school colors, that said Bull Goose Tour Guide. We shook hands, thumbs locked, sawing our arms back and forth. He was balding. What hair he had left had a white plume across the left side. The 2 women, Angela Pardo and Rita Jones, when I'd known them, were nervous. Olin handed us sweatshirts that said Tour Guide. We thanked him. I looked at the brick facade. The school had been an ugly dump in 1969. It was still a dump, but with a charm all its own. One of the reasons Olin asked me to help with the tour is that I'd lived with a lady artist for a year who had worked part-time as a clerk in the admissions office of the community college. I guess he thought that qualified me as an expert. The tours were supposed to start at 10 a.m. Sleepy college students who had Saturday labs were wandering in and out of the 2.5-story building, or some of the other outbuildings the college leased. Olin had pulled lots of strings to let us guide people without any interference, or so he kept telling us. Around 9:45, people started wandering up, trailing kids, shy husbands, wives, lovers. God, I thought, recognizing a few here and there. We're so fucking normal-looking. We look like our mothers and fathers did in 1969. Remember in 1973 when you saw American Graffiti for the first time and everybody laughed at the short haircuts and long skirts? Then when you went back to see it in 1981, those parts didn't seem so strange anymore? I was talking to one of the few women who'd been nice to me in high school, a quiet girl named Sharon, whose front teeth then had reminded me, sweetly and not at all unpleasantly, of Rocket J. Squirrels. She was now, I learned, on her second divorce. She introduced me to her kids, Seth and Jason, who looked like they'd rather be on Mars than here. Sharon stopped talking and stared behind me. I saw other people turning and followed their gaze toward the street. "Jesus," I said. A pink-flowered VW Beetle pulled up to the curb as a student drove away. Out of it came something from Mr. Natural. The guy had hair down to his butthole, a wig it turned out, headband, walnut-shell beads, elephant bell pants with neon green flash panels, a khaki shirt and wool vest, Ben Franklin specs tinted Vicks Salve Blue. There was a B-52 peace symbol button big as a dinner plate on his left abdomen, and the vest had a leather stash pocket at the bottom snaps. Something in the way he moves. Seth and Jason were pointing and laughing. Other people were looking embarrassed. "Peace, love, and brotherhood," he said, flashing us the peace sign. The voice. I knew it after 20 years. Hoyt Lawton. Hoyt Lawton had been president of the fucking Key Club in 1969. He'd worn three-piece suits to school, even on the days when he didn't have to go eat with the Rotarians. His hair was never more than 3/8 of an inch off his skull. We said he never got it cut. It just never grew. He won a bunch of money from something like the DAR for a speech he made at a Young Republicans convention on how all the hippies needed was a good stiff tour of duty in Vietnam that would show them what America was all about. Hoyt Lawton. What an asshole! And yet, there he was, the only one with enough chutzpah to show up like we were all supposed to feel. Okay, I'm older and more tolerant now. Hoyt, you're still an asshole, but with a little style. By about 10:10 there were 100 people there, excluding husbands, wives, significant others, and kids. Maybe 60 of the class of '69 had taken the trouble to show up. Olin divided us up so we wouldn't run into each other. I started my group of 20 or so. Hoyt was in Olin's group, thank God, on the second floor. We climbed the stairs. "You'll notice they have air conditioning now," I said. There were laughs. Austin hits 95 by April 20th most years. We'd sweltered through Septembers and died in Mays here, to the hum of ineffectual floor fans. The ceilings were 20 feet high, and the ceiling fans might as well have been heat pumps. "How many of you spent most of the last semester here?" I said, pointing. 2 or 3 held up their hands. "This used to be the principal's office. Now it's the copy center. Over there was Mr. Dix's office itself." Lots of people laughed then. Probably hadn't thought of the carrot-headed principal since graduation day. He'd had it bad enough before someone heard him referred to as Red by the superintendent of schools one day. "That used to be the only office that was air-conditioned, remember? At least you could get cool while waiting to be yelled at." I pointed to the air-conditioning units. "That there air duct," I didn't say, "is the one that Maury Morkheim got into and took a big dump in one night after they'd expelled him one of those times. Only in America is the penalty for skipping school expulsion for 3 days. Mr. Dix had yelled at him after the absence. "What are you going to do with your life? You'll never amount to anything without an education." In 7 months, Maury was pulling in more money in a weekend than Dix would make in 10 years. Legally, too. We moved through the halls, getting curious stares from students in classrooms with closed glass doors. Down here was where the student newspaper office was. Over there was the library, which the community college is using as a library. We went down to the first floor. Ah, the cafeteria. It was now the study room, full of chairs and tables and vending machines. Remember tomato surprise? Remember macaroni and cheese? "Fish lumps on Friday," said someone. Half the student body in those days had come from the parochial junior highs around town. In 1969, parochial was the way you spelled Catholic. Nobody in the school administration ever read a paper, evidently, so they hadn't learned that the Pope had done away with going to hell on a meat wrap, back in 1964. So you still had fish lumps on Friday when we were there. The only good thing about having all those Catholic kids there was that we got to hear their jokes for the first time. Like, what's God's phone number? Et cum spiritu tuo. Down there, way off to the left, I said, was the band hall. You remember Mr. Stoat? There were groans. I thought so. Only musician I ever met who had absolutely no sense of rhythm. Ah, the band hall, where one morning a bunch of guys locked themselves in just before graduation, wired the intercom up to broadcast all over school, and played Louie, Louie on tubas instead of the national anthem during homeroom period. It was too close to the end of school to expel them, so they didn't let them come to the commencement exercise. In protest of which, when they played Pomp and Circumstance, about 300 of us did the Freddy down the aisles of the municipal auditorium in our graduation gowns. We passed a door leading to the boiler room, where all the teachers popped in for a smoke between classes, it being forbidden for them to take a puff anywhere on school grounds but in the teachers' lounge during their off-hour. I stopped and opened it. Sure enough, it was there, dimmed by 20 years and several attempts to paint over it, but in the remains of smudged-over day-glow orange paint on the top inside of the door, it still said, Ginny and Ray's Motel. Ginny Balducci and Ray Petro had come to school one morning, ripped on acid, and had wandered down to the boiler room, and had taken their clothes off. My theory is that it was warm and nice, and they wanted to feel the totality of the sensuous space. The school's theory, after they were interrupted by Coach Smetters, was that they had been fornicating during homeroom period, and without hall passes, too. After Ginny came down, and while her father was screaming at Ray's parents across Dix's desk, she said to her father, "Leave them alone! They didn't have their clothes off." "Young lady," said Dix, "you don't seem to realize what serious trouble you're in."
"What are you going to do?" asked Ginny, looking the principal square in the eyes. "Castrate me?"
I answered some questions about the fire escape that used to be on the south side of the building. "They fell on a community college student one day 4 years ago," I said. "Good thing we never had to use them." We were outside again. "Over there was the gym. World's worst dance floor, second worst basketball court. Enough sweat was spilled there over the years to float the Big Mo. We can't go in, though. They now use it to store visual aids for the Parks and Rec Department." There was the morning when Dix had us all go to the gym for assembly. His purpose, it went on to appear after he had talked for 10 minutes, was to try to explain why the Armed Forces recruiters would be there on career day, along with the realtors and college reps and Rotarians who would come to tell you about the wonders of their profession and the great big world out there. Some nasty posters had appeared on every bare inch of wall in the building that morning, questioning not only their presence on career day, but also their continuing existence on the third rock from the sun. He was going on about how they had been there, draft or no draft, war or no war, every career day, when a small sound started at the back of the ranked bleachers. The sound of 2 stiffened index fingers drumming slowly but very deliberately, dum-dum-bump, dum-dum-thump. Then a few other sets of fingers joined in, dum-dum-thump, dum-dum-thump. At first background, then rising, louder and more insistent. Then feet took it up, and it spread from section to section, while the teachers looked around wildly. Dum-dum-thump, dum-dum-thump. Dix stopped in mid-sentence, mouth open, while the sound grew. He saw half the student body. The other half was silent, or, like the jocks led by Hoyt Lawden, beginning to boo and hiss, rise to its feet, clapping its hands and stamping its feet in time. Dum-dum-thump, dum-dum-thump. He yelled at people and pointed, then he quit, and his shoulders sagged. And on a hidden past signal, everybody quit on the same beat.
and it was deathly silent in the gym. Then everybody sat back down. I think Dix had seen the future that morning. Kent State, the Cambodian incursion, the ceasefire, the end of Nixon, the fall of Saigon. He dismissed us. The recruiters were there on career day anyway. I'd almost finished my tour. "One more place, not on the official stops," I said. I took them across the side street and down half a block. "Oh, wow," said someone halfway there. "The Grindstone!" We got there. It was a one-story place with real glass bricks across the whole front that would cost $80 a pop these days. The place was full of tools and cars. "Oh, gee," said the people. "It's now the skill shop," I said. "Went out of business in 1974. Bought up by the city. Leased by the community college." Ah, the Grindstone. A real old-fashioned cafe soda fountain. You were forbidden on pain of death to leave the school grounds except at lunch, so 3,000 people tried to get in every day between 11:30 and 12:30. One noon the place was packed. There was the usual riot going on over at UT 10 blocks away. All morning you could hear sirens and dull whoops as the increasingly senile police commissioner, who had been in office for 34 years, tried dealing with the increasingly complex late 20th century. "Why, the children have gone mad," he once said in a TV interview. Anyway, we were all stuffing our faces in the Grindstone when this guy comes running in the front door and out the back at 200 miles an hour. Somebody made the obvious stoned joke. "Man, I thought he'd never leave." And then a patrol car slammed up to the curb and a cop jumped out. You could see his mind work. A. Rioter runs into the Grindstone. B. Grindstone is full of people. Therefore, C. Grindstone is full of rioters. He opened the door, fired a tear gas grenade right at the lunch counter, turned, got in his car, and drove away. People were barfing and gagging all over the place. There were screams, tears, rage. The Grindstone was closed for a week so they could rent some industrial fans and air it out. The city refused to pick up the tab. "The officer was in hot pursuit," said the police commissioner, "and acted within the confines of departmental guidelines." Case closed. "Ah, the Grindstone," I said to the tour group. "What a nice place." A wave of nostalgia swept over me. Today, shakes and fries. Tomorrow, a lube job and tune-up. I was so filled with mono no aware that I skipped the picnic that afternoon. The Wolfskill Hotel, scene of 1,001 nights' entertainments and more senior proms than there are fire ants in all the fields in Texas. A friend of mine named Karen once said people were divided into two classes: those who went to their senior proms and went on to live fairly normal lives, and those who didn't, who became perverts, mass murderers, or romance novelists. If you were a guy, you got maybe your first blowjob after the prom, or if a girl, a quick boff in the back seat of some immemorial Dodge convertible out at Lake Travis. The hotel meant excitement, adventure, magic. I hadn't gone to my senior prom. A lot of us hadn't, looking on it as one more corrupt way to suck money from the working classes so that orchids could die all over the vast American night. There were some street singers outside the hotel, playing jug band music without a jug. 2 guitars, a flute, tambourine, and harmonica. They were fairly quiet. The cops wouldn't hassle them until after 11 p.m. They were pretty good. I dropped a quarter into their cigar box. You could hear the strains of the birds turn, turn, turn before you got through the lobby. The entertainment committee must have dropped a ton of bucks on this. They had a bulletin board out front just past the registration table with everybody's pictures from the yearbook blown up, 6 to a sheet. It was weird seeing all those people's names and faces, the beginnings of mustaches and beards on the guys. We'd fought tooth and nail for facial hair,
long straight hair on the women, names that hadn't been used or gone back to 3 or 4 times in the last 20 years. I paid my $10 fee, like in the old days. Dance tonight, guys 50 cents, girls free. Inside the ballroom, people were already dancing, maybe 100, with that many more standing around talking and laughing in knots and clumps, being polite to each other, sizing up what time's heedless claws had done to each other's bodies and outlooks. Bob and Penny were already there. He was in a blue jean jacket and pants and wore a clear plastic tie. Penny was stunning, in a green velour thing, beautiful as she always is early in the evenings, before alcohol turns her into a person I don't know. I was real spiffed out, for me. A nice sport coat, black slacks, a red silk tie with painted roses wide as the racing stripe on a Corvette. There were people there in $500 gowns, $300 suits, tuxes, jeans, coveralls. Several were in period costumes. Hoyt had on another, much better than this morning's nightmare, but still what I describe as early Neil Young. He was, of course, with a slim blonde who had once been a Houston cheerleader, I'm sure. I saw some faculty members there. They had all been invited, of course. 10 or so, with their husbands or wives, had come. Even Mr. Stoat was there. It hit me, as I looked at them, that most of them had been in their 20s and 30s when they were trying to deal with us on a daily basis, much younger than we were now. God, what a thankless job they must have had, going off every day like going back up to the front of World War I, trying to teach kids who viewed you as the enemy, following along behind everything you did with the efficient erasers in their minds. Maybe I'm getting too mellow. They had it easier with us than teachers do now. At least most of us could read, and music was more important than TV to us. Later I told myself I'll go over and talk to Miss Nugent, who was always my favorite and who had been a good teacher in spite of the chaos around her. There were 2 guys working the tapes and CDs up on the raised stage. I didn't recognize the order of the songs, so knew they weren't playing one of my tapes. On the front part of the stage were a guitar and bass, a drum set, and keyboards. So, it was true, and seemed the main topic of conversation, although as I passed one bunch of people I heard someone say, "Those assholes? Them?" Barb showed up, without a date, of course. She took my hand and led me toward the dance floor. "Let's dance until our shoulders bleed," she said. "Yes, ma'am," I said. I don't know about you, but I've been hypnotized on dance floors before. Sometimes it seems as if the tune stretches out to accommodate how long and hard you want to dance, or think you can. The guys working the decks were switching back and forth between 2 cassette players, and the music never stopped. Occasionally songs only I could have recorded showed up. I didn't care. I was dancing. I've seen some strange things on dance floors in my life. The strangest was people forming a conga line to a song by the band Reptilicus called "After Today You Got One Less Day to Live." "Ginny's here," I said to Barb. Barb looked over toward the door where Ginny Balducci's wheelchair had rolled in. One weekend in 1973, Ginny had gone off for a ski weekend with an intern, and had come back out of the hospital 6 months later with a whole different life. "I'll say hi in a minute," said Barb. We danced to the only Dylan song you can dance to, "I Want You." Back in the USSR, Buffalo Springfield, Blue Cheer, Sam and Dave, slow tunes by Jackie Wilson and Sam Cooke. Then Barb went over to talk to Ginny. I was a sweating wreck by then, and the ugly feeling from the night before was all gone. I started for the whizzoir. "You won't like it," said a guy coming out of the men's room. The smell hit me like a hammer. Someone had yelled New York into one of the 5 wash basins. It was half full. It appeared the person had lived exclusively for the last week on Dinty Moore beef stew and fighting cock bourbon. A janitor came in cursing as I was washing my hands. I went back out to the ballroom. Mouse and the Trap's public execution was playing. Someone who doesn't dance recorded that. Then came Jackie Wilson's Higher and Higher. "Dance with me?" asked someone behind me. I turned. It was Sharon. She must have gone Borneo that afternoon. She'd been somewhere where they do things to you, wonderful things. She had on a blue dress and seamed silk stockings, and now she had an Aunt Peg haircut. "You bet your ass," I said. About halfway through the next dance, I suffered a real sense of loss. I missed my butthole-length hair for the first time in 10 years. The song, of course, was Hair, off the original Broadway cast recording, Diane Keaton and all, and Joe Morton's wife, Patricia, who had never cut hers. It grew within inches of the floor, suddenly grabbed it near her skull with one hand and whipped it around and around her head, the ends fanning out like a giant hand across the colored lights above the stage. Joe continued his Avalon ballroom no-sweat dancing, oblivious to the applause his wife was getting. Then they played the fish cheer, and we all sang and danced along with I Feel Like I'm Fixin' to Die Rag. Then the lights came up, and the entertainment director, Jamie Younce Fulton, came to the mic and treated us to 20 minutes of nostalgic boredom and forced yucks. The tension was building. "Now," she said, "for those of you who don't know, we've got them together again for the first time in 19 years. Here they are, Craig Bosalil, Maury Morkheim, Abram Casseth, and Andrew Esposito, or as you know them, Distressed Flag Sale." It was about what you'd expect. 4 guys in their late 30s in various pieces of clothing stretching across 20 years of fashion changes. Maury'd put on weight and lost teeth. Andrew had taken weight off. Abram, who'd been the only one without facial hair in our day, now had a full Jerry Garcia beard. Craig, who came out last, like always, and plugged in while we applauded, all 400 or 500 people in the ballroom now, didn't look like the same guy at all. He looked like a businessman dressed up at Halloween to look like a rock singer. He was a little unsteady on his feet. He was a little drunk. "Enough of this 60s crap," he said. People applauded again. "Tonight, this first and last performance, we're calling ourselves Lizard Level." Then Abram hit the keyboard in the opening trill of Inagata Davida for emphasis. Then they slammed into Proud Mary, Credence's version, and the place became a blur of flying bodies, drumming feet, swirling clothes. The band started a little raggedly, then got it slowly together. They launched into the Chambers Brothers' Time Has Come Today, always a showstopper, a hard song for everybody, including the Chambers Brothers, if you ever saw them, and the place went really crazy, especially in the slow-motion parts. Then they did one of their own tunes, The Moon's Your Harsh Mistress, Buddy, not mine, which I'd heard exactly once in 2 decades. We were dancing all kinds, pogo, no sweat, skank, it didn't matter. I saw a few of the hotel staff standing in the doorways, tapping their feet. Andrew hit that screaming wail in the bass that was the band's trademark, sort of like a whale dying in your bathtub. People yelled, shook their arms over their heads. Then they started to do Soul Kitchen. Halfway through the opening, Craig raised his hand, shook it, stopped them. "Ah," we said, like when a film breaks in a theater. Craig leaned toward the others. He was shaking his head. Maury pointed down at his playlist. They put their heads together. Craig and Abram were giving the other 2 chord changes or something. "Hey, make music!" yelled some jerk from the doorway. Craig looked up, grabbed the mic. "Hold it right there, asshole," he said, becoming the Craig we had known 20 years ago for a second. He leaned against the mic stand in a Jim Morrison vamp pose. "You stay right here. You're going to hear the goddamnedest music you ever heard." They talked together for a minute more. Andrew shrugged his shoulders, looked worried. Then they all nodded their heads. Craig Bosalil came back up front.
"What we're gonna do now? What we're gonna do now? Gonna do," he said in a Van Morrison post-them chant, "is we're gonna do the song we were gonna do that night in Miami."
"Oh, geez," said Bob, who was on the dance floor near Sharon and I. Distressed Flag Sale had gone into seclusion early in 1970, holding up like the band did in the Basement Tapes days with Dylan, or like Brian Wilson and the Beach Boys did while they were working on the never-finished Smile album. They were supposedly working on an album, we heard through the grapevine, called either New Music for the After People or A Song to Change the World. And there were supposedly heavy scenes there, lots of drugs, paranoia, jealousy, and revenge, but also great music. We never knew, because they came out of hiding to do the Miami concert to raise money for the family of a janitor blown up by mistake when somebody drove a car bomb into an AFEES building 1:04 a.m.
"It was a great song, man, a great song," said Craig. "It was going to change the world, we thought."
We realized for the first time how drunk Craig really was about then.
"We were going to play it that night, and the world was going to change, but instead, they got us. They got us, man, and we were the ones that got changed, not them. Tonight, we're not Distressed Flag Sale. We're lizard level, and just once anyway, so you'll all know, tonight we're going to do Life is Like That."
What changed in Miami was the next 5 years of their lives. The Miami cops had been holding the crowd back for 3 hours and looking for an excuse anyway, and they got it, just after Distressed Flag Sale made its reeling way on stage. The crowd was already frenzied and got up to dance when the guy started playing Life is Like That, and Andrew took out his dong on the opening notes and started playing slide bass with it. The cops went crazy and jumped them, beat them up, planted heroin and amphetamines in their luggage in the dressing rooms, carted them off to jail, and turned fire hoses on the rioting fans. Everybody knew the bust was rigged, because they charged Maury with possession of heroin, and everybody knew he was the speed freak. And that was the end of Distressed Flag Sale. It was almost literally the end of Andrew, too. What the papers didn't tell you was that, as he was uncircumcised, he'd torn his freenum on the strings of the bass, and he almost lost first his dong and then his life before the cops let a doctor in to see him. That's the history of the song we were going to hear. Notes started from the keyboard, like it was going to be another Doors-type song, building. Then Craig moved his fingers a few times on the guitar strings. Tinkling things rang up high like birds were in the air over the stage, sort of like the opening of Touch of Grey by the Dead, but not like that either. Then Andrew came in, and Maury. Then it began to take on a shape and move on its own, like nothing else at all. It moved. And it moved me, too. First I was swaying, then stomping my right foot. Sharon was pulling me toward the dance floor. I'd never heard anything like it. This was dance music. Sharon moved in large sways and swings, so did I. The floor filled up fast. Everybody moved toward the music. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw old Mr. Stoat asking someone to dance. Other teachers moved towards the sound. Then I was too busy moving to notice much of anything. I was dancing not with myself, but with Sharon, with Bob and Penny, with everyone. All 500 people danced. Jenny Balducci was at the corner of the floor, making her chair move in small, tight, graceful circles. I smiled. We all smiled. The music got louder, not faster, but more insistent. The playing was superb, immaculate. Lizard Level's hands moved like they were a bar band that had been playing together every night for 20 years. They seemed oblivious to everything, too. Eyes closed, feet shuffling. Something was happening on the floor. People were moving in little groups and circles, couples breaking off and shimmying down between the lines of the others in little waggling dance steps. It was happening all over the place. Then I was doing it, like Sharon and I had choreographed every move. People were clapping their hands in time to the music. It sounded like steamrollers were being thrown around in the ballroom.
Above it the music kept building and building in an impossible spiral. Now the hotel staff joined in, busboys clapping hands, maids and waitresses turning in circles. Then the pattern of the dance changed, magically, instantly. It split the room right down the middle, and we were in two long, interlocking, linked chains of people, crossing through each other, one line moving up the room, the other down it, like it was choreographed. And the guys kept playing, and more people were coming into the ballroom, people in pajamas or naked from their rooms, the night manager and the bellboys. And as they joined in and the lines got more unwieldy, the two lines of people broke into four, and we began to move toward the doors of the ballroom, clapping our hands, stomping, dancing, making our own music, the same music, more people and more people. At some point they walked away from the stage, joining us, left their amps, acoustic now. Maury had a single drum and was beating it. You could hear Andrew and Craig on bass and guitar. Cassette was still playing the keyboard on the batteries, his speaker held under one arm. The street musicians had come into the hotel and joined in. People were picking up trash cans from the lobby, garbage cans from the streets, honking the horns of their stopped cars in time to the beat of the music. We were on the streets now. Windows and buildings opened. People climbed down from second stories to join in. The whole city jumped in time to the song, like in an old Fleischer cartoon. Betty Boop, Coco, Bimbo, the buses, the buildings, the moon swaying, the stars spinning on their centers like pinwheels. Chains of bodies formed on every street, each block. At a certain beat, they all broke and reformed into smaller ones that grew larger, interlocking helical ropes of dancers. I was happy. Happier than ever. We moved down one jumping chain of people. I saw mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, dinosaurs, salamanders, fish, insects, jellies, and loops and swirls. Then came the beat, and we were in the other chain, moving up the street, lost in the music, up the line of dancing people, beautiful fields, comets, nebulae, rockets, and galaxies of calm light. I smiled into Sharon's face. She smiled into mine. Louder now, the music, stronger, pulling at us like a wind. The cops joined in the dance. Up Congress Avenue, the legislators and government workers in special session came streaming out of their building like beautiful ants from a shining mound. Louder now, and happier, stronger, dancing, clapping, singing. We will find our children, or they will find us before the dance is over. We can feel it. Or afterwards we will responsibly make more. The chain broke again, and up the jumping streets we go, joyous now, joy all over the place, 20, 30,000 people, more every second. As we swirled and grew, we would sometimes pass someone who was staring, not dancing, feet not moving. They would be crying in uncontrollable sobs and shakes, and occasionally committing suicide. Afterward. Ah, the Reagan years, when the country was as asleep as the president. Do you really remember them, or was it all just a blur between Carter and somebody's dad? Reagan was a senile moron in office, but compared to the one there now, he seems a flaming Einstein, doesn't he? Somehow we got through what I refer to as the saltwater taffy years to get to these new horrors. This one took me a fairly long time. It's a fairly long story. From September 10th to November 2nd, 1987. I got to thinking, what would the 20th high school reunion of the class of '69 be like? What a world to celebrate it in. They didn't stop a war and get rid of a paranoid bastard in the White House to get in other wars, prop up the same set of dictators worldwide, still live out John Foster Dulles' wet dream of containment and empire 30 years on, to be 38 years old in the pudding years. Did they? And then Reagan came up with SDI, Star Wars, another boondoggle sci-fi weapons system to make his fat cat defense contractor friends rich. I said then, and I say now, you want a global satellite killer ray anti-missile system? Show us the pictures of the Greys from the Roswell crash and say you'll point the lasers out rather than at other countries on Earth. That we'll buy.
Anyway, this is my 60s story, and so far my last rock and roll story. One of the things people don't realize is that I had to think 4 years younger than I am. Class of 65, which already had a book of its own by others. In the 4 years between my graduation and 1969, things had loosened up quite a bit. For instance, my school said, choose any song you want, and it'll be played at graduation. We chose Wooly Bully by Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs. We could see ourselves doing the Freddie coming down the aisle to the tune in our gowns and mortarboards. Word came back. Choose any song you like from this approved list as your class song. Rodgers and Hammerstein II, other yawner, show tunes, the sappy, the sentimental, etc. In the old America, graduation wasn't for the students, it was for the parents. In the new America, it still is. By 1969, they were lucky if they could keep the schools from burning down and made, to their way of thinking, cowardly compromises with the students to keep that from happening. By the way, on the grocery expedition, everything in 1969 costs exactly what I say it does. That money would buy that stuff. I researched 6 months of 1969 to 1970, the old Austin American, now Real S, statesman. I remember the first time I and my housemates saw a 3-bedroom house for rent at more than $125 a month. We laughed and laughed and laughed. $4,000 a year just doesn't go as far as it did in 1974. Another thing. If I tell you the colors of the sweatsuits on the yuppies in the bakery in the 1989 scenes that the protag meets are those of the first 3 knights who challenge Gawain in Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, you'll think I'm telling you that to make myself look cool. You gotta watch me every minute. Wild, wild horses. Up on the platform, Ambrose was preaching against the heathen, in Latin, to a crowd largely pagan, who spoke only Greek. The spectacle of a man wailing, cajoling, pleading, and crying in another tongue had drawn a large gathering. "Go ahead, Roman," some yelled encouragingly. The man on the raised boards at the edge of the marketplace redoubled his efforts, becoming a fountain of tears, a blur of gesticulations, now here, now there. Such preaching they hadn't seen since the old days when the Christians had been an outlawed sect. Then another man in the crowd yelled at the onlookers in Greek. "Listen not to him," he said. "He's a Petra-Passionist. He believes God himself came down and took part in the suffering of Jesus Christ on the cross. He denies the accepted Trinity of Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Come across the creek and hear the true word, spoken by followers of the true church, and in a language you can understand." With a snarl, Ambrose flung himself over the railing and onto the other Christian. There was a great flurry of dust, growling, and coughs as they tore at each other's faces and clothing. The crowd egged them on. This was better than preaching any time. "What's all this, then?" asked an aedile, on his morning inspection of the roadways. He began beating with his staff of office at the center of the struggle until, with yelps of pain, the 2 men separated. "Heretic!" shouted the second Christian. "Whining Nicene dog!" yelled Ambrose. With his staff, the aedile rapped Ambrose smartly on the head and poked the second man in the ribs in one smooth motion. 2 of the local military reservists hurried up through the crowd. "What's this, Your Honor?" they asked, grabbing the 2 panting men. "Christians," he said. "Since the new Emperor Julian let all the exiles and fragmented bishops return, there's been nothing but trouble, trouble, trouble with them. It would be fine if they killed each other in private, but they endanger decent, gods-fearing folk with their idiotic schisms. They cause commotion in the reopened temples and trouble at public ceremonies." "Quite right," said the reservists, who both wore fish symbols on chains around their necks. They each punched and slapped the man they held a few times, for effect. Don't think it doesn't do my heart glad to see officers carrying out their civic duties in spite of their personal convictions," said the aedile. "There's hope for this empire yet." "Sorry you had to deal with this, sir. We'll take care of them," said one of the reservists, saluting with his forearm across his chest. The crowd, grumbling, dispersed. The minor official continued on his way toward the rededicated Temple of Mars. The four talked among themselves a moment. Then the two policemen and the second Christian grabbed Ambrose and frog-walked him up a narrow alleyway. The marketplace returned to its deadly dull normality. P. Renatus Vegetius had been on his way to the house of his retired military friend, Oram Prebins, when the fight had broken out just in front of him. He shook his head. Surely the new emperor knew what would happen when he allowed all the exiled misfits and disgruntled Christians back. There was already talk that Julian was helping the Jews rebuild their temple in Jerusalem, that he would take state funds away from the Christian churches, that he would renew the imperial office of Pontifex Maximus. This small town, Smyrnia, 50 miles from Constantinople, where the new emperor sat after his march from Germany, was supposed to have the emperor's ear. It was in this town he had spent his childhood and youth in exile, watched over by the old emperor's spies, before going to Rome and Athens to study in his young manhood. Now, only time would tell what would happen with Julian's plans to revitalize the increasingly disparate eastern and western provinces. Statecraft for the statesmen, thought Vegetius. He was on his way to Prebins' house to consult manuscripts in the library there, so he could put the finishing touches on his work, De Re Militaria, a training manual to be read to officers in the army. It lacked only a section on impedimenta and baggage train convoy duties, of which Prebins had once written copious notes while accompanying Constantine on one of his eastward marches. P. Renatus Vegetius had himself never been in the army. He had held minor offices. He had once been aedile of this very town 20 years before, but that was when the job consisted of little more than seeing that the streets were swept. The Christians, after their big meeting at Nicaea, having brought pressure on Constantine and his sons to close down all the temples and call off public spectacles. Not like today, when aedile got real respect, a broad-shouldered job fitting for a man. Still, Vegetius was glad the present troubles hadn't happened in his times. Across the street, hurrying toward him, was Decius Mucinus, nomenclator to his friend Prebins. He was moving faster than Vegetius had ever seen him do, almost at a flat run. Unseemly in a slave, even when his master had promised freedom in 6 months, he was a young man, with a beard of the Greek cut. "Salve, Mucinus," said Vegetius. The slave jerked to a stop. "Sir," he said, "forgive me. I was hurrying to your house, sent by my master to fetch you. Astonishing news, if true, which I am forbidden to tell." "Well, well," said Renatus Vegetius, hurrying with the young man toward Prebins' town home. "Surely you can tell me something. Only that you will be highly pleased." He leaned toward Vegetius, whispering. "Approaching. Singletus Corruptus and Sternuus Maximus. Corruptus' wife is Livia. Maximus' son is due for a promotion in the army." "Salve, Singletus, Sternuus," said Vegetius, stopping to shake their wrists. "How's the lovely Livia, Singletus? And Sternuus, that son of yours, has done all right for himself, hasn't he?" After a further exchange of pleasantries, they hurried on. "Thank you, Mucinus," said Vegetius. "You needn't have done that for me." "Old habits die hard," said the slave. "Great news, said Oram Prebins. "One of your dreams came true. And I'm not talking about that damned book of veterinary you want to write. Sharpen up your javelin, you old fart. A lion's been seen here in Thracia itself, less than 20 miles away." He waved a letter around. "Someone, anonymous, says I and my friends should know before the news becomes general." There had supposedly been no lions this side of the Pontus Euxinus since the end of the Republic 400 years before. One of Vegetius's secret wishes was to hunt lions from a chariot in the old style and to write a treatise on the subject. He had been planning a trip to Libya the year after next, God's willing, since he had finished this book and the one on the diseases of mules and horses, to engage in such a hunt. But here now, in Thracia, I've called on Morus Matutinus, who served in Africa, and Phoebus Siccus, who owns an old hunting chariot, and have sent for 3 teams of swift coursers for our use, said Prebends. How does that grab your testicles? Quorum Prebends was beaming. Vegetius was beside himself. Sometimes the gods were kind. Sometimes they weren't. The party had been out for 2 days, 30 men and slaves, 20 horses, 2 impedimenta wagons, and 50 yelping fighting dogs. As a scent, they had brought with them a lion's skin that had hung on one wall of Morus Matutinus's atrium. By the 2nd day of the dogs milling around and biting each other in uncontained excitement, the slaves were betting among themselves that the hounds would soon strike a trail and follow it the 20 miles straight back to Matutinus's house. Phoebus Siccus, an old wrinkled man, was decked out in his armor from 50 years before. He could turn completely around in the worn leather and metal breastplate before it began to move with him. Either these are the sorriest dogs I've ever seen, or there's no lion closer than Mesopotamia. Who the dis's idea was this, anyway? Asked Siccus, through his lips, which looked like 2 broken flints. The dogs had run up a Wisent, 2 scrawny deer and an ass, in 48 hours. Each time the houndsmen would kick them howling away from the cornered animals, and then stick their noses back in the lion's skin. "I'm going over to the brook yonder," said Venatus Vegetius. He mounted his horse. "May I go with him, master?" asked Decius Mucinus. "I should like a swim." "The last thing I need out here," said Prebends, "is a nomenclator. The guys who own these hounds all answer to, 'Hey, shithead!'" He turned to Vegetius. "Sorry, I wanted this hunt for you. We'll take the dogs back north, then home. Follow the wagon tracks. If you miss the lion, though, you'll hate yourself." "If I don't cool off, I will die," said Vegetius. "Good hunting." "Ah, I'm going to find out who sent that letter and turn the dogs on his butt," said Prebends. It was a stream straight out of Hesiod, pure, pebbled, and cold. Vegetius sat on a rock with his swollen feet in the gurgling water. Mucinus, who had stripped naked and swam back and forth a few times, was now asleep on the grass. Upstream, tall rushes grew. To each side of the stream, banks lifted up and hung over, shading the western side of the waters in this early afternoon. Their 2 horses stopped their grazing. One backed up whinnying, its eyes growing wider. "What is it?" he asked the horse, reaching out to calm it. Then his blood froze. "Oh, gods!" he thought, looking upstream and scrambling for his javelin. "What if the lions found us?" He kicked Mucinus with his bare foot. Asked the slave, rolling over. Then he jumped up, seeing Vegetius trying to put his sandals on over his head. He pulled a dagger from his lump of clothing on the ground. "What? What?" They looked upstream. Something moved along the tall rushes. The green fronds parted. The oldest man they had ever seen stood at the edge of the reeds, naked from the waist up. He might as well have been clothed. His hair and beard were pure white and hung in waves down his back and chest. He looked like a white haystack from which a face stuck out. They couldn't tell if the hair reached the ground, as the reeds covered all below his waist. In his hand he held a thin, tapered pole, to which was attached a light line, gossamer in the sun, probably of plaited horsehair. At the end of the line was a hook, with a tuft of red and white yarn tied to it. He waved the pole back and forth a few times and flipped the line into the water. There was a splash as something rose to the lure. The line tightened, the pole bent, and the old man heaved up and back. A 2-pound grayling, blue and purple spotted in the sunlight, its dorsal fin like a battle flag, flew out of the water at the end of the line and landed flapping back in the reeds. The old man bent out of sight to pick it up. "Well done, sir," said Vegetius.
The old man looked up. "I'd be careful, though. There's supposed to be a lion about." The old man looked at them, his face breaking out into a smile. He flipped the line back out. Soon he was fast to another grayling, this one larger, and pulled it in.
"I said there's a lion about!" yelled Vegetius, cupping his hands.
"Nonchalant bastard," said Mucinus. "Or maybe deaf as a post."
The old man shouldered the pole and the brace of grayling and went through the reeds on his way upstream.
"I saw no houses about," said Mucinus. "Wonder where he came from."
"Who knows?" said Vegetius. The sun was still hot, so they followed the shady side of the brook upstream for a mile or so. They came upon the cave around a bend. Outside were hung drying wild onions, radishes, garlics. There was a rack out in the sun on which split fish curled. Fungi and mushrooms grew in the shady spots.
"Quite homey," said Mucinus. "Hello, the cave!"
There was no answer.
"He has frequent visitors," said Venatus Vegetius, pointing to the ground outside the cave opening.
It was churned with innumerable hoof-prints.
"Either he's a companionable old man, or he's popular because those aren't regular mushrooms."
"Hello!" Venatus continued, dismounting. He tied his horse's reins to a root which grew from the cliff wall. The horse was nervous again. Inside, the cave was cluttered with thousands and thousands of scrolls, book boxes, clay tablets, and slates.
"Mucinus," he said, "look at this."
They walked in. Amid the clutter was a chest-high table. At one corner of the room a pile of mashed-down straw. There were no chairs, only piles and piles of scrolls and books in a dozen languages. Decius Mucinus poked around in the stacks.
"Greek, the curved writing of Ind. Latin, the old triangle writing. Who could read this stuff? What's it doing here?"
Venatus Vegetius went to the high table. There were several closed scroll tubes there. One was open. On the table by itself was a single page, cut evidently from a lengthy work, headed, as it was, Book 19, in Greek, and at the top the title. If Jupiter Ammon had pulled P. Venatus Vegetius up to the top of Mount Olympus and said to him, "Go anywhere, mortal, and get your heart's content, anywhere in time and anywhere in the world, it is yours," Vegetius would have in the next instant been back in this cave with his hand on this piece of paper. It was the Hippiatrica, the lost book of veterinary medicine. It was as old as time, older than Homer. When he had read Pelagonius's Ars Veterinaria, Vegetius remembered the author's railing at the fates which had lost the book to the kin of man since the Trojan War. Pelagonius wailed for the lost knowledge it was supposed to contain. And here Vegetius had in his hand a page of it. He read the first paragraph, and knew with all his mind and heart that this was it. Their horses whickered outside. Then their hooves clattered. The horses ran by, blurs. Vegetius had only his short sword with him. The javelin had been in the saddle-boot. Mucinus once again drew the dagger forbidden to slaves. They heard another clatter of hooves. At least it wasn't the lion.
"Hello! Hello!"
they both shouted.
"I know you're in there. No need to yell,"
said a voice, an old man's voice, older even than that of Phoebus Siccus. Then the old man came into the cave, followed by the horse. No, the old man and the horse came in together. No, the old man was the horse.
"Finding anything interesting to read?"
he asked, looking from one to the other, then settling his gaze on Vegetius. Somewhere down his back his hair turned into a brittle white mane. He was white and gray from the top of his head to his hooves. A back leg lifted, clacked to the floor. It was easier, thought Vegetius, if you only looked at the front half.
"The Hippiatrica?" he asked. "Where did you get it?"
The centaur looked toward the table. A mixture of warm animal and human body odor came to Vegetius's nose like sweaty men on a wet horsehide triclinium. More than anything, it convinced him that the encounter he was having was real.
"I wrote it," said the centaur.
Vegetius nearly fainted.
"I think your master needs some water,"
said the centaur to Mucinus.
"There's a cup outside, and please don't run away."
He's not my master," said Mucinus. "And I need some too." Vegetius held on to a table leg until the slave returned with the cup. As he stood woozily, he noticed that the hooves of the centaur were in bad shape. One leg, the right front, was thinner than the others, with a knot in it as if it had been broken once. What chest Renatus could see through the drapery of white hair looked thin and mottled. Vegetius took the cup and drank.
"Chiron,"
he said to the centaur. Chiron, the teacher of Hercules and Asclepius, the only centaur able to read and write. The only one ever to be married to a human woman. The only centaur able to drink wine without becoming a raging animal. Chiron, author of the Hippiatrica.
"You must be P. Renatus Vegetius," said the horseman.
"How did you know my name?" The centaur laughed, his long hair flying.
"How goes the lion hunt?"
"The letter was your doing?"
"Somewhat. I wanted to meet you. I read a copy of your histories."
"And you knew I would come to hunt a lion?"
"After your rhapsody on lion hunting in the chapter on Egypt. And in your argument you said you would some day write a treatise on warfare, and a book amplifying Pelagonius's Ars Veterinaria. To read a man is sometimes to know all you need," said Chiron.
"Vegetius," said Decius Mucinus, "you're talking literature with a centaur."
"One with a purpose," said Chiron.
"What's that?" asked Vegetius.
"I have something you desire. The Hippiatrica. The whole manuscript."
Vegetius looked wildly round.
"It's in a safe place. Don't worry. Help me, and it, and all these other works are yours."
"What do you wish?"
"I'm old. I want to return to my homeland to die. You can help me."
"Your homeland? Scythia? Ind? Africa?" asked Vegetius, following the best authorities as to the homeland of the centaurs.
"Take me to the Pillars of Hercules," said Chiron. "Then I can be home in a few days."
"The Pillars of Hercules? That's at the western edge of the empire. That's where the Greeks once sent an expedition to see if the sun hissed as it went down in the ocean. We're in the east. How am I supposed to get a centaur from one end of the civilized world to the other?"
"You're an intelligent man," said Chiron. "If you can't conceive of getting me across the empire, think what it would be like for me alone. When I was young and strong, I might have done it. I could outrun any horse when I had to. But no longer. I wouldn't be gone 50 miles before some rich man would have me hunted down for his menagerie. The fact that I am a rational being, and can think and speak, would appeal to him not at all. I'd end my days in a cage in Thracia."
He looked at Vegetius. "I can't believe this," said Decius Mucinus.
"I'm the last one," said Chiron. "And you get the Hippiatrica. It is all you think it to be. Just get me home, Renatus Vegetius. I ask no more."
"I wouldn't know how to begin," said Vegetius. "Nemo prorsus," said Mucinus. "What?" "Nemo prorsus, a very clever man in Cyzicus.
If you want to go through with this, I mean, said Mucinus. He's done everything, been everywhere. All it takes is money, vast amounts. Chiron turned his eyes to Vegetius. Please? Done, said Vegetius, crossing his wrists 3 times and spitting. And done. In the week following, after he had sent for Prorsus, Vegetius went to Aurum Prebens. He found him dictating to Mucinus. I'd like to buy Decius from you, said Vegetius. What? Screamed Mucinus. After what I've gone through? I'm to be freed and— Quiet, slave, said Aurum. Just what did you have in mind? Asked Prebens. You're to free him in 6 months. Sell him to me now. I'll free him when I return from my researches in Alexandria. This was the cover story. You know everyone in this one-horse town anyway. I'll need someone quick with me, a nomenclator, one who can read and write, and I trust no one more than your Decius Mucinus. Decius was glowering at him. Besides, said Vegetius, sell him to me, and it won't be you who has to pay the 5% manumission tax. Decius, you've been like a son to me, but business is business, said Prebens to the slave. Then to Vegetius, 3,000 sesterces. 3,000? I'm going to have him read to me, not sleep with me. I'm worth 4,000 if I'm worth a talent, said Decius, his feelings hurt. 3,500, said Prebens. 35? Can he fly, too? 3,800, and not a denarius less. What? Does a whole family come with him? 8 strong boys? Asked Vegetius. 4,000, said Prebens. Done. Done, said Prebens, crossing his wrists 3 times and spitting, and done. Decius was smiling as they had him write up his own bill of sale. They decided to move Chiron nearer town as they received word Nemo Prorsus was on his way across the Hellespont. Vegetius and Mucinus went out to help him close up his cave, stacking stones across the entrance all one afternoon. He was to stay in one of the outbuildings in an olive grove owned by Vegetius's uncle, Verbius Malarius, the rhetorician. Excuse me, said Chiron. He backed up, lifting his tail, and dropped a pile of road apples on the path. I usually don't do that so close to home, but I'm leaving, and my stomach's not what it used to be. After they sealed the cavern off fairly well, they began to ride downstream as the sun went down. Chiron took a long, last look back. If these were the olden days, he said, I'd ask one of the Cyclops to keep an eye on the place for me. A few minutes later, Decius Mucinus looked at Chiron and began to laugh. So this is the famous Mr. Chiron, eh? Said Nemo Prorsus, a squat, thick man with a Greek beard. He wore trousers in the Eastern fashion and a leather tunic covered with brass spikes. He was bald as a melon. Glad to meet a real centaur. I once fixed up a mermaid and sold it to the Prince of Parse, but this is the closest I ever come to a real mythical creature. I'm no myth, said Chiron. Think you can do it, Nemo? Asked Decius. That's Mr. Nemo to you, slave boy. He studied a moment. Yeah, but it's going to take all your master's money. Have him give it all to me. I hear you talking about me in the third person, asked Vegetius. I didn't start this, said Nemo Prorsus. Yeah, Gov, I can do it, but you'll have to give me near all your money and go along with everything I say. Whatever's left over we can split. Bargain? Done, said Vegetius, sighing. Done, said Prorsus, crossing his wrists 3 times and spitting, and done. It'll take about 3 days to get everything cooking. I suggest we all lay pretty low, said Prorsus.
There's one thing I'd like to do before we leave. If Vegetus is paying, said Chiron.
I suppose I am,
said Vegetus, sighing again.
I'd like to visit a Lupercalia.
Son of a bitch, said Prosus. You're what, 1,000,000 years old or something? A Lupercalia, no less.
I used to go all 5 ways when I was young, said Chiron, but that was long, long ago. I'd like to go just once again.
Son of a bitch, said Nemo Prosus. Come on, Mr. Vegetus, let's give the old guy a real treat. I know a place way out in the sticks where nobody cares what comes and goes. No offense, Mr. Chiron.
None taken.
So in the early morning hours they took him to a brothel by the back ways, and then into a stable by the front door, then back to the brothel again. Several of the women had several rides. Everyone became drunk and agreeable. The night became a warm blur. The women covered Chiron with flowers and sequins. One, a Greek girl named Coyote, poured libations of wine and perfumed oils on his hair and mane. The next day no one at the Lupercalia remembered much of what had happened, or whether it had, or that they had only dreamed it. Some illusion caused by the edicts of the new emperor, perhaps some psychic slippage to an earlier, simpler time.
Well, said Prosus, when he woke up with matted eyebrows and a dry mouth in the olive grove the next evening, time to get to work. Shell out the loot.
First, he bought 16 horses. Then he found 8 old men, solitary worshippers of Bacchus, and asked them if they could ride a horse in a straight line. Then he made them prove it. He promised them all the wine they could drink each night, as long as they could ride the next morning, and free passage back to Byzantium, if they chose it, or could remember where they were from, or why they should go back whenever they got wherever it was.
But, said Vegetus, the money! An empty purse contains nothing but the seeds of failure, said Prosus. We made a bargain. Your centaur wants home. He's giving you something in return. You're giving me something. Your complete trust and your cash. True? Well, yes. Then let me do my job, said Prosus, and pulled more sesterces out of the bag. Then he went out and bought an elephant with 1 tusk. He had draped 2 white blankets over the pachyderm's sides, tied on with rope. Prosus took a paintbrush, and in a fairly good hand painted Vide Elephantos Hannibalensis on each side, with an arrow pointing backwards. Not very good Latin, said Vegetus. Good enough for these garlic-eating yahoos, said Prosus. The first rule is, when you're hiding a marvel, give them something else to gawk at. He put down the paintbrush. Besides, he said, anyone who thinks he's going to see some 600-year-old elephants deserves to miss a centaur or two. He winked and left to see about the imperial post-road permits. Here goes nothing, said Mucinus, naked and sitting on the elephant's head. It was the first morning of the westward trip. They were nearing the first village on the road toward Philippi and Dyrrhachium. Put your lungs in it, you old farts, yelled Prosus from his blue-painted horse up ahead. The 8 old men sat up as straight as they could on their horses. 2 of them had bagpipes, 2 had trumpets, 2 serpentines which curved around them to rest on the backs of their saddles, and the other 2 flailed away at drums. It wasn't music. It was an atrocious noise. The elephant almost ran off the road. Mucinus steered it back by kicking it behind its right ear. Vegetus, wincing, could imagine Apollo, Orpheus, Harmonia throwing themselves off Olympus in suicide at what was being done in their names. All the people ran out of their houses, stood in the road, made way for them. They began to cheer and yell as the blatting entourage came even with them. Prosus, wearing a headdress of purple ostrich feathers, gave them a sweeping blessing with his arms. All eyes were on the elephant. It trumpeted, drowning out the cacophony ahead of it for a second or 2. It drew even with the middle of the village.
Heads turned back toward Byzantium, peering. Most of the villagers were still looking that way when the noisy column drew out of sight around a curve in the post road. None had noticed that in the middle of the 8 old mounted men was another old man, his hair and beard now cut short, his hair combed to hide his pointed ears, who played no instrument and looked neither left nor right. At one town, Vegetius saw Prorsus proved right. It happened on the edge of a large crowd where he rode. As they drew even with the applause, a child pointed to the mounted musicians.
"Look, mater," said the girl, "that man in the middle is half horsey."
The woman picked the child up by the hair and shook her.
"Learn not to lie, Portia," said her mother, never taking her eyes off the elephant.
"I can't believe it," said Vegetius. 2.5 months gone by, halfway to the Pillars, and no troubles." "These are strange times," said Prorsus, putting more wood on the fire. "Nobody knows what to expect with a new emperor sitting on the throne like it was a pot. They don't know which way to jump. They're all just waiting for the other Caliga to drop." They were camped off the road near Aquileia in Noricum. The old men were already drunk or asleep. Chiron lay nearby, his human part asleep over a flat rock, his equine body folded under him. Now and then a long, low sound came from his chest. "This trip's been pretty easy. Company's better, anyway," said Prorsus. "I've had some tough jobs, with real scuzzes to work with. I once stole a quinquereme from Ephesus and sold it a week later in Sardis, and nobody ever saw it." "Wait a minute," said Decius. "Sardis is overland from Ephesus. There aren't any rivers or canals connecting them." "It was for a bet," said Prorsus. "Some jobs is just easier than others, I guess." So it went through Mutina and Trebia and Gallo Cisalpina, Dertona and Liguria, where the roads often became crowded, and missing entirely the dead backwater of Italia itself, through Augusta Taurinorum, Massilia, and Narbo Martius in Narbonensis, down the long chest of Tarraconensis, past Novo Carthago on the shore of the Mare Internum, and along the coast roads, passing south of Vespalia and Baetica to the gates of Hercules. They were on a hill overlooking a small seaport. Across to the southwest was Mauritania, emblazoned with the sunset. "We're here," said Vegetius to Chiron. "Now let's get you home."
"We'll have to hire a ship."
"So it is Africa we go to," said Decius Mucinus.
"Not really," said Chiron.
"Then, for the gods' sakes, where?" asked Vegetius.
"Out there," said Chiron, pointing to the sunset.
"What? There's nothing out there."
"There's another land. The land centaurs come from, and horses."
"How the disk did you get here? You didn't have ships."
"We walked. It was colder then. The ocean was lower then, and more land stuck out. Of course, we came the other way, through Asia. I'm taking you by a shortcut."
Whistling a tune, Prorsus started down the hill. "Where are you going?" asked Vegetius, beside himself. "To find passage back for the drunks and to find a boat that'll get him home," he said, jerking his thumb toward the centaur. "What? What?" "He hasn't lied to you yet, has he?" asked Prorsus over his shoulder. Vegetius ran down to a cork tree and gnawed at the bark, tears streaming down his face. After a while he felt better. "Sorry," he said to Chiron. "It's been such a long trip. I thought it almost over." Chiron put his hands on Vegetius's shoulders.
"Soon," he said, "soon you'll have the book. Soon I'll be home. It had to be this way. If I would have told you in Smyrna, you would not have come, and you would have remained a bitter old man the rest of your life. And I would die in Thracia, so far from my homeland."
"I'm just tired."
"I too," said Chiron, "more than you know. Let's make camp. No more masquerades, no more processions. Let the world gape. I'm going home.
They boarded a ship next midnight and set sail westward. Prossus had sold the elephant to a merchantman captain returning to Byzantium in exchange for passage for the old men. They had said their goodbyes the evening before boarding. When dawn broke on the ship in the Mare Atlanticum, it became very quiet. The crew saw the Centaur and kept its distance.
"When do we put north or south?" asked the boatswain, expecting a turn starboard toward Hibernia, or port to the Wild Dog Islands.
"We don't," said the captain. "The course is west by northwest."
"How long?"
asked the boatswain.
"As long as it takes," said the captain.
He reached into the poop cabin and pulled out a bag half his size. He kicked at it. It jangled.
"Hear that?"
asked the captain.
"The bag talks."
"That it does," said the boatswain.
"What does it say?"
"It says west by northwest by the stars, sir."
"Just what it said to me."
For 2 weeks the sea had been still and flat as a sheet of lead, without a cloud in the sky. The sail was furled. The sailors' hands were raw with rowing toward the westering sun.
"It used to be much easier to sail there for a while, or so I'm told," said Chiron. "There used to be a big island out here in the middle, so they charged an arm and a leg for a port call."
During the last week they had lightened the load as much as possible. Now there was nothing left but food, water, the money bags, and some extra canvas on board. Still the hours of flat calm dragged by. Vegetius, Prossus, and Mucinus took turns at the oars, and Chiron stood helm, though there was very little need to steer. The sun came up abaft them every morning and set before them each evening, and it seemed they had moved not at all. They awoke to find themselves, the captain and boatswain, at one end of the vessel, and the crew at the other. No one was rowing. The oars were shipped.
"Well," said the captain, "what is it?"
One of the men stepped forward.
"We've been without wind for 17 days now. We row all day and night. We get nowhere."
"There's nothing for it but to put our backs in it and hope for wind," said the captain.
"We could turn back."
There were grumbles behind him from the others. There was a consultation with the passengers.
"Out of the question," said the captain. "We're more than halfway there." "Says who?" yelled someone. "Say I, and I'm the captain." "Well, then," said the crew's leader, "we could lighten the load."
"What's that?" asked Prossus, suddenly taking an interest in the proceedings.
"You know what I mean, Governor,"
said the crewman, nodding his head sideways.
"Why don't we put the horsey over the side?"
"Quite right," said Prossus. He grabbed the sailor by crotch and tunic and pitched him over the railing. The man coughed and floundered in the glassy water.
"Next," said Prossus. "I figure 3 more make up for my friend Chiron here."
He opened his arms in a wrestler's invitation.
"Wait's wait."
No one came forward.
"Toss him a line," said Prossus.
They pulled the wet and strangling sailor back aboard.
"Do we understand each other?"
Prossus asked the assembled sailors.
"Aye, aye,"
they said in one voice. As if by some propitiatory magic, a dancing line of water moved toward them from the east. It caught up to and passed the ship. The frill of mane on Chiron's back fluttered, and a cool breeze blew into Vegetius's right ear.
"Well, hell and damn!" yelled the captain to the crew. "Don't you know wind when you feel it? Unfurl the funkin' sail!"
The canvas came down and filled. The ship groaned and jerked ahead, bearing them away from the morning sun. The sailors, among them the wet one, joined in old Neptune's song. They lowered the gangplank, and Chiron went down into the surf and onto the sandbar in the river estuary. The shoreline was broken by trees and clearings. Here and there, shaggy, humped shapes grazed, some few stopping to watch, then returning to their forage. They looked like wisents, only they had smaller horns. Chiron turned to the ship.
"Fishing should be good all up the shore," he said. "Won't take long to replenish your stores. Good water, too. Follow the warm water north, then follow east when it turns. You'll end up in Britannia or Hibernia. You know them, Captain?"
"I'm half tin digger," he said. "I paint myself blue once a year when the mood overcomes me."
Chiron laughed, then coughed, a hard, racking series of them. He leaned the upper half of his body against a tree, steadying himself with his right hand. Then he straightened and turned to walk away.
"Goodbye! Goodbye, horsey!"
"So long, Mr. Chiron!" they all yelled from the ship.
"Wait! Wait!
"The Hippiatrica!" yelled Vegetius.
Chiron turned.
"In the cave. On the table. The 2 unopened scroll tubes. Thank you, Renatus Vegetius. I will remember you always."
He then turned, lifted his tail, his regrown hair and beard streaming in the wind like a white banner, and broke for a few paces into a canter, and disappeared through the nearest stand of trees, heading westward. A yell of exultation and homecoming, of surrender and defiance rose up, startling some of the browsing creatures. Then it, too, like the drumming hoofbeats, echoed and died away westward.
"Back water and up sail, you sea hogs!"
hollered the captain. In the 3 years of life remaining to him, P. Renatus Vegetius returned home, retrieved the books in the cave, and incorporated the Hippiatrica into his great work on the diseases of mules, horses, and cattle, the Mula Medicina. Decius Mucinus, free and married, had twin sons, whom they named Aurum and Renatus. Nemo Prorsus became the Christian bishop of Sardis. On his deathbed, Renatus Vegetius looked around his room at his sisters and their husbands and children, at his newly freed slaves, and at what few friends as had not preceded him in death. About the only thing he regretted was never getting to hunt lions from a chariot in the wet marshlands of Libya. He remembered one sunny day on a far shore half a world away, and the cry of happiness that had drifted back to him out of those woods. What was killing a few old lions compared to what he had done? He had helped a tired old friend get home. Vegetius was still smiling when they put the coins on his eyes. Afterward. I hate fantasy, as it has become in American publishing. Except for my old friend George R. Martin and a couple of notable others, like Ted Williams, I'm told, since I can't read most of the stuff anymore. It's all sixth-hand rewrites of Tolkien, glorified Dungeons and Dragons scenarios, plot coupons, and way-twee-wee folk stories with the intellectual content of a good fart. I mean, if anywhere on the back jacket it says Lost Heir, or Dark Kingdom, or Dragon-Ravaged Lands, or Plucky Band of Adventurers, you can bet it stays on the Borders or Barnes & Noble rack and is safe from me. They're just not writing Silverlock every time out of the chute, are they? You can imagine my horror and intellectual fear when a fantasy story came to me. Okay, I said, the only way I'll write a fantasy story is as if it were happening to truck drivers. So I did. You just read the result. I went to the Classics Library at the University of Texas, since they'd upped the courtesy borrower's card from free to $2 a year to $15 to $25 in the last 4 years. Of course, I no longer had one, so I had to do all my research in the library. We're talking the late spring of 1987 here. I, of course, read P. Renatus Vegetius's Mula Medicina in the original Latin, that being the translation of the original Greek Hippiatrica, since it had supposedly been handed down from Chiron itself, and made copious notes. Anyway, I had my plot, and my protag, and the centaur. Then Nemo Prorsus walked in, like Captain Jack Cheese in Heart of Whiteness, or the kidnapper in Us, and the story really took off. And a word about names in the story. Except for the real people, they're mostly from the glossary to Alexander Leonard's translation of Winnie-Illy Pooh, 1960, a well-thumbed, beat-up third printing of which I still have. And you need to know that Nemo Prorsus was written to be played by Bob Hoskins, whenever anyone decides to make a movie of the story. Also, more truck driver stuff. They go to America because that's where horses came from, and left and died out over here, and came back with the Spanish. Once you start mixing the real in with the fantasy, you just can't stop. I wrote this June 11th to 16th, 1987, and sent it off to Ellen Datlow. She called me on July 15th and wanted some rewrite, mostly taking out the 6 pages at the beginning where I was showing just how weird life in the Eastern Roman Empire was under Julian the Apostate. I took that out for the Omni printing in June 1988, but I've put it back in for every subsequent appearance of the story, including this one. As Lou Shiner said, nobody wins an argument with Waldrop. They only frustrate him a little while. I'm still very proud of this one. High fantasy? Take this one in the chops.